Welcome to the podcast. I hope you enjoy my stories. Today's episode is Critical Mass by James Byron Love. Copyright 2026. All rights reserved. Now let's get into this riveting sci-fi story. Charles DeWitt was 7 years old when two police officers came to the door of his classroom and called his name, their voices steady but carrying a weight he could not yet understand. The teacher's face was pale, and she gestured him toward the hallway without speaking, her lips pressed together as if she were holding back words she knew would make no difference. Each step he took across the linoleum floor seemed impossibly loud, echoing in the narrow corridor where the fluorescent lights buzzed above in a low, constant hum. The officers waited near the principal's office, their postures stiff, eyes meeting in a moment of silent communication that Charles noticed immediately, even though he did not yet comprehend its meaning. The woman, her hair cut short and red, spoke first. "Charles, may we speak with you for a moment?" There was a gentleness in her tone, but a tension in the way she kept touching his shoulder, as if he might vanish or as if checking that he was still tethered to the world he had known. The taller officer, a man whose uniform seemed almost too large for him, simply nodded once, his hands clasped in front of him, eyes flicking toward the principal's office door as if to brace himself for the inevitable. Charles did not cry. He did not wail. He did not even tremble. He simply followed them, observing each detail with a quiet precision: the scratches in the linoleum, the faint scent of bleach and wax, the uneven hum of the lights. His parents had been killed that morning on the interstate, a transport truck crossing the center line in a brief, fatal lapse of attention, and the world he knew had ended between a single breath and the next. The enormity of it settled over him not like grief but like a problem to solve, a stark calculation of absence and loss. In the principal's office, the explanation came in careful, measured phrases. "Charles, your parents were in an accident this morning," the woman said. Her voice wavered slightly, and her hand stayed lightly on his shoulder. "A truck crossed the center line. They did not survive. They're gone." His words were deliberate, precise, and unnervingly calm. "Yes," she said. "I'm so sorry, Charles. We are going to make sure someone looks after you." The principal leaned forward from behind his desk. "You will be placed with a family, someone who can take care of you while we make the arrangements. You'll be safe." His voice was soft, steady, as though the words themselves could lend permanence to a truth that had none. There were no relatives. The discovery unfolded over the next several days with the meticulous efficiency of bureaucracy. Charles's father had a brother somewhere in the Pacific Northwest who could not be reached, who did not respond, and who was eventually marked as unavailable. His mother had been an only child, her parents long dead. No one came to claim him. No familiar faces offered comfort, no arms provided safety. Only an unyielding system moved to place him in someone else's care. He sat in a children's services office with a social worker whose name he could not yet remember, a woman with kind eyes but too many files on her desk. She explained with gentle care that he would stay with a family temporarily, only until the necessary arrangements could be completed. Charles asked what arrangements, and she looked at him with the kind of expression adults use when the truth is too immense to speak aloud. "The arrangements for your care," she said softly. "The people who will make sure you have what you need." The first foster home was a suburban house with beige carpet and a television that was always on. The couple who lived there were not unkind, but neither were they particularly warm. Mrs. Morrison prepared meals with precise care, the smell of stew and baking bread filling the small kitchen, while Mr. Morrison asked about school in a routine tone that implied he expected nothing remarkable in reply. Their two foster children were older and largely self-absorbed, moving through the house with practiced detachment, while their biological son of 15 drifted in and out, often silent, often absent. Charles complied with all expectations. He ate what was set before him, slept in the small room assigned to him, and attended school without complaint. He observed everything with meticulous attention: the pattern of light through the blinds, the exact pitch of Mrs. Morrison's voice when she asked if he had finished his homework, the way Mr. Morrison's eyes flicked briefly to the clock as he spoke, always measuring time as if to assert control over it. The house provided a strange kind of stability, predictable and dull, and though it offered no warmth, it offered structure, and Charles clung to that structure as if it were a lifeline. 4 months passed in this rhythm. Each day was a careful repetition of the last, measured in steps and meals and lessons. The routines became a map of a world he could navigate without risk, a private structure he could hold on to when the chaos of human unpredictability threatened to overwhelm him. Then the social worker returned. She brought her files in a careful, professional gentleness, explaining that he would be moved again, though she avoided direct answers about why. He was 8 years old, and he had already learned that reasons were often withheld, obscured behind polite words and half-conversations that adults assumed children could not understand. "They're taking in a sibling group," she said. "They need the room." "It is not because of anything you did, Charles." She repeated it deliberately, and he heard the echo of meaning behind her words, the quiet acknowledgement that she understood how much he measured and observed, how sensitive he was to the judgments and motions of those around him. He said nothing, only watched the world through the car window, noting the rhythm of passing streets, the angles of shadows, the way the sunlight reflected off distant rooftops. His thoughts drifted to a book he had been reading about the planets, about the vast distances between them, about the precise mathematics that governed orbits and rotations. There was a comfort in that order, a reassurance that, unlike human decisions, the universe followed rules that were exact, predictable, unyielding. He clung to those truths as the car carried him to the next home, cataloging every detail, every measurement of the streets and houses they passed, building a private architecture of understanding that made him feel, for the first time in days, a sense of control. Inside the new home, Charles continued his careful observation. He noted the angle of the door frame, the texture of the carpet, the faint, musty smell of a room that had been lived in before he arrived. He listened to the murmur of the television, the occasional laughter or shouting of other children, and catalogued it all without judgment, as a scientist might note variables in an experiment. He had learned that people could not be trusted to remain constant, but patterns could be counted on. Patterns offered safety. Patterns could be measured, analyzed, understood. And so Charles DeWitt, at 8 years old, sat quietly on the edge of his new bed, looking out the window at a world that had changed irrevocably, and began to calculate the angles, the distances, and the certainties he could rely upon. He held on to the mathematics of planets and stars, the distant certainties of celestial order, as if by knowing them he could secure some measure of permanence, some sliver of stability in a life that had been upended in a single, catastrophic morning. The second foster home was harder. The family's name was Greer, and the house seemed to stretch endlessly with corridors and rooms he did not know how to navigate. There were 4 other children living there, each a moving variable of sound and demand, their presence a constant and unpredictable tide that pressed against him in ways he could not name. Charles was not a child who required absolute silence, but he required a certain interior space, a mental sanctuary, and the Greer house made that impossible. There was always someone shouting, crying, or clawing for attention, and the air seemed perpetually filled with the faint tang of overcooked food and too many unwashed clothes. Mrs. Greer was a large woman with a permanent weariness etched into her face, moving through the house with the grim efficiency of someone who had long ago stopped expecting improvement. She shouted only when necessary, mostly to prevent injuries or collisions, and her presence was steady, oppressive, but predictable. Mr. Greer worked long hours outside the home, and when he returned, he sank into a chair by the window as if he were calculating exactly how much longer he could endure the house before he was free to leave again. His eyes watched the street in a flat, expressionless way that made it clear he considered every human interaction a potential waste of time, and yet he would occasionally mutter instructions that Charles obeyed out of habit rather than fear. The other children varied in age and temperament. One was always crying, another constantly demanding attention, a third disappearing for hours only to return with new mischief or complaints. The chaos had a rhythm, a constant pulse that Charles felt in his chest, as if it were a drumbeat dictating his every move. He retreated as often as possible, seeking corners of rooms where he could observe without participating, where he could catalog the patterns of movement, sound, and conflict without being drawn into them. It was the school library that offered him his first real sanctuary. Here, amid the hushed whispers and the scent of paper, the shape of his future life became visible, though he could not have named it at 8 years old. The library was a place of order, of consistent laws, a world where actions had predictable consequences and the chaos of human behavior could be avoided entirely. The books were steady and immutable. They did not change depending on someone's mood or whim. Mr. Avery, the librarian, was a thin, older man with a long face and sharp eyes that seemed to notice every detail, and it was he who first observed Charles as something more than just a regular student. "You're back again, mister," Avery said one afternoon, his voice soft but deliberate. "Same table, same time. I assume it's for the books." "Yes," Charles said, closing the cover of a worn astronomy book. "I like them. You understand what you're reading there, mister?" Avery asked, raising one thin eyebrow. Charles considered the question carefully, weighing his words. "Most of it. There's an equation on page 42 that I don't fully understand yet." "Not fully, mister," Avery repeated, nodding once, almost imperceptibly. "Yet, that is important. You will get it, I think, when you are ready." Patience is sometimes more valuable than understanding in full. He stood, left the library for a few minutes, and returned with 2 more books, setting them gently on the table without another word. Charles looked at the spines. "These are harder," he said, noting the slightly smaller print, the denser pages. "I know, mister," Avery replied. "I thought you might be ready for them." He turned away, returning to his desk as though nothing had happened. There was no speech about potential, no grand gesture of mentorship, no sweeping statements about the future. Only the books and the implicit trust that Charles would take them and continue. He devoured the books in a week, returning for more, and each time Mr. Avery offered only the quiet, precise guidance of more books. It was a functional relationship built entirely on the exchange of knowledge and the understanding that nothing else was necessary. Charles absorbed what he could, cataloging the information, cross-referencing with previous readings, and delighting in the immutability of the texts. He had learned that the world outside would not bend to his needs, but here, among the pages, the universe could be exact and reliable. At the Greer house, the other children continued to orbit their own spheres of drama. Denny, a boy a year older, was the most persistent in attempting to draw him into that orbit. "Hey, you want to come outside?" Denny asked one Saturday morning, leaning against the doorframe of Charles's room. His brown hair fell into his eyes, and his voice carried the restless energy of someone who expected constant engagement from the world. "No," Charles said, without looking up from his book. "You never come outside," Denny said, frowning. "I know," Charles replied, turning a page. "That's weird," Denny said, shifting from one foot to the other. "Probably," Charles said, and went back to reading. Denny lingered a moment longer, as if waiting for a crack in the calm, a flicker of interest, then turned and left. He returned twice more in the following weeks, each attempt met with the same impassive refusal, and eventually he stopped trying. Charles did not dislike him. He simply had no mechanism to engage with what Denny offered, and he had no desire to invent one. He observed, he calculated, he noted behavior, but he did not participate. 7 months passed in that household. Charles counted them silently, noting every variation in the routine, every fluctuation in the dynamics of the other children, every slight shift in Mrs. Greer's tired management of the house. He had begun to understand the permanent, quiet truth that would shape the rest of his life. People came and went, and the only true consistency was oneself. Everything else was transient, unreliable, and often disappointing. When the social worker returned, she spoke from the driver's seat, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. "How are you doing, Charles?" "Fine," he said, voice flat, eyes on the passing street. "We're going somewhere good this time," she said. "I think you'll have more space. More room to be yourself." Charles did not answer. Space was not what he needed, though he could not have articulated what he did need. Perhaps there was no word for it yet, perhaps there never would be. He turned his attention instead to a problem that had occupied his mind for 3 days. A question of orbital mechanics, the relationship between mass and velocity, the subtle mathematics that governed planetary motion, and the orbits of planets around stars. He worked through the calculations in his mind, running through possibilities, mentally adjusting numbers, correcting his own errors. By the time the car turned into the driveway of the new home, he had nearly solved the problem. The satisfaction of that mental work, the certainty of numbers and logic, had displaced any fear of the unknown. He carried his single bag into the house with the same precise attention he applied to every other task, noting the way the light struck the hallway, the texture of the carpet beneath his shoes, the faint hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, and already beginning the silent process of cataloging, observing, and calculating the patterns of this new household, as he always did. The third foster home belonged to a woman named Eleanor Marsh, who lived alone in a narrow 2-story house on a quiet street, choked with trees whose limbs tangled and swayed like fingers across the sky. She was 61, recently retired from teaching high school mathematics, and had spent 11 years taking in foster children with a competence that was quiet but absolute, the sort of competence the Children's Services Office relied on without needing to question. The house smelled faintly of wood polish and old paper, and Charles noticed immediately the absence of chaos that had defined the Greer house, the subtle order that seemed to hum through the floors and walls. Eleanor met him at the door, her movements precise and confident. She took his bag from him without asking and led him up the narrow staircase, each step creaking faintly under their weight, to a room at the top that looked out over the backyard. A desk sat in front of the window, solid and real, with a lamp positioned to cast even light across its surface. The walls were a muted cream, the bed neatly made, the air carrying the faint tang of disinfectant and old books. "I was told you liked to read," Eleanor said, setting his bag on the bed with the ease of someone accustomed to lifting burdens both literal and figurative. "Yes," Charles said, his voice cautious but polite. "There are books on the shelf. Take whatever you want. If you need different ones, tell me and I'll get them." She lingered a moment at the door and added, "I have 2 rules in this house. You tell me where you are and you're honest with me. Everything else we can negotiate." Charles studied her carefully. He was 9, and over the past few years he had learned to read adults quickly, to notice the gaps between what they said and what they meant, the space where disappointment often lived. Eleanor Marsh appeared to have no gap. She said what she meant with the directness of a woman who had spent decades in classrooms and had no patience left for pretense or embellishment. "Okay," he said finally. "Good," she said, and left him to unpack, the door clicking shut softly behind her. Those 4 years in her house became the longest stretch of stability he had known since his parents died. Unlike the brief, transient homes before, Eleanor noticed things without making a production of it. Within a month, she understood that Charles was working several years above his grade level in mathematics and sciences. She did not call the school or set up meetings, she did not label him gifted or exceptional, and she never used the words out loud that would have made him flinch. Instead, she left problems on the kitchen table in the mornings before he came down for breakfast, problems that were interesting, multifaceted, and unsolvable in any single way, designed to occupy the mind rather than to produce a grade. The first morning he found one, he stood at the kitchen table in his socks, read it twice, and then sat down to work through it with the pencil she had left beside it. The toast she had set on a plate cooled beside him, forgotten, as he bent over the page. Eleanor came in from the back garden with dirt on her hands and stopped to glance at his work. "You went the long way around," she said, tilting her head slightly. "I know. I wanted to see the whole shape of it," Charles said, eyes still scanning the page. She looked at him for a moment, her expression neutral but attentive. "That's not wrong," she said finally, and turned to wash her hands in the sink. It became a routine. The problems grew more difficult over the weeks, requiring deeper thought, more nuanced reasoning, and a willingness to fail repeatedly without complaint. Eleanor never praised him in the conventional sense, never told him he was brilliant or extraordinary, and Charles came to understand years later that this was one of the most valuable lessons he had ever received. The work itself was the point. The quality of thinking was the point. External validation was irrelevant. She demonstrated this every day without speaking of it, and he absorbed it as naturally as he breathed. He was 11 when she sat down across from him one evening while he read at the desk and asked, without preamble, "What do you want to do with your life?" Charles looked up. No adult had ever asked him that before in a way that invited honesty rather than expectation. "I don't know exactly," he said slowly. "Something in physics, I think. Theoretical physics." "Why theoretical?" she asked, and he could tell from the seriousness in her voice that she wanted a thoughtful answer, not a superficial one. He considered her question carefully. "Because the questions are bigger," he said finally. "Experimental physics answers the questions you can already see. Theoretical physics asks questions nobody has thought to ask yet." Eleanor was silent for a long moment. Outside, the late autumn wind shook the trees, sending leaves tumbling across the yard. She observed him quietly. "That's going to be a lonely road," she said, stating it as a fact, not a warning or a discouragement, merely an acknowledgement of reality. "I know," Charles said, returning to his book without elaboration. They did not speak further on the subject. The comfortable silence of the house, the unspoken understanding that thought mattered more than chatter, enveloped them both. Charles did not consider Eleanor a mother in any way he could name. He did not assign her any familial role. But he recognized her as real, a human presence whose steadiness and clarity allowed him to exist in a way the other foster homes had not permitted. Over the years, Eleanor's influence unfolded in small, cumulative ways. She would leave newspaper clippings of scientific articles on the kitchen counter, sometimes scribbled with marginal notes in her neat handwriting. Occasionally, she would set out a new problem or puzzle without comment, expecting him to approach it seriously, to wrestle with it as he would the universe itself. Their conversations remained precise, intellectual, and unadorned. When she asked a question, it was meant to be answered fully, without embellishment. When she spoke of the world outside the house, it was always with honesty, never hyperbole, never sentimentality. He spent long evenings at the window, calculating trajectories of planets, imagining the invisible forces governing matter, or mentally rearranging formulas to see the hidden patterns. Sometimes Eleanor would stand behind him quietly, watching without comment, and then disappear into the kitchen or the garden. Her presence was steady, a background hum of certainty in a world that had otherwise been unpredictable. The trust between them was implicit. Eleanor trusted that he would care for himself and approach the work she provided seriously. Charles trusted that she would neither demand false affection nor force participation in activities he did not choose. Their home became a laboratory of thought and observation, a space where intellectual curiosity was honored without fanfare, and where stability existed in the absence of drama. By the time he turned 13, Charles had developed a personal rhythm, one that Eleanor neither interrupted nor interfered with. He woke, completed the morning problems, attended school, returned to further reading, and spent hours thinking, analyzing, and solving abstract questions. He had learned to see patterns in human behavior as clearly as he saw mathematical sequences, noting the subtleties of speech and gesture with the same precision he applied to physics problems. He understood deeply that most adults were unreliable or inconsistent, but Eleanor was consistent, and that consistency shaped the foundation of his inner life. Those 4 years passed with quiet accumulation, small but permanent. The house smelled always of polish, of faint earth from the garden, and of old paper. Charles catalogued every detail, measured every variable, absorbed every nuance. He would later reflect on this period as the foundation for everything that came after, though at the time it simply felt like living in a place where thinking was safe, where knowledge was valued, and where he was expected to do the work without comment or distraction. Eleanor never demanded affection, never forced participation in family activities, never pretended to be a mother. She was real, steadfast, and intelligent, and in that reality Charles found a grounding that allowed him to survive the transients of his previous years. He carried that quiet insistence on logic, observation, and independent thought into every subsequent foster placement, into every encounter with other humans, and eventually into the work that would define his life. When he finally left Eleanor Marsh's house at 13, he carried with him far more than any academic skill. He carried a framework for understanding the world, a template for rational analysis, a discipline of thought, and a deep understanding that the only true permanence in life was the internal order he could create himself. That kitchen table, those morning problems, the quiet presence of a woman who had seen everything but said only what mattered, remained in his mind as a constant reference point, a secret architecture of intellect and character on which he would build everything that followed. He was 13 when the social worker came back, not to move him this time, but to deliver a message that would reshape the next 5 years of his life. Eleanor Marsh had applied for permanent guardianship, and the application had been approved. If he agreed, he could remain in her house until he was 18, effectively closing the chapter of uncertainty that had dominated his childhood. The social worker sat at Eleanor's kitchen table with her files, her eyes kind but firm, and explained the legal particulars in the careful, measured way she always had, the kind of explanation that assumed understanding without demanding it. When she had finished, she looked at him, waiting for his response. "Is this what you want?" Charles asked directly, ignoring the procedural layer entirely, ignoring the social worker's presence in the way he had long since learned to do. He directed the question straight to Eleanor, as if bypassing everything else brought him closer to the truth of the matter. Eleanor was leaning against the counter, a cup of tea in her hands. She did not blink or twitch at his directness. "Yes," she said simply. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have applied." "Okay," Charles replied, and the words felt heavier than he expected, a quiet acknowledgement of stability finally within reach. The social worker shuffled her papers, glanced between them, and said something about follow-up visits and remaining formalities. Charles stopped listening almost immediately. The decision had been made, the paperwork was mere noise, a ceremonial echo of the choice that had already been enacted in his mind. The years that followed were the most stable of his life and, in some ways, the most consequential. Eleanor pushed his education relentlessly but without apology, arranging for him to take advanced coursework through the local university's outreach program once his high school exhausted the mathematics and sciences capable of challenging him. At 14, he sat in university lecture halls among students 4 or 5 years older than himself, absorbing differential equations, classical mechanics, and the elegant logic of advanced physics with a quiet veracity that never faltered. The older students largely ignored him, and a few expressed low-grade hostility toward the boy who made their intellectual insecurities visible, but Charles registered neither response in any meaningful way. He was there for the material itself, and the material was extraordinary. At 15, he first encountered the work of Hugh Everett and the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics. The theory posited that every quantum event that could branch did branch, that each possible outcome of every interaction created a new universe in which that outcome was real, and that what we perceive as the collapse of probability into a single event was, in fact, the continuous silent multiplication of realities. Most physicists treated Everett as a theoretical curiosity, interesting but unverifiable, and therefore barely science at all. Charles read the original paper 3 times in one sitting and then sat at his desk in the upstairs room, the window open to the garden, the good light illuminating the page, and stared long and hard at the backyard, as if the leaves and branches themselves contained hidden probabilities waiting to be observed. "You look like you've seen something," Eleanor said softly from the doorway, the way she had developed over the years, checking on him without making it seem like surveillance. "I've been reading about the many worlds interpretation," he said. "Everett," she corrected, almost a whisper, though her presence filled the room. "You've read it?" he asked, surprised that she knew the details so precisely. "I taught mathematics for 30 years, Charles." "I read broadly," she said, stepping inside and sitting on the edge of the chair he wasn't using. "What did you see in it?" "That it's probably right," he said simply. "And that nobody has figured out how to prove it yet." Eleanor considered him for a long moment, her gaze steady. "And you think you might?" It was not a question in the usual sense. It was recognition, an acknowledgement that the idea belonged to him now, that the pursuit was his to take on. Charles turned back to the window, feeling the weight of years spent in transition and silence coalescing around this single intellectual pursuit. He did not yet know what it would cost him, how long it would take, or what it meant to dedicate a life to a single question. He only knew that the question existed, was real, and had chosen him as much as he had chosen it. Maybe, he said, the word carrying all the certainty and uncertainty of a boy who had learned to depend on nothing but his own calculations and reasoned judgments. He graduated from high school at 16. The ceremony was brief, sparsely attended, a blur of names and clapping hands, and Charles endured it with the patient detachment he brought to all social rituals. He shook the principal's hand, accepted his diploma, and immediately found Alina in the small crowd outside. She was not the sort to cry at ceremonies. Instead, she handed him an envelope, her hands steady. "What is this?" he asked. "Open it later," she said simply. That night he unfolded the letter in his room. It was 3 pages long, written in precise, unsentimental language that carried more weight than any florid praise could. It told him in words carefully chosen that she was proud of him, that his loneliness was real but not inevitable, and that the world would attempt to reduce him to his accomplishments alone. She urged him to resist that reduction, reminding him that he was more than the sum of proofs and equations. The letter was a blueprint of affirmation, an architecture of encouragement built from clarity rather than emotion, and Charles read it twice before carefully folding it and placing it in the front pocket of his bag alongside other small, irreplaceable objects. 2 weeks later, he left for university on a full scholarship. Alina stood on the narrow front step of her house and watched him go. He did not look back, not because he did not want to, but because he had not yet learned the language for that kind of goodbye. It was the first significant failure of his young life, and the full weight of it would only be understood years later, when Alina was long gone and the realization of what had been given and what had been lost could no longer be exchanged for words or presents. The quiet determination, the intellectual rigor, and the subtle guidance she had offered across those years had forged the foundation of everything he would pursue. Charles carried with him not just knowledge but the habit of thinking deeply, independently, and relentlessly, of pursuing questions that might never be answered, and of understanding that permanence was a product of the mind, not circumstance. As the car carrying him down the road took him farther from the house than he had ever traveled before, he recognized, though he did not yet fully name it, that the structure of his inner life had been built in that kitchen, at that table, beneath that steady, observing presence, and it would be his to inhabit and extend for the rest of his life. The university was massive, a sprawling institution in the northeastern part of the country, with stone buildings worn smooth by centuries of footsteps. Its walls carried the faint scent of history, the quiet gravity of everyone who had passed through, left their mark, and moved on. Charles arrived there at 16 with a single bag slung over his shoulder, Alina's letter folded in the front pocket, and the sort of self-sufficiency that had been honed through years of being forced to navigate life alone. He had learned early that stability was rare, that expectations were unreliable, and that dependence was a luxury he could not afford. He was assigned a dormitory room and a roommate, a cheerful engineering student named Todd from suburban Ohio, who seemed to live entirely in decibels and strong opinions. Todd greeted Charles with the kind of wide-eyed enthusiasm that only someone completely unprepared for difference could summon. "So you're like, what, a genius or something?" Todd asked on the first day, tilting his head as he watched Charles unpack his books, one by one, each carefully placed, catalogued, and sorted, a meticulous process that made Todd glance twice. "I don't know what that means precisely," Charles said. "You're 16 and a university." "Yes, most people here are 18. "I know." Todd waited for some kind of explanation, some story, some admission, but none came. For the first 2 weeks, Todd tried. He knocked on Charles's side of the room in the evenings, invited him to casual gatherings in the dormitory common room, extended invitations to study sessions, even dragged him to a party 3 floors up. Charles declined each time, never offering excuses or explanations. Todd eventually accepted the divide, settling into a parallel life. He lived outward, socially loud, while Charles lived inward, among ideas and proofs in a private universe. They maintained a functional civility, enough to coexist for the academic year, until Charles requested a single room through the housing office in October. Institutional slowness delayed approval until the following September, but he waited patiently, as he always did. The single room was on the fourth floor of an older building, with a view over a courtyard that, in the early mornings, remained quiet and empty. This was the time he reserved for thought, for the construction of ideas, for working through problems with the intense focus that had defined him since Aliner's kitchen table. He established routines immediately, a product of both temperament and necessity. Routine had been the only architecture he could inhabit as a child in foster homes, and he clung to it now because it offered clarity in a world otherwise full of social ambiguity. The university rewarded that clarity in ways the social world never did. You showed up, you completed the work, and the work spoke for itself. His professors noticed him, but the attention was careful, understated, and purposeful, the same way Mr. Avery and Aliner had noticed him before. Those who understood his capability provided the right level of challenge and the right level of silence, demanding, yes, but without spectacle. Dr. Vassiliev, a compact Ukrainian physicist with a precise manner and no tolerance for ambiguity, became a crucial figure, a mentor in the sense that Aliner had been, unflinching, exacting, and unafraid to demand mental discipline. "Your derivation here is correct," Vassiliev said one afternoon, handing back a paper with red marks tracing his steps, "but your assumptions at the outset are lazy. You took a shortcut because you were confident of the outcome." "The result is still valid," Charles said. "True, the result is valid. But your thinking is sloppy." "You don't get to be sloppy because you're fast," Vassiliev said, adjusting his glasses. "The day you trust speed over rigor is the day you make mistakes that matter." Charles studied the corrections silently. He did not enjoy being wrong, but he had long ago learned the difference between frustration and failure. That evening he started the derivation from scratch, step by step, questioning every assumption, ensuring the chain of logic was unbreakable. When he finished, the proof was not just correct, it was elegant, a small perfection in the practice of discipline. He filed the lesson away internally, the way he did every insight worth retaining. He completed his undergraduate degree in 3 years, his master's in 1, and entered his doctoral program immediately, the social world orbiting him like background noise. Colleagues attempted overtures of friendship, invites to coffee, seminars, or the graduate student bar on Friday evenings, but Charles deflected politely, consistently, without hostility. People tried, then stopped. It was predictable. He was patient in these things. The persistence of others was a minor phenomenon he observed, not participated in. What occupied him, what truly consumed him, was the problem he had carried since he was 15, Everett. The many worlds interpretation, the notion that every quantum event could produce branching realities, a cascading tree of infinite universes. He had nurtured it, built mathematical scaffolding around it, discarded approaches, refined models, and advanced his own methods. His doctoral thesis on quantum decoherence was rigorous, but to him, it was only preliminary, clearing space before the real construction began. Praise from the committee, exceptional, impressive, rigorous, was noted, filed, and set aside, unimportant compared to the work itself. During his 3rd year of doctoral study, Aliner died suddenly of a stroke. The same suddenness that had taken his parents. He took the train back to attend the funeral, sitting in a nearly empty church as the cold November wind pressed against the stained glass. The ground had already been lowered when he arrived. He stood at the grave alone, the letter she had written him decades ago still in his breast pocket. He did not unfold it. He did not need to. He could recite every word in his mind. Returning to his room that evening, he sat at his desk at midnight, fueled by grief transmuted into purpose. Ideas about the measurement problem in quantum mechanics had crystallized during the train ride, and over the next 3 weeks of intense examination, his new approach proved genuinely promising. He did not cry for Aliner, he had never learned the mechanics of grief. Instead, he worked. He allowed himself only the acknowledgement of absence and the memory of her lessons. That loneliness was real, but not destiny, unless chosen. His daily routine became more structured, almost ritualistic. Breakfast in silence, hours of focused computation, a short walk through the empty courtyard, then back to equations and derivations until the early hours of the morning. Meals, laundry, classes, social obligations, they were all incorporated seamlessly into the rhythm he had cultivated for years. The world moved around him like weather, incidental and largely ignored, while Everett's branching universes unfolded infinitely in his mind. The doctoral cohort adapted to his absence socially and academically, noting only his extraordinary output. Invitations dwindled because the pattern was clear. His world and theirs intersected only minimally. And that was sufficient for him. The challenge, the problem, the pursuit of proof, these were the elements that defined his life. Everything else was optional, irrelevant, or at best, a background hum. By the time he presented preliminary findings on his work, the mathematics department regarded him with cautious respect. Questions from faculty and peers were technical, probing, precise. He answered without affect, without the need to impress, his focus absolute. The few who tried to connect on a personal level learned quickly that he would not yield. Charles had always understood that relationships, emotional or social, were secondary to the pursuit of the problem that had claimed him. He did not resent this, nor did he seek to change it. He had been formed to operate in exactly this manner, and he had no reason to try otherwise. He finished his doctorate at 22 and accepted a position at a research university in Boston that had a respectable theoretical physics department and, more importantly, left him largely alone. That was his primary criterion for choosing a position: isolation sufficient to allow uninterrupted work. He had learned early that the social web of academia, committee meetings, conferences, casual discussions over coffee, was rarely optional and always time-consuming in a way that did not contribute to the questions he cared about. His colleagues, all well-intentioned, treated the social layer as a necessary lubricant for intellectual progress. Charles treated it as a distraction, a kind of unavoidable friction that had to be minimized wherever possible. His office was at the far end of a long corridor on the third floor, the last door before the staircase, and he kept it closed. That door became a simple but effective statement. Anyone who walked past it quickly learned its meaning. Enter, and you enter on his terms. Knock, and expect nothing more than a brief acknowledgement if he were in the mood. A physicist named Garrett, who had offices nearby, became the closest approximation of a friend, or perhaps an annoyance, depending on perspective. Garrett approached persistence with the same energy most people directed toward research. He knocked on Charles's door every few weeks, leaning in to announce talks, seminars, and gatherings with the assumption that the social presence itself was indispensable. "There's a lecture tonight," Garrett said one Thursday afternoon, leaning against the doorframe with an easy grin. "Kowalski from MIT, String Theory Applications. Should be worth saying." Charles didn't look up from his papers. "I've read his last 4 papers," he said. "I know what he's going to say." "It's not just the content, Charles," Garrett pressed. "It's about being in the room. Making connections." "I don't need connections. I need quiet," Charles replied. Garrett's grin faltered slightly. "You know, people are starting to think you're arrogant." Charles finally looked at him. The statement barely registered as emotion. "Because I don't go to talks. Because you act like none of it applies to you." Charles returned his gaze to the page in front of him. "Most of it doesn't," he said flatly, and Garrett left, shaking his head with a mixture of disbelief and resignation. Charles considered the interaction for a few moments, analyzing it as he would a physics problem. Arrogance implied a sense of superiority, a self-inflation in relation to peers. Charles did not feel superior. He felt purposeful. Every minute spent on social construction was a minute lost from the pursuit of questions that mattered, and that arithmetic left no space for the emotional overhead of appearances. By this time, the problem he had been carrying since he was 15, the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics, was fully occupying his waking life. It had grown with him, accumulating layers of mathematical formalism, nuanced hypotheses, and constantly shifting approaches. Every paper he wrote, every simulation he ran, every theoretical framework he built was filtered through the lens of that single question: could the branching of parallel universes be observed, quantified, and demonstrated? His doctoral thesis, while recognized as exceptionally rigorous, was, in his own mind, merely a preliminary excavation of the landscape he intended to map. It contained careful treatments of quantum decoherence, meticulous derivations, and a mathematical elegance that most of his peers would never appreciate, but Charles valued neither applause nor recognition. The work itself was the only validation he required. Early publications were quiet but precise. He submitted 2 preliminary papers to well-regarded journals, anticipating skepticism, but also expecting that only a handful of readers would have the combination of background knowledge and curiosity to engage with the material seriously. One such reader, Dr. Adler, a cosmologist in Geneva, responded with the kind of meticulous attention that Charles valued above all else. Adler's letter arrived by post, handwritten across 3 pages, dissecting Charles's methodology with clinical precision. Charles read it twice before writing his response. Each objection was addressed with the same precision he applied to derivations. "Your first 3 objections are valid," he wrote, "and I have corrected them. Your 4th objection relies on a boundary condition assumption I believe is incorrect. I have enclosed the relevant sections of my current work. Please advise if your assessment remains unchanged." The reply arrived within a week. "I've read your corrections. You're right about the boundary conditions. Your framework is either the most important thing I've read in 20 years, or it has a flaw neither of us can see. Either way, I would like to meet." Charles read the letter carefully. Adler was one of the very few people in the world whose judgment he valued, whose insight could meaningfully challenge or affirm his work. He wrote back a single line, "Come to Boston. I'll buy the coffee." Adler arrived a month later, flying in from Geneva on a rainy Tuesday. They met at a small cafe near campus, a quiet place with exposed brick walls and strong coffee. Charles arrived first, tucked into a corner, papers spread out across the table, his notes organized into neat stacks. Adler appeared 20 minutes later, looking slightly disoriented from jet lag, but focused immediately on the documents Charles had prepared. The conversation began without preamble, diving directly into derivations, interpretations, and boundary conditions. Words were exchanged sparingly, each chosen with care, and the dialogue quickly evolved into a form of intellectual duel, punctuated by the quiet satisfaction of mutual understanding. Hours passed unnoticed. At one point, Adler pushed back on a subtle point regarding cosmological decoherence, and Charles countered with a series of examples drawn from both simulations and thought experiments, tracing each branch of reasoning with precise logic. Adler's eyebrows rose in the correct places, and for the first time Charles felt the rare acknowledgement of intellectual parity. Neither was seeking approval, both were seeking truth, and the pursuit had a gravity that made the surrounding world irrelevant. Back in Boston, Charles returned to his office with a renewed clarity. The work on many worlds detection accelerated, becoming both more rigorous and more inventive. The isolation that colleagues had sometimes interpreted as antisocial was, in reality, a necessary container for the breadth and depth of thought he was cultivating. He developed new computational models to simulate branching interactions, designed hypothetical experiments capable of identifying subtle decoherence signals at cosmological scales, and constructed increasingly refined mathematical frameworks. Every morning he arrived before dawn, reading journals, calculating, simulating, and revising. Every evening he left only after exhausting the day's possibilities. He was 25 when he first implemented a set of observational tests using the department's quantum optics lab. The experiments were painstaking, equipment finicky, and results ambiguous in ways that delighted and frustrated him in equal measure. Still, the first traces of detectable decoherence effects, minor, barely distinguishable from background noise, appeared in his data. Charles spent weeks cross-referencing, calculating error margins, and rerunning simulations. At no point did he celebrate. A slight increase in signal strength over expectations was noted clinically in his logbooks. The thrill was purely internal, a quiet recognition of a path forward. His colleagues occasionally noticed anomalies in his behavior, whispered about him at conferences, speculated about his focus, his seeming detachment from life outside the lab. Garrett continued his occasional visits, coffee in hand, smiling as though persistence could break through an impenetrable wall. You should take a break, Garrett said one Friday afternoon, scanning the room full of messy papers and blinking monitors. I cannot take a break, Charles said. Not yet. Garrett laughed, shaking his head, and walked away, leaving Charles to the problem that had been shaping him since adolescence. By then, the many worlds interpretation had become the central axis of his life, informing not just research and calculations but the very structure of his thinking, his approach to time, causality, and probability. Even mundane decisions, how to organize his office, how to schedule experiments, how to allocate mental effort, were filtered through an awareness of branching possibilities, a constant mental simulation of outcomes. Outside of work, the world intruded rarely. He occasionally took long walks in the Boston mornings, passing through quiet streets with red brick townhouses, observing commuters and students, noting patterns, probabilities, and subtle coincidences in human behavior. These walks were not leisure in the conventional sense, they were cognitive excursions, moments in which he allowed his mind to wander through the problem space, connecting distant points, imagining causal structures across hypothetical universes. By 27, Charles had published 5 more papers in reputable journals, each exploring a different facet of decoherence, quantum cosmology, or observational implications of parallel universe models. Each paper generated small, concentrated discussions among the few peers who understood the work. He gave talks only when necessary, never more than 20 minutes beyond the strict minimum required by department committees, and only in venues where he could control the pace, the questions, and the audience. The trajectory of his career was now fully aligned with the obsession he had carried from adolescence. The intellectual solitude, the precise language of mathematics, and the patient accumulation of incremental insights had constructed a life both narrow and immense. Every day was a microcosm of the 4 years spent at Alina Marsh's house, now magnified across a global stage of theory, experiment, and quiet verification. The rewards were intellectual, the hardships social and personal, and Charles navigated them with the same disciplined patience that had carried him through foster homes, high school, and the relentless climb of university life. He had built a life around questions, not people, and that life demanded everything he could give. Sleep, social interactions, food, and comfort were secondary to the pursuit of the work, and he measured them only insofar as they preserved his capacity to think, to calculate, and to imagine worlds invisible but mathematically inevitable. Every letter from Alina, every memory of her kitchen table, every carefully placed problem she had left for him was a subtle guidepost, shaping not only his method but the silent ethic of his devotion. Charles knew the cost. He had always known the cost. He also knew that nothing else would satisfy him, and he accepted the loneliness, the isolation, the single-mindedness, and the quiet exhilaration of approaching a problem that could, if he succeeded, redefine understanding. And so, day after day, he worked, undistracted, uncelebrated, undeterred, pursuing the subtle, silent, extraordinary branching of the universe that had haunted him since he was 15. Adler arrived on a Wednesday in February, a small, energetic man in his 60s, his white hair sticking out in directions that suggested indifference to appearance, or perhaps a mind too preoccupied with larger things to care. His eyes were sharp, always slightly ahead of the conversation, scanning not only the room but the equations, the structure of the argument, the subtle tells of whoever he spoke to. Charles had arranged to meet him at a coffee shop 2 blocks from the university, a place chosen for its quiet corners and reliable espresso, rather than ambience. Adler slid into the booth across from Charles and set down a worn leather briefcase, then paused, eyes flicking to the stack of papers Charles had brought. For a long moment, neither spoke. The murmurs of other patrons, the clatter of cups, the hiss of the espresso machine, all of it seemed to recede into a background hum. "You're younger than I expected," Adler finally said, folding his hands and resting them on the table, his voice calm but carrying the edge of appraisal. Charles didn't flinch. He looked Adler in the eyes for a fraction longer than necessary before replying. "You're older." Adler laughed, a dry, almost incredulous sound that filled the small space around them. Charles had not anticipated laughter, nor had he expected it to carry warmth and curiosity rather than mockery. "Fair enough," Adler said. He leaned back slightly, adjusting his posture as though preparing for an intellectual marathon. "Show me where you are." Start from the beginning, walk me through your framework. And so it began. For 4 hours they sat in the booth, the coffee growing cold in its cup as the conversation unfolded. Charles methodically explained the mathematical architecture he had been building since adolescence, the derivations, the assumptions, the way each piece fit into the broader framework. Adler followed closely, questioning everything that needed questioning, pushing back on leaps of logic, and accepting what held up under scrutiny. He scribbled notes on the legal pad he had produced from his briefcase, margins filled with corrections, annotations, and occasional exclamations of appreciation that were rare but meaningful. At one point, Adler tapped a particular page. Here, he said, pointing with a stubby finger, this transition. You're asking me to accept a very large step. I need more than hand-waving. It's not a step, Charles said evenly, keeping his voice calm. It's a derivation. Every element is there. If you follow the sequence, you'll see there is no gap. Adler raised an eyebrow. Show me. Charles drew diagrams, wrote equations across the legal pad, and talked through the logic step by step. 40 minutes passed in silence except for the scratching of Adler's pen, the occasional murmur of calculation, and the soft scrape of a chair as he leaned back to examine a page. By the end, Adler looked up at the ceiling, his fingers drumming lightly against the pad. All right, he said quietly. All right, it works, Charles asked, raising an eyebrow. Or all right, you're reserving judgment. All right, it works, Adler confirmed, then leaned closer. Charles, do you understand what you have here? Yes, Charles said, though his voice lacked the urgency of pride. It was a statement of fact, not emotion. I don't think you do, Adler said, a note of gravity in his tone. I've been in this field for 40 years. I've seen the subtle shifts of thought, the incremental contributions, the supposed breakthroughs that barely nudge the questions we ask. This isn't incremental. This isn't a contribution in the usual sense. This is a reorientation of the entire problem. You're not adding to the landscape, you're reshaping it. Charles picked up his coffee, now cold and bitter, and stirred it absent-mindedly. I know what it is, he said. I just need to finish it. How long? Adler asked. Charles considered the calendar, the volume of work ahead, the simulations he still needed to run, and the derivations that required revisiting. A year, he said finally. Maybe 18 months. If everything goes as planned. Adler nodded slowly. I want to be involved. Not as a co-author, you haven't earned that yet, but as a reader. Someone who checks your work before it goes public. Someone who can see it objectively, who can challenge it. I want to know that what you produce can't be dismissed because of a gap no one noticed. Charles considered the offer. Adler had spent 4 hours testing him already, probing for weaknesses, demonstrating that he was rigorous, intellectually honest, and willing to admit error when it appeared. These were the only qualities Charles required in anyone who touched this work. He nodded slowly. All right, he said. One condition, Adler added, his tone casual but firm, as though it were a natural corollary of the agreement. Charles waited. When it's done, when it's published, when the world understands what you've accomplished, you don't disappear. You give it a year. Talks, engagement, the full process. The work deserves to be understood, and you are the only person who can make that happen. Charles looked at him, eyes steady, considering. And after the year? After the year, Adler said with a small shrug, you do whatever you want. Retreat, isolate, pursue the next problem. But for a year, the world gets your attention, and the work gets the attention it deserves. 14 months followed. Charles entered a rhythm that left little space for anything outside the equations, the derivations, the simulations, and the minute experimental checks he was running on decoherence detection models. He slept 4 or 5 hours a night, ate without attention to timing or quality, and existed entirely in the interior space the problem demanded. The outside world, by now, understood his boundaries. Emails were answered sparingly, meetings declined with minimal explanation, and interruptions were rarely tolerated. Adler read each section as Charles completed it, sending notes back that were detailed, incisive, and occasionally brilliant. Charles incorporated corrections, refined arguments, debated points of contention, and every iteration made the framework cleaner, more robust, and harder to challenge. What started as a theoretical scaffolding became a fully realized architecture, a lattice of logic and derivation that reflected the scope and depth of decades of questioning. When the paper was finally complete, 412 pages long, Charles sent it to Adler on a Tuesday morning in March. He sat in his office afterward, staring at the courtyard below, the empty stone square lit by early spring sunlight, and felt precisely nothing. There was no euphoria, no relief, no triumph. The act of making, of constructing, was always the part that mattered. The result was evidence, a confirmation that the process had happened. That evening, Adler called. The phone rang once, twice, and then Charles picked it up. "I've read the first 100 pages, Adler said, his voice calm but unmistakably energized. "And?" Charles asked, his tone neutral, anticipating the weight of the words. A pause stretched long enough to indicate careful consideration. "It's done, Charles. Complete. Nothing is missing. Every derivation, every assumption, every boundary condition has been accounted for." Charles said nothing, as was often his way. The words had weight, but celebration was not a habit he had learned. "Are you there?" Adler asked after another pause. "Yes," Charles said finally. "How do you feel?" The question required thought. Adler asked it seriously, expecting an honest answer, not a performance. Charles looked out the window. The courtyard was dark now, reflections of distant lights dancing in a puddle on the stone. He thought of Alina, of the upstairs room where it had begun, of 15-year-old mornings filled with problems left on the kitchen table, of every year since spent in careful accumulation of knowledge, method, and insight. He considered the hours of isolation, the neglect of sleep, of companionship, of ordinary life. "The same as always," he said. "Like there's more work to do." Adler was quiet, listening, perhaps weighing the depth behind the words. "Yes," he said finally, almost as if conceding to the logic of the statement. "I suppose there is." And that was the truth. Completion did not mean satisfaction. It meant readiness for the next stage, the next test, the next extension of the problem that had defined his adolescence and dominated his adult life. Completion was evidence only that the scaffolding had been built. The world's understanding was the next equation to solve. The paper was published in the autumn and landed in the physics community the way Adler had predicted, not with the gradual accumulation of attention that most theoretical work received, but with the sudden quality of something that changed the air in a room. Within 3 weeks, it had been downloaded more times than any paper in the journal's history. Within 2 months, the emails were arriving faster than Charles could delete them. From physicists and cosmologists, mathematicians, science journalists, and a category of people he had no name for who simply wanted to tell him that what he had done mattered to them personally, which he found baffling and faintly intrusive. The sheer volume was staggering, the messages ranging from meticulously technical questions about specific derivations to deeply personal notes of gratitude or astonishment, and Charles processed them with his usual quiet arithmetic, deciding which warranted attention and which could be discarded without thought. Garrett appeared in his doorway, which had been happening less frequently since their conversation about arrogance 2 years earlier. He looked at Charles with an expression that mixed genuine admiration with something that might have been relief, as if a bet he had placed privately had finally paid off. "The department is talking about a reception," Garrett said, the words delivered with careful optimism. "To mark the publication." "No," Charles said flatly. "Charles," Garrett persisted, his tone softening slightly but still carrying an edge of urgency. "It's a courtesy. A recognition. 1 evening. That's all. I don't want a reception, Garrett. I want to work." Charles's eyes stayed on the paper in front of him, fingers tracing a complex equation without looking at Garrett. "You could give them 1 evening," Garrett said, leaning forward slightly, balancing on the balls of his feet. "It wouldn't hurt. People want to celebrate what you've done. They've been talking about it non-stop." "I could," Charles said slowly, lifting his gaze briefly to meet Garrett's. I'm choosing not to. Garrett's face softened in a way that caught Charles slightly off guard. The corners of his mouth lifted in a real, unguarded smile. All right, he said finally. For what it's worth, it's extraordinary work. I know, Charles said, stating it as a matter of fact, void of pride or performance. He had earned the right to acknowledge the work as completed, as whole and undeniable. 7 months later, the Nobel Committee called. A Swedish voice, formal and precise, informed him that he had been awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics for what the committee described as a definitive mathematical proof of the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics and its implications for our understanding of physical reality. Charles listened without interrupting, thanked the man on the phone with minimal courtesy, and hung up. He sat at his desk, staring at the wall for a long stretch, letting the weight of the announcement settle without forcing it into conscious thought. He called Adler immediately. I heard, Adler said the moment the call connected. It was announced an hour ago. My phone hasn't stopped ringing. Mine either, Charles said, his voice even controlled. I don't know what to do with this. You accept it. You go to Stockholm. You give the lecture, Adler said firmly. I made you a promise, Charles said, the words precise, measured, deliberate. You did. A year full engagement. Starting with Stockholm, Adler's voice softened, the steel behind it tempered by concern. Charles, listen to me. I know this isn't what you want. But the work deserves this moment. Let it have the moment. Stockholm was everything Charles had feared and nothing he had wanted. The ceremony was elaborate and formal, requiring him to navigate a social world of a scale and intensity he had never encountered. Dinners and receptions blurred together in a series of hallways, candlelit rooms, and banquet tables where everyone wanted a moment, a word, a handshake. Journalists hovered like shadows, seeking a glimpse, an angle, a soundbite. Every interaction required calculation, precision, and a controlled mask, and yet in the middle of it, Charles noted the subtle energy of people who had come expecting history and had found it. He wore the clothes required, a carefully tailored suit, polished shoes, and a tie chosen to avoid distraction, and said the words expected of him, each one measured for tone and impact. He shook hands extended to him, nodded at introductions, smiled briefly at compliments, and moved through the crowd with an efficiency honed by years of necessity. Throughout the experience, he felt slightly removed, as if he were observing himself perform a role for which no rehearsal had been sufficient. The Nobel lecture, however, was the one part he did not dread. Standing at the podium in the concert hall, Charles faced the assembled audience with a clarity of mind sharpened by years of solitary focus. For 45 minutes he spoke with precision and depth, articulating the work not as a narrative of achievement, but as a logical progression of thought, proof by proof, derivation by derivation. He felt entirely himself, not performing, not enduring, merely thinking aloud, translating the internal architecture of his work into words comprehensible to others. When he finished, the applause was long and steady, filling the hall like a wave he could not command but could observe. He waited patiently for it to taper, understanding that some forces could only be met with time. Afterward, Adler found him in the reception, guiding himself through the throng with practiced ease. The lecture was magnificent, Adler said, the statement carrying both warmth and unspoken assessment. It was just the work, Charles replied, a small deflection, his attention still half absorbed by the quiet center of thought he carried within. Yes, Adler handed him a glass of something he did not want. 11 more months. Charles nodded, silent acknowledgement passing between them. He kept the promise. Over the next year he gave talks, attended conferences, and submitted to interviews with journalists ranging from insightful to spectacularly uninformed, maintaining consistency, engagement, and accuracy without allowing personal gratification or irritation to disturb his focus. He did not share with Adler that the year had its subtle benefits, that being surrounded by minds who could truly follow the depth of his work produced a feeling that was not pleasure exactly, but something recognizably related. On the final day of the 12th month, he called the university, resigned his position, and began searching for a property outside the city where he could construct a laboratory designed entirely for his needs. not an office, not a department, but a private workspace funded by the Nobel money and accumulated life savings, purposed for the next problem that already occupied the deeper, quieter corners of his mind. The proof of existence was done. The question of access was just beginning. The property was in rural Vermont, 40 acres of mixed forest and open land at the end of a dirt road that became difficult in mud season and nearly impassable in the worst of winter, which suited Charles fine. The main house was a plain two-story farmhouse that he renovated minimally, enough to be functional and no more. The laboratory was a different matter. He designed it himself, working with a single contractor he had vetted carefully and communicated with almost exclusively by email. And the construction took 8 months and consumed a substantial portion of the Nobel money, resulting in a building that looked from the outside like an oversized barn and contained on the inside some of the most sophisticated scientific equipment privately owned anywhere in the world. He moved in on a Thursday in late October when the leaves were mostly down, and the sky had the particular flat gray quality that precedes the first serious snow of the season. He carried his own boxes, lifting and arranging each one with care, setting every piece in a place he had envisioned for years. He had hired no moving company and asked for no help, and when everything was inside, the contractor's final invoice was paid, and the last vehicle that wasn't his had gone down the dirt road and out of sight, he stood in the middle of the laboratory and looked at what he had built. A slow, steady feeling began to settle in, one that took him a moment to recognize. It was satisfaction. Not happiness exactly. Something more structural than happiness, the feeling of a thing being correctly arranged, of the external world finally matching the interior one. He had been waiting for this room, he understood, since he was 15 years old. The walls, the counters, the equipment, all of it resonated with the order of his thought. He moved to the primary workstation, turned on the monitors and poured himself a cup of coffee, strong and unmeasured, then opened his notebook and began. The problem, stated simply, was this: proving the existence of parallel universes had been a mathematical achievement, but actually accessing one was a different order entirely. Engineering problems required energy, and the energy required for interdimensional transit, by any conventional calculation, was absurd, an amount so vast that it approached fantasy. He had set it aside during the proof work as a secondary concern. Now it was the primary concern, and he examined it with the same intensity he had brought to every other problem in his life. For the first 3 months, he did nothing but read. Not new material primarily, but old work, foundational papers in quantum field theory, thermodynamics, and the physics of extreme energy states. Each text he approached with the precision of a locksmith, searching for a hidden mechanism, a door that everyone else had walked past without noticing. He kept a notebook by hand, as he always had, and filled it with questions rather than answers, each question a small probe into the impossible. He heard the phone ring in December and saw Adler's name flash on the screen. He answered immediately. Charles, Adler said, his voice deliberate, carrying the same mix of curiosity, impatience, and sharp expectation he always had. How is Vermont treating you? I've been wondering what it feels like to be completely removed from the academic ecosystem for months at a stretch. Cold, Charles said, and quiet, productive in a way the city never allowed. I haven't had a single interruption I didn't initiate. He let the pause hang, letting Adler absorb it. Good, Adler said slowly, a faint edge of satisfaction in his tone. I assume the work is proceeding at the velocity I suspect it must be. He chuckled lightly, but it was more a release of tension than amusement. You're not one to waste time. No, Charles said. I'm not wasting time. I'm considering possibilities, which is practically the same thing as working, isn't it? Perhaps, Adler said almost conversationally. But you do so in a manner that terrifies me. Not the work itself, though it frightens everyone else in the field, but your audacity to approach it like you could bend reality to your will. I've been thinking about the implications, Charles. Are you considering the numbers seriously? Or are you just entertaining another abstract fantasy? I'm being serious, Charles said firmly. The numbers as conventionally calculated are accurate. I know what they imply. I'm seeking another approach entirely. One that doesn't break the laws of physics, but that challenges the assumptions we make about them. He could hear Adler's intake of breath over the line. It's a shift in perspective, not a denial of the data. Adler was quiet for a moment, and the silence seemed to stretch to fill the space between them. That is precisely what terrifies me, he said finally, in a measured voice. Most people would consider the proof sufficient. A life's work by any measure. But you, Charles, you aren't satisfied with sufficient. You want the impossible. And I suspect, knowing you, you're going to find a way. The proof opens the door, Charles said. I'm not interested in standing in front of it. I want to move through it. I want to understand the physics that makes passage possible. That requires energy considerations that everyone else discards because the figures are obscene. I'm asking different questions. Different questions, Adler repeated, letting the phrase settle. And do you have any idea what you're asking? Even hypothetically, you are navigating territories where theory meets speculation and engineers would call you mad. I've never been interested in what engineers call sane, Charles said lightly, though there was no levity in his tone. I've spent a lifetime in pursuit of what is real, what is rigorous, and what others dismiss as unachievable. The energy problem isn't unachievable, not yet. It's misunderstood. A longer pause followed. And you're not afraid, Adler asked, almost as if he didn't need an answer. Afraid of what? Charles asked. I've been afraid of limits my entire life. But this is only curiosity applied rigorously. Fear is irrelevant here. Adler exhaled audibly, as if finally allowing himself to believe that Charles meant every word. I see, he said. I cannot help you with the energy calculations directly, but I will continue to observe and critique. Offer insights where appropriate. You're venturing far beyond where most would dare. I don't want direct help yet, Charles said. I'll reach out if I need guidance. But your input is always welcome. You can bet I'll challenge every assumption you offer, just as I expect you to challenge mine. The conversation lingered, the phone line connecting two men who had navigated decades of theory and proof, who understood each other with a rare and exacting precision. When they finally ended the call, Charles returned to his whiteboard, moving between equations, diagrams, and margin notes, each line of calculation a thread in a tapestry he was weaving alone. The snow had begun to fall lightly outside, scattering over the forest floor, reflecting dim light into the laboratory. He traced the decoherence boundary in the proof again and again, marking possibilities, questioning assumptions, considering the boundary not as a wall but as a medium, a channel, something with properties yet to be understood. 11 hours passed without pause, with only the quiet scratching of pen and the intermittent sip of coffee punctuating the dark silence of the room. By the time he looked up, the snow had thickened, covering the trees in white, and the laboratory glowed faintly, a beacon of intention and thought. The idea that had come to him at the window took 3 weeks to develop into something he could test mathematically, and another 6 weeks to test rigorously enough to trust. What he had found, buried in his own prior work like a door he had plastered over without knowing it, was that the boundary between universes was not passive. It was not a wall or a membrane in any conventional sense. It was an active structure, a region of spacetime that had its own energy state, and that energy state was not fixed. It fluctuated, and fluctuations, in Charles's experience, were always the place where the interesting physics lived. He worked through the implications slowly and carefully, the way Vassiliev had taught him 30 years ago in a classroom that felt like another life. He took nothing for granted. He followed every thread to its end, regardless of where it led. He filled 4 notebooks in 6 weeks and started a 5th, and somewhere in the middle of the 5th notebook, he found himself looking at a set of equations that suggested something he had not anticipated, and that stopped him completely for the better part of a day. The boundary didn't just fluctuate. Under specific conditions, it resonated. And if it resonated, it could in theory be driven, the way you could drive a physical system into resonance by matching its natural frequency. And if it could be driven, then the energy requirement for transit was not the enormous brute force figure that conventional calculations produced, but something determined entirely by the resonance characteristics of the boundary itself, which might, depending on those characteristics, be orders of magnitude smaller. Might. He underlined the word in his notebook and stared at it. Might was not physics. Might was a direction to walk in. He called Adler on a Sunday evening in March, which was unusual enough that Adler answered on the second ring with an alertness that suggested he had been waiting for something. Adler, Charles began, voice low but urgent, I need to walk through something I've found. I think there's a fundamental mischaracterization in the proof, specifically in how I described the boundary structure, and I need someone to tell me if I am missing something obvious or if this is actually real. There was a pause, a breath on the line. All right, Charles. Go ahead. Explain it to me slowly. Start from the beginning. I am listening. Charles exhaled and leaned back in his chair. The boundary isn't a decoherence boundary. Or rather, it's not only a decoherence boundary. There is an active energy component I had previously observed but didn't follow through on because at the time I was focused elsewhere. It resonates, Adler. It has a natural frequency. If that frequency can be matched, the energy requirement for transit drops catastrophically. Adler's voice was quiet at first, thoughtful. Catastrophically. That's a strong word, Charles. Can you quantify it for me? I'm still working it out, Charles said, his voice steady despite the surge of excitement. But we aren't talking about a modest reduction. The difference is enormous, the gap between an energy requirement that conventionally would need a star and something that might be achievable with a sufficiently advanced compact source. It's orders of magnitude. Silence filled the line, heavy and precise. Charles listened to it, the kind of silence that was dense with thinking, the kind Adler had perfected over decades. Walk me through the mathematics, Adler said finally, deliberately slow. Begin at the section of the proof where you suspect the mischaracterization occurs and take me, step by step, to where you are now. Do not skip anything. I want every assumption, every calculation, every derivation, as if you were explaining it to someone encountering it for the first time. Charles ran a hand through his hair. That's going to take a while. It's not a short story. This is. Charles, Adler interrupted gently but firmly, it's Sunday evening. I am 72 years old and I have nowhere I must be. If what you're telling me is even partially correct, then this may be the most important conversation I've ever had in my entire career. Take whatever time you need. Begin at the start and I will follow. Charles took a deep breath and began. He traced the proof from its origins, explaining each derivation, the subtle decisions he had made in notation, the assumptions hidden within the symbols, the points where he had glossed over consequences in pursuit of the primary goal. He spoke in a steady stream, not skipping a single step, not condensing a single thought, as Adler asked. Hours passed, the hum of the heater and the occasional snow tapping against the window, filling the gaps between equations and explanations. Adler's responses were infrequent but measured. Yes, that follows. I see where the energy component emerges. Can you repeat that last transition? I want to be sure I understand the derivation exactly. No, go back further. What are you assuming here about the boundary condition? Charles repeated the sequences, expanded, clarified, nuanced each step until he could feel Adler's mind tracing alongside his own. And that's why the resonance frequency isn't just a mathematical curiosity, it has a physical implication. It changes the energy threshold fundamentally. I've verified the numbers 14 times so far. Adler was quiet for a long moment, then spoke, slower now, his voice tinged with the weight of comprehension. The resonance model, are you confident in the derivation of the natural frequency? Every coefficient, every boundary assumption. Confident enough, Charles said. There are two minor assumptions I am still testing, but even if they're flawed, the resonance itself stands. The energy implications are real. If this is right, Adler said and paused, letting the thought weigh between them. then the transit problem isn't fundamentally an energy problem at all. It's a frequency matching problem. And frequency matching, that's engineering, Charles. That's a solvable problem, not theoretical physics. This changes everything. It is solvable, Charles said, a faint tremor of relief in his voice. I have been approaching it as physics, but you're right. Engineering can tackle this. I've been thinking too narrowly. All right, Adler said. What do you need from me right now? I mean, realistically, if I can do anything to help, what would that be? Charles hesitated, then spoke firmly. I need you to read everything I have, every notebook, every derivation, all 5 if you can scan them. Find the holes, Adler. Not just small inconsistencies, but structural gaps. I need someone independent to verify the foundation before I proceed to build on it. Send it tonight, Adler said immediately. I'll clear my week. I'll scrutinize every line and respond by Friday. And Charles, you must understand. In 40 years I have seen much important work, some transformative. But what you are describing, if it holds, is singular. Unique. There will not be anything like it again, in my lifetime or anyone's. That is the magnitude of what you are handling. Charles leaned back in the cold Vermont dark, coffee long gone cold, and let the words sink. He wasn't moved easily by external validation, but Adler had never exaggerated, and the gravity in his tone was absolute. Send me your notes by Friday as well, he said finally. Every question, every potential flaw, every place logic feels thin. Don't protect me. I never have, Adler replied firmly, deliberately. No, Charles said. You never have. That's why I called you. Adler's response arrived on Thursday, a day early, which told Charles everything he needed to know about how seriously the old man had taken the material. It was 31 pages long, single-spaced, organized with the methodical precision that characterized everything Adler produced, and Charles read it twice before he made coffee and read it a third time with a pencil in his hand. The structural foundation held. That was the headline buried in page after page of detailed interrogation. Adler had found 7 places where the reasoning was thin or the assumptions needed more support, and had articulated each one with a clarity that Charles found genuinely useful, but none of the 7 touched the foundation. The resonance model was sound. The energy implication was sound. What remained was the engineering question, which was this: what kind of energy source could actually match the boundary frequency with sufficient precision and sufficient power to drive the resonance into the range required for transit? Charles spent 2 weeks on the engineering question and arrived at a conclusion he did not like, which was that nothing currently in existence would do it. Not even close. The frequency matching requirement was extraordinarily precise, and the power requirement, while dramatically smaller than the brute force calculation, was still beyond anything achievable with conventional energy technology. He wrote this conclusion in his notebook and looked at it for a long time and then wrote underneath it, in the careful block letters he reserved for things he was committing to seriously, the words, "Therefore a new source." He called Adler on a Tuesday evening. I've read your response 3 times, Charles said. The foundation holds, we both know that, but I've hit the engineering wall and I want to talk through what I think it means, because I've reached a conclusion that is either the logical next step or evidence that I've been alone in this laboratory for too long, and I genuinely cannot tell which. Tell me the conclusion first, and then we'll work out which category it falls into, Adler said. Nothing that currently exists will generate the frequency-matched power output this requires. The conventional energy ceiling is too low, and the precision requirements are beyond anything in the current technological toolkit. Which means the transit problem has a prerequisite problem, and the prerequisite problem is that I need to develop an energy source that doesn't exist yet. The silence that followed was long enough that Charles checked the phone to make sure the call was still connected. You're talking about building a new energy paradigm, Adler said carefully, as a preliminary step toward interdimensional transit. I'm talking about solving a specific engineering problem that happens to have very large implications beyond my immediate purpose, yes. Charles, the energy problem you're describing, if you solve it, the applications would be. I know what the applications would be, Charles said. I'm not interested in the applications. I'm interested in the transit. The rest of it is incidental. You can't call a potential solution to the global energy crisis incidental. I can call it secondary, which it is. My purpose is the transit. If the energy source I develop turns out to have other uses, that's a consequence, not an objective. I'm not going to let the consequence become the distraction. Adler was quiet for a moment. Does anyone else know the direction you're moving in? No one knows anything I'm doing. That's the point of Vermont. You need to keep it that way, Adler said, with a seriousness that Charles noted. If word gets out that you're developing a novel energy source of this magnitude, the attention will be catastrophic. Governments, corporations, every research institution in the world. You'll never work in peace again. Which is why I'm telling only you, and I'm asking you to treat this as you have always treated our correspondence, which is to say as strictly private. You don't need to ask me that, Adler said, with a quiet firmness that settled the matter completely. In 40 years I have never repeated a word of what passes between us, and I am not going to begin now. What I am going to do is ask you something, and I want you to answer me honestly rather than efficiently, which I know is your preference. Charles waited. Are you all right up there? Not the work, I know the work is going well. I mean you, Charles. You've been alone in that building for nearly a year, and I want to know how you are. Charles looked around the laboratory, at the notebook stacked on the secondary bench, at the coffee cup he couldn't remember making, at the snow visible through the high windows pressing blue and cold against the glass. It was a question he was poorly equipped to answer honestly, because he had never developed reliable instruments for measuring his own interior state. He knew when the work was going well. He knew when it wasn't. Everything else was imprecise. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing, Charles said finally. For the first time in my life, everything outside this building feels genuinely irrelevant rather than just inconvenient. I don't know if that's all right or not, but it's true. Adler considered this. Eleanor would have had something to say about that. Charles said nothing for a moment. Yes, he said. She would have. I'll leave it there then, Adler said. Call me when you have something on the energy source. And Charles, eat something that isn't from a can occasionally. I'm serious about that. Charles looked at the shelf above the small kitchen area, where 12 identical cans of soup stood in a row, and said nothing. I'll take your silence as a no, Adler said. Good night, Charles. He began the energy source work the following morning with the same approach he brought to every new problem, which was to start from first principles and assume nothing that he hadn't derived himself. He went back to the fundamental physics of energy generation and storage, and looked at it not as an engineer looking for improvements to existing systems, but as a theoretician looking for a door that everyone else had walked past. He was good at finding those doors. He had built his entire career on finding them. He looked at the problem of high-precision frequency-matched power output and turned it slowly in his mind the way you turn an object in your hands to find the angle that shows you something new, and after 3 weeks of turning, he found the angle. It had to do with the quantum vacuum, the zero-point energy field that permeated all of space, the irreducible quantum fuzz of energy that existed even in the absence of all matter and radiation. Conventional physics treated it as background, as a given, as something so fundamental and so uniformly distributed that extracting useful work from it was considered impossible by any mechanism that respected thermodynamic law. Charles looked at that consensus with the specific suspicion he reserved for things that everyone agreed on and asked himself what assumption was buried inside it that nobody had thought to question. He found the assumption in 4 days. It was elegant and obvious in the way that buried assumptions always were once you saw them, the kind of thing that made you wonder how it had stayed hidden so long. He wrote it out in his notebook in plain language and then sat back and looked at what he had written and felt the particular quality of stillness that preceded his best work, the moment before the thinking became something that had never been thought before. He picked up his pencil and began. The quantum vacuum idea took hold in December, and Charles spent the rest of the winter in the way he always did when confronted with a new concept that felt promising yet fragile, attacking it from every angle, testing it against every assumption he could remember, and trying to find the flaw that would make it collapse. He measured, calculated, and remeasured. He wrote down every implication, every potential contradiction, every subtle inconsistency in the framework. 3 months of relentless examination left the structure intact. It was not flawless. There were dents where assumptions needed reinforcement, areas where the logic required additional rigor, but it stood surprisingly resilient. He picked up the phone on a Tuesday evening in March, the Vermont twilight fading into gray March darkness outside his laboratory window, snow half melted on the surrounding ground. "I've been working on the energy problem from a completely different perspective than anything I've tried before, and I need to talk it through," Charles said. "I've been alone with it long enough that I need another set of eyes on the basic logic before I go any further." "Start at the beginning," Adler replied, his voice steady but curious. Charles leaned back, letting the phone rest lightly against his shoulder as he gestured at the notebook in front of him. "The quantum vacuum. 0-point energy. My assumption is that the vacuum is not uniform at boundary scales, the scales I identified for transit. At these scales, the vacuum has structure, and structure implies a differential, and a differential, Adler, theoretically allows work extraction." Adler whistled softly through his teeth. "That will put you sideways against nearly 50 years of established thermodynamics." "Yes, it will," Charles said. "But the consensus is based on measurements taken at macroscopic scales. Nobody has looked at the boundary scales because there was no reason to, not until now." "I have a reason. And the mathematics supports this?" Adler asked, a hint of skepticism threading through his tone. "I've spent 3 months trying to destroy it. Every angle, every simplification, every potential loophole. Nothing breaks the framework. Which is why I'm calling you. I need someone else to attack it." Adler paused. "Send me everything. I mean it, Charles. All your notes, your derivations, the sketches, your failures, everything. Give me 2 weeks. I will tear it apart as carefully as I know how, and I'll tell you honestly what survives." Charles exhaled, the tension leaving his shoulders slightly. "All right, 2 weeks. I'll prepare it for you." The 2 weeks passed slowly. Charles worked without pause, extending the framework along the trajectories the mathematics indicated, letting each derivation lead naturally to the next. He mapped the vacuum structure through dense algebraic relationships, tracing implications that none but someone familiar with the proof could follow. He did not attempt construction yet. He was preparing the theoretical ground, clearing and measuring the site before any actual energy manipulation could be attempted. 2 days before Adler's deadline, the phone rang again. Charles answered immediately. "I've been through everything twice," Adler said, voice quieter than usual, almost reverent. "I've found 7 points where the reasoning needs reinforcement. I'll send you detailed notes tonight, but the headline is clear. The framework is sound, Charles. The vacuum structure hypothesis is not only defensible, it is almost certainly correct. The implications for the energy problem," Adler paused. "Say it," Charles prompted. "Transformative doesn't cover it," Adler said, tone flat but with gravity. "I don't have a word that truly conveys it. If your calculations hold, the consequences are, well, unprecedented. Singular even." Charles sat in the dim light of his laboratory. Outside, snow gave way to slush in the early March thaw, gray branches scratching at the sky. He did not feel triumph nor excitement. What he felt was a structural acknowledgement, a confirmation of something long suspected, a key fitting the lock after years of effort. "Send me the notes," Charles said finally. "I'll review all 7 points and respond by the end of the week." Adler's sigh carried the weight of a man impressed but cautious. "I'll get them to you tonight. Prepare for detailed scrutiny." And Charles, be aware, if I'm correct, the engineering possibilities implied by the vacuum structure are staggering. But the caution must be absolute. It is far too easy to misinterpret at this stage. Charles nodded, though Adler could not see him. I understand. I'll approach it with the same care I've given every step so far. Adler exhaled again, slower this time. I trust you will. Remember, your mathematics must speak for itself. The moment you try to shortcut reasoning for practicality, you risk everything. I know, Charles said, and I am not trying to shortcut. I am building on a foundation that has already resisted collapse. My priority is understanding the structure fully before anything else. You always have been thorough, Adler said, a faint trace of a smile in his voice. Perhaps obsessively so, but I've always admired that. Now let it serve you again. Treat the vacuum like a living problem, not a set of numbers. I am, Charles said, flipping to a fresh page in his notebook. I'm tracing each implication, deriving consequences, and noting assumptions. Nothing escapes scrutiny. You've spent the winter isolated, Adler continued. You must have wrestled with doubts. Any point at which you question the logic, note it. I want those notes too. I want your uncertainty as much as your conviction. Doubt sharpens discovery. Charles paused, watching the snow stain gray against the window. I have had moments, he admitted quietly. Moments where the energy required seemed impossible. But the mathematics doesn't lie. I am starting to see that the vacuum may provide an opening, if one can navigate it correctly. Good, Adler said. That is the right perspective. Stay patient. Stay precise. And whatever you do, do not jump to conclusions about construction until the logic is airtight. You know this. I know, Charles replied. I will send all my observations tonight, including derivations that may seem tangential. Every path has to be considered, every potential flaw. Adler's voice softened. I will read them. Expect challenges, but trust me, if the structure is sound, we will recognize it. You are on the verge of something truly singular. But singularity demands respect. Proceed carefully, Charles. Careful and deliberate. Charles let the words settle. I will. Everything will be documented, tested internally, and transmitted for your evaluation. No shortcuts, no assumptions unverified. That is my only way forward. Good, Adler said. And Charles, remember to take a moment to rest your mind. Isolation can sharpen insight, but it can also blind judgment if prolonged. I understand, Charles said. I will rest only enough to keep clarity, then return to the framework. There is more to uncover, and it will not wait for leisure. Adler chuckled softly, the sound almost foreign through the phone line. You always were stubborn in the pursuit of truth. Very well. Proceed then. And Charles, yes, be ready for the unexpected. The vacuum has a way of surprising even the careful. I am ready, Charles said. And he was. He replaced the handset, returned to his notebooks, and began again, retracing each derivation, reinforcing assumptions, expanding implications, and following the vacuum structure into depths that were as uncharted as they were exhilarating. The night stretched on, and the snow outside fell silently, a gray curtain around his laboratory, as Charles worked tirelessly, untangling the possibilities of a universe that was proving to be far more active than anyone had dared imagine. The 7 issues Adler identified took Charles 3 weeks to resolve, not because they were inherently difficult, but because he refused to patch them superficially. Each problem was torn back to its foundation, and he rebuilt from first principles, reconstructing every assumption, every derivation, every connection between variables. This methodical destruction and reconstruction was slower, grueling even, but it produced work he could genuinely trust, something that could support the next steps without collapse. He spent long hours cross-checking constants, recalculating coefficients, rederiving integrals in multiple ways to ensure consistency, comparing them against the original boundary scale assumptions and verifying the resonance conditions in the quantum vacuum model. When he was finished, the framework was cleaner than it had been before Adler's critique, sharper, tighter, with each term and variable accounted for in a way that left no ambiguity. He sat with the completed theoretical structure for a full day, reading through each line, making marginal notes, tracing every energy pathway in his mind, before he allowed himself to consider the next step. The next step was components. He drew up a parts list for a prototype device and spent an entire morning staring at it, hands clasped behind his head, eyes scanning the precise dimensions, tolerances, and specifications. The list was unexpectedly short, which at first unsettled him. It contained no enormous power generators, no exotic superconductors with impossible critical temperatures, no cryogenic lattices the size of a room. Instead, it contained arrays of microresonators, high-Q cavities, precision frequency modulators, a compact energy stabilizer, a vacuum sealing apparatus, and a few extremely high-resolution sensors designed for sub-angstrom detection of vacuum fluctuations. The mathematics explained the simplicity almost immediately. Accessing the vacuum structure did not require brute force energy, only the exact geometry and resonant frequency alignment. He needed components that could sustain precise oscillatory conditions at femtosecond intervals and submicron tolerances. The physical scale was modest, but the precision was punishing. Small errors could cascade into complete nullification of the resonance effect. He divided the orders into 3 separate shipments and established a shell company for the purpose, spending 2 full days constructing a legal and financial framework that would leave no discernible trail back to him or to Vermont. Each order viewed in isolation seemed innocuous: a specialized electronics supplier, a vacuum lab equipment provider, and a high-precision optical components manufacturer. No single observer could link the shipments to a single goal. Charles reviewed every invoice, shipping manifest, and supplier correspondence with the scrutiny of a forensic accountant, adjusting addresses, using aliases, and rerouting everything through intermediaries. The strategy was not paranoia, it was precaution, a habitual risk mitigation honed over decades of sensitive work. He made no calls while waiting for delivery. Instead, he returned to the observation problem, the question of how to detect structures or fluctuations in a parallel universe before attempting transit. He had maintained a separate notebook for this since the previous autumn, scribbling equations and diagrams that mapped the theoretical interaction between quantum boundary resonances and vacuum anisotropies. He explored the ways zero-point energy fluctuations could be measured through indirect electromagnetic signatures, phase shifts in coherent laser interferometry, and minuscule perturbations in Casimir plate interactions. He considered coupling multiple Fabry, Parrot cavities to amplify detectable signals without introducing thermal noise, and explored the potential for quantum non-demolition measurements to extract information without collapsing the boundary states prematurely. Each line of inquiry was run in parallel, each simulation checked with hand calculations, each theoretical step validated against multiple quantum field formalisms, including perturbative expansions, path integral treatments, and operator algebra. Charles's mind operated like a multi-threaded processor, each mental thread fully focused, yet seamlessly integrated with the others, so that the entire system of problems advanced simultaneously, without one dominating or bleeding into another. The components arrived over 10 days in 3 separate deliveries. Charles opened each package with meticulous care, employing a micrometer, interferometer, and precision optical comparator to verify tolerances, dimensions, and surface finish against his orders. Each capacitor, cavity, and modulator was inspected, every serial number and calibration certificate verified. Everything matched specifications perfectly. He laid out the components on the secondary bench, grouping them according to the assembly sequence he had already visualized in the CAD schematics he had drawn and annotated with energy flow diagrams, frequency matching tables, and stress tolerance calculations. A clean cloth was draped over the components once arranged, a ritual of care as much as precaution, before he went to bed at a reasonable hour, noting the peculiarity of observing his own adherence to a sleep schedule as part of experimental discipline. He began assembly the following morning, carefully reviewing the wiring schematics, the resonator alignment diagrams, and the energy coupling matrices. As he soldered the microresonators into their frames, he muttered aloud, not as a habit but as a form of live debugging. Couple at 0.314 terahertz, maintain phase coherence. No, shift by 0.002 to account for dielectric variance. His voice carried measurements, frequencies, and calculated corrections, a continuous stream of reasoning made audible. He adjusted micropositioners under a microscope, applying submicron calibration corrections derived from both theory and empirical measurements from earlier simulations. Midway through, he paused to call Adler. "I've begun physical assembly," Charles said, "and I want to run a few coupling constants by you. The first 3 resonators in series. If the dielectric constant is off by more than 3 parts per million, the resonance will decouple." Adler's voice was calm but attentive. "That's extremely tight. Are your tolerances in the schematics accounting for thermal drift?" "Yes," Charles said. "I've included both thermal expansion coefficients and temperature-dependent dielectric shifts. Even with active stabilization, we're on the edge. But if the calculations hold, and they should, the system should maintain resonance for the initial observation trials." "Initial observation trials?" Adler asked. Charles leaned over the bench, adjusting the final modulator with a precision torque screwdriver. "I want to see the vacuum structure first. Before even thinking about transit, I need to observe fluctuations, confirm phase alignment across the coupled cavities, and detect any resonance amplification that matches the predicted energy differentials. The hardware is modest, Adler, but it's effectively a microscope for interuniversal boundaries." Adler made a soft sound of approval. "You're moving faster than I expected. Have you accounted for quantum decoherence from environmental noise?" "Every parameter," Charles said. "Vibrational isolation, electromagnetic shielding, temperature stabilization to within a millikelvin, vacuum at 10.9 torr. If any signal arises, it will be genuine. And I've built in diagnostic readouts every few centimeters along the cavity chain to detect anomalies in real time." He spent the next 8 hours installing each component, connecting signal lines to the data acquisition system, calibrating optical paths with femtosecond laser pulses, and running verification sweeps to confirm coherence across the primary cavities. He noted in his assembly log the minor deviations, the required microadjustments, and the expected resonance shift corrections for each. Every step was calculated, logged, and immediately validated. Late that evening, Charles finally sat back and ran the first full system simulation. The data streamed onto his screen, phase diagrams overlaid with predicted resonance curves, vacuum fluctuation maps emerging in real time. He adjusted the coupling coefficient of the third cavity by a fraction of a percent, watched the resulting shift in resonance, and nodded. The structure of the vacuum, at least as detectable by his system, was beginning to reveal itself, patterns, peaks, and troughs that confirmed the differential energy hypothesis. He leaned back in his chair, exhausted but alert, and spoke aloud to Adler over a secured line. "Adler, if you're seeing this on the schematic overlays the way I am on my sensors, then the vacuum structure is confirming every prediction. The differential is measurable, coherent, and within the expected resonance envelope." Adler's reply carried a quiet satisfaction. "That's extraordinary, Charles. The real work begins now. Observation first, verification second, then we'll see." Charles closed his eyes briefly, feeling the familiar structural satisfaction, the mathematics and the reality aligning for the first time. Outside the laboratory, the Vermont March thaw deepened, slush and snow melting under a gray sky, and inside, every component, every calculation, and every photon in the system waited in exactitude for the experiment to speak. He resumed calibration, whispering parameters to himself, noting corrections, and watching the vacuum reveal its structure with a precision and order that confirmed decades of theoretical preparation. Assembly, observation, and verification now merged into a single, immersive process. And Charles knew that if the vacuum revealed even a fraction of what the mathematics predicted, the next steps, though still theoretical, would be within reach. "The assembly takes 6 weeks. Not because the device is complex in the way that complexity is usually understood, with many parts and intricate interdependencies and systems that have to talk to each other across long chains of connection. It is complex in a different way, the way a very precise instrument is complex, where the difficulty is not in the number of steps but in the exactness required at each one. A tolerance off by a fraction at one point propagates through everything downstream and produces results that are meaningless at best and dangerous at worst, and Charles is not interested in either outcome. 4 hours in the morning and another 4 in the afternoon are dedicated to assembly, punctuated only by a single break during which he walks the property. The Vermont winters have trained him to treat these walks not as leisure, but as a method of thinking, an exercise in cognition. Crisp air bites at his cheeks, the forest's quiet pressing in from all sides, and the rhythm of his steps loosens mental knots that desk work alone cannot untangle. Nothing distracts him, no music, no phone, no conversation. Each return to the bench brings a clarity, a subtle sharpening of perception, as if the forest itself has filtered out the unnecessary clutter and left only the essential patterns of thought. By the end of the 3rd week, the core assembly is complete, the central geometry of the device that does the actual work of accessing the vacuum structure, and Charles spends 4 days doing nothing but measuring it, checking every dimension against the theoretical specifications with a precision that his instruments can barely support. Everything is within tolerance. Some of it is within tolerance more narrowly than he had any right to expect from hand assembly, which he takes as information about the robustness of the design rather than evidence of his own skill, though his skill is not inconsiderable. The outer assembly takes another 2 weeks, the housing and the interface components and the measurement apparatus he has built into the device so he can see exactly what it is doing when he runs it. He wants numbers. He wants to know precisely what the device produces and under what conditions and with what stability over time, and the only way to get those numbers is to instrument the device thoroughly before the first test rather than after, because after may be too late for thorough. Final connections click into place on a Thursday afternoon in early April. Outside, snow has vanished, the ground softened by mud season, and the trees are pushing out the first tentative green of a Vermont spring, scenery that registers only peripherally, if at all. At the secondary bench, a device no larger than a shoebox waits, either the most consequential engineering achievement of his career or an expensive, precise piece of nothing. Familiarity with this moment, the instant before a test, brings no comfort. Anticipation cannot be reasoned through. Only one path exists, the test must be run. Every instrument connection receives one last inspection. The measurement apparatus undergoes the same scrutiny. Attention moves to the power isolation systems built specifically for this test. The cutoffs, limiters, and emergency disconnects stationed at 3 separate points between the device and the laboratory's electrical systems. Every potential failure has been anticipated, every contingency engineered with the seriousness it demands. Fear does not grip him, alertness does, a state proven far more useful in past experience. Seated in front of the device, a pause allows the mind to center, to take in the culmination of months of precision work. Then he reaches forward and initiates the first test run. The numbers come up on his measurement display in the first 3 seconds, and Charles looks at them and does not move for a long time. The device is running at the lowest power setting, the most conservative point on the operating curve, the setting he chose specifically because he expected it to produce the smallest and most manageable output while still confirming the basic operating principle. The numbers on the display are not small. They are not conservative. They are 4 times larger than his most optimistic projection for this setting, and they are rock steady, not fluctuating, not degrading, just sitting there on the display with the serene indifference of numbers that have always been true and were simply waiting for someone to measure them. Turning the device off, Charles leans back in his chair and stares at the ceiling of the laboratory for several minutes, a stillness masking a mind moving at full speed while the body remains completely inert. After a while, every instrument in the laboratory is checked individually, every sensor, every display, every connection in the measurement chain, searching for the error that might explain what just appeared on the readouts. No errors appear. All instruments function correctly, the measurement chain is clean, and the numbers that appeared on the display are confirmed to be real. He sits back down in front of the device and looks at it with the same expression he might bring to an interesting result in someone else's paper, attentive and analytical, and almost entirely without the personal excitement that another person in this situation would have found impossible to suppress. He has always been this way about results. The result is just a data point. What matters is what the data point means and whether it holds up and what comes next. What the data point means, he works out over the following hour with a legal pad and a pencil, is this. At the lowest power setting, the device produces 4 times his most optimistic projection. The operating curve scales nonlinearly, which the framework had suggested but which he had conservatively discounted in his projections. If the curve holds at higher settings, and he has no theoretical reason to believe it won't, the output figures at the upper end of the operating range are going to be of a magnitude that he needs to write down before he says out loud, because said out loud, they will sound like the claims of a person who has lost their grip on reality. The figures are written down and examined carefully. A single production unit, optimally engineered from this prototype, would generate power output sufficient to run a city of 2 million people indefinitely. No fuel, no waste, no input of any kind beyond the initial construction. The vacuum structure of spacetime itself provides energy quietly and inexhaustibly to anyone equipped with the theoretical framework and the precision engineering necessary to request it correctly. Charles puts the pencil down and goes to make coffee and stands at the laboratory window looking out at the mud-seasoned landscape while the coffee brews and thinks about what it would mean for the world if this became known. He thinks about it with genuine seriousness, not dismissively, giving the question the weight it deserves. The global energy infrastructure, every power plant and pipeline and grid, and the entire economic and political architecture built on top of them, rendered obsolete. The geopolitics of energy, which is to say a substantial portion of all geopolitics, dissolved overnight. Every conflict rooted in resource scarcity, every calculus of power built on the control of fuel, rewritten from the ground up. Steam rises from the dark liquid as it splashes into the mug, filling the air with the faint, bitter scent that seems almost physical in its presence. Fingers wrap around the handle, feeling the weight of it and the warmth it radiates, a small, deliberate comfort amid the intensity of the morning's work. He tilts the mug slightly, letting a thin ribbon of coffee settle in the bottom before drawing it closer, appreciating the quiet ritual, the way the simple act of pouring and holding it slows the pulse for just a second. The laboratory around him hums with the residue of calculation, instruments silently waiting, numbers lingering in memory, but for a moment all that matters is the rich brown liquid and the brief pause it provides. It is not his problem. Not today. Today it is a prerequisite, a means to an end, the solution to the engineering obstacle that stands between him and the thing he actually came here to do. The world's energy future can wait. The multiverse cannot, or rather it can. It has been waiting since before he was born and will wait as long as necessary. But he is 53 years old, and he has been working toward this since he was 15, and he is not inclined to wait any longer than he has to. Cradling the warm mug, he moves back to the desk, careful not to jostle the liquid. The observation notebook lies open where he left it, the pages already marked with calculations, sketches, and margin notes, a map of thought in motion. Fingers hover over the pencil for a moment, eyes scanning the last lines he wrote, reconnecting with the train of reasoning that had carried him this far. Slowly, deliberately, he picks up the thread, letting the patterns of numbers, the annotations, and diagrams guide him back into the work, each mark on the page a foothold in the unfolding experiment. 47 tests are run over the following 3 weeks, with the device methodically stepped through its operating range from the lowest setting to progressively higher ones. Every number is recorded with the same precision brought to the assembly, building a complete empirical picture of the device's behavior across its full performance envelope. This isn't done out of doubt for the framework, which has been confirmed beyond any reasonable scientific standard, but because the difference between a prototype and a reliable instrument lies exactly in this kind of systematic characterization. What is being built toward requires reliable instruments, not merely interesting prototypes. The operating curve holds. At every setting across every test, the output numbers track the theoretical prediction with a fidelity that is itself scientifically remarkable. the kind of agreement between theory and experiment that physicists spend careers hoping for and rarely achieve so cleanly. By the end of the third week, a complete performance map of the device exists, along with a set of engineering specifications derived from the empirical data, enabling a second prototype to be built with confidence. A refined version incorporating everything the first 47 tests have revealed about where the design is strong and where it has room to improve. The second prototype takes 4 weeks to build. Central geometry is refined based on the test data, with tolerances tightened where the first build showed critical sensitivity and relaxed where theory suggested less importance. The result is a device 15% smaller than the first and measurably more precise in frequency output, a crucial characteristic for its actual purpose, driving the boundary resonance rather than generating power for its own sake. Tests of the second prototype proceed with the same systematic patience applied to the first, and improvements appear across the board. Output rises, stability strengthens, and frequency precision improves significantly. Continuous operation for 72 hours reveals no degradation. The device at the end of 72 hours runs exactly as it did at the start, with every measured parameter sitting within its specified range and no drift detectable in the output, demonstrating that the vacuum structure it accesses is not depleted in any measurable way by sustained use. This was predicted by the framework, though privately regarded as the least certain of the assumptions underpinning the entire project. The source proves, for all practical purposes, inexhaustible. A third prototype is built in 3 weeks with further refinements and tested for 2 weeks, performing better yet again. After the final test, he holds the third prototype in both hands one evening, turning it over slowly, examining it from every angle, the careful inspection of something meant to be fully understood before it is used for something larger. Roughly the size and weight of a hardback book, it contains no moving parts, requires no fuel or coolant, and demands only the usual maintenance of a precision instrument. Powered by the vacuum itself, it produces clean, stable energy at levels scaling with construction precision. In his hands rests a device humanity has needed for as long as civilization has required power, held alone in a Vermont laboratory at the end of a dirt road, known to no one else on Earth. The device is placed on the shelf above the primary workstation, positioned between a coffee mug rarely used and a photograph of Alina, carried from place to place since her funeral without any explanation offered to anyone who noticed. A brief glance moves between the device and Alina's photograph, the two objects sharing a shelf with an accidental symmetry that would have amused her, before returning to the desk, the observation notebook drawn forward onto the work surface. In the small hours when the work quiets and the laboratory grows cold and dark beyond the desk's pool of light, his thoughts turn to Alina. Not her understanding of the science, she always grasped that, or at least its shape and significance, but the life surrounding it, the solitude, the Vermont dirt road, the shelf with its coffee mug and photograph, and now the most consequential engineering achievement in human history resting between them as if waiting for the bus. Something precise and unsentimental, the way Alina always was, would likely have been said about this life conducted at such a remove from the rest of the world. She would have been right about it with the particular calm certainty she brought to everything, and yet arguments would have been offered anyway, the same arguments rehearsed and refined over years of imagined conversations that filled the quietest stretches of the work, a habit that began sometime in the first year after the funeral and never fully stopped. The observation notebook is opened. Observation proves, in some ways, more elegant and in others more difficult than the energy problem. More elegant because establishing a window into a parallel universe without transiting it is a lighter touch than transit itself, requiring less energy and less precise boundary interaction. More difficult because seeing into a space that cannot be entered requires interaction with the boundary in a way that produces information without producing transit. The boundary is not passive, it responds to action taken against it. Driving it toward resonance produces transit. An interaction regime must yield signal return without approaching resonance, like knocking on a door loudly enough to hear the echo without causing the door to open. Months of background thinking have built a running set of notes in the observation notebook, while energy work occupied the foreground, and none of this accumulated effort has been wasted. 3 candidate approaches are evaluated in parallel, each approached with the quiet patience of someone confident the answer exists, but unwilling to force it before the reasoning is fully sound and the assumptions clearly named. The first approach uses boundary reflection, sending a precisely tuned signal at the boundary and analyzing what returns, akin to sonar mapping the unseen by listening carefully to its echo, elegant in concept, though dependent on a clean signal-to-noise ratio that the boundary's natural activity may not permit. The second relies on quantum entanglement across the boundary, theoretically the most elegant of the three but distrusted, because it assumes entanglement persistence across a topological discontinuity that cannot yet be independently verified and may not hold under the conditions required. The third, the one repeatedly returned to during late evenings between other calculations, derives from first principles, leveraging the boundary's own fluctuation pattern as a carrier signal, reading information encoded naturally in the boundary's behavior rather than imposing an external signal and hoping for a clean return. Though harder to construct in hardware and demanding more careful calibration during testing, the third approach requires fewer unverified assumptions and rests on ground already confirmed by the energy work, a trade historically worth making at every stage of research, where the temptation to borrow an elegant shortcut has to be weighed against the cost of building on something that might not hold. Relevant sections of notes are pulled from the notebook and spread across the desk alongside the engineering logbooks, detailing hardware requirements and translating the theoretical framework into concrete hardware specifications, a process applied throughout a long career, done now with the same patience and precision as always, and with the particular satisfaction that belongs to a mind for which such translation between the abstract and the physical is genuinely pleasurable work rather than obligation, the part of the process that never grows routine, no matter how many times it has been done. Outside the laboratory, Vermont spring gives way to summer. Trees are fully leaved, the evenings long and warm and carrying the smell of cut grass from somewhere down the road, and the dirt road occasionally carries the distant sound of a passing car, a neighbor or a delivery driver, someone entirely oblivious to the events unfolding at this road's end. Work continues deep into the night, coffee grows cold in the rarely used mug, and summer darkness settles around the building. The desk's light remains the sole illumination for a considerable distance in every direction, steady, solitary, and unwavering against the dark. The observation apparatus takes 2 months to build and fails 3 times before it works in any meaningful sense. It is larger than the energy device, considerably larger, occupying most of the secondary bench, and requiring a structural modification to the ventilation system to accommodate the thermal load of its signal processing components, and more architecturally complex by an order of magnitude, because generating energy from the vacuum is a matter of driving the boundary correctly, while observing through it requires the boundary to tell you something, and the boundary is not a cooperative informant. Each failure teaches something needed, and Charles is not discouraged by failure in the way that people dependent on external validation are discouraged. Failure is just information wearing an inconvenient disguise. The first failure teaches him the geometry of the primary coupling array is wrong. The second teaches him the sampling rate is too slow to resolve the boundary's natural fluctuation pattern at the frequency range he is targeting. The third, the one that costs him 6 weeks, teaches him something more fundamental and considerably less convenient. The call to Adler goes out on a Wednesday evening, after the data from the third run has been examined from every angle the interpretation software allows and found wanting each time. The reflection approach isn't giving me clean signal return, Charles says. I'm getting something back from the boundary, but I cannot distinguish it from instrument noise with any statistical confidence, and I have been trying to do exactly that for 6 weeks. At some point, persistence becomes a form of denial, and I am trying to identify which side of that line I am currently on. What does the noise floor look like? Adler asks. The question is immediate, precise. Adler has always been the faster diagnostician. That's part of the problem. The noise floor is not behaving like instrument noise. It has structure. Fine structure I don't fully recognize, which could mean the instruments are picking up something real but too faint to resolve, or it could mean I have a systematic error somewhere in the signal chain that I have not found yet. Have you ruled out the signal chain? 3 times. The electronics are clean. The issue is upstream of the electronics. The pause. So it's the interaction regime itself. That's where I've landed, yes. I think I'm knocking on the door too loudly. The signal I'm recovering is my own knock reflected back, not the echo from the other side. The boundary is responding to the probe signal, but it's responding the way a wall responds to a knock, giving me information about the knock, not about what's on the other side of the wall. So you need to go quieter, Adler says. Much quieter. 2 orders of magnitude, possibly 3. Which creates a cascade of secondary problems because a weaker probe signal means a weaker return, which means the signal-to-noise ratio gets worse before it gets better, which means the interpretation problem, already the hardest part of this, becomes significantly harder. I'm going to need mathematical tools I do not currently have. Signal processing frameworks that don't exist in the literature because nobody has tried to read physics through a topological boundary before. I have to build them from first principles while simultaneously developing the hardware to generate signals they can actually work with. How long, Adler asks. Months. The signal interpretation problem is unlike anything in the existing literature because I am not reading physics I already understand. I'm trying to interpret a signal from a place I have never been and cannot visit, encoded in a medium, the boundary's own fluctuation pattern, that I am only beginning to characterize. The mathematical transforms required to separate meaningful signal from background are specific to this problem. I cannot borrow them. I have to derive them. Is there anything in the existing literature that gives you a foothold? Some. There is work in quantum signal processing. Kimura's group at Kyoto did some useful analysis of non-classical signal recovery in entangled systems that I can adapt at the structural level, though the physical situation is different enough that the adaptation is non-trivial. There is also some cosmological signal analysis work, the methods developed for extracting primordial gravitational wave signatures from CMB noise, that gives me a starting point for the transform architecture. But the boundary interaction problem has constraints neither of those literatures was designed for. I am working for the most part without a map. You've done that before, Adler says quietly. I have. Twice. I don't enjoy it any more now than I did then. The difference is that then I was working toward a theoretical result that might or might not exist. Now I already know the destination. I have standing on that shore. I simply cannot see it from here. Adler is quiet for a long moment. Outside, somewhere down the dirt road, a vehicle passes, the brief white noise of it threading through the night and then gone. How are you sleeping, Charles? Adequately. That word has never once, in the 30 years I have known you, meant what it is supposed to mean. Charles looks around the laboratory. At the failed apparatus on the secondary bench, its coupling arrays disconnected, and its signal processing chassis open on the left side, where the last diagnostic required physical access to the timing boards. At the observation notebooks stacked by the workstation, 14 of them now, their spines labeled in the same hand he has used for 40 years. At the energy prototype sitting on the shelf next to Aliner's photograph, silent and patient, generating nothing because there is no need to run it, because everything, all of it, every next step, is waiting on this one problem that will not resolve itself on any schedule he can impose on it. I'll think about it, Charles says, which means he won't. I know precisely what that means, Adler says. There is no reproach in it, only the particular resignation of a man who has been having a version of this same conversation for 3 decades. Eat something, would you? Something that isn't soup. I worry about the soup. Good night, Adler. The apparatus is rebuilt over the following 3 weeks. The primary coupling array is reconfigured for the quieter interaction regime, a delicate process that requires hand-adjusting 17 individual resonator elements to submicron tolerances under magnification, the kind of bench work that demands full attention and cannot be hurried, and the signal collection architecture is reworked from the ground up to accommodate the weaker return signal the new regime will produce. The interpretation framework is developed in parallel, code and mathematics, advancing together the way all parallel threads are run, each given its full attention in its allotted time, the findings of one informing the other at the daily review, neither allowed to bleed into the other's working hours because that is how errors propagate undetected across disciplines. The work is slow and frequently frustrating in the specific way that signal processing work is frustrating, which is that you cannot determine for a considerable time whether the absence of a meaningful result means the approach is fundamentally wrong or simply that the tools are not yet refined enough to see what is there. It is a distinction that matters enormously and that the data, for weeks at a stretch, declines to resolve. Confidence in the framework has to be maintained on theoretical grounds alone during these periods, which is a discipline that the work of 40 years has made possible but has never made comfortable. By the end of the fourth month, the interpretation framework is beginning to take on the shape of something real. It is not finished, not close to finished, but it has acquired an internal mathematical consistency that functions as a reliable early indicator. The transforms connecting boundary fluctuation data to spatial information about the region beyond are still incomplete in 3 places, each incompleteness representing a genuine theoretical problem rather than an engineering gap, but the architecture surrounding those gaps is sound, and sound architecture with known gaps is vastly preferable to an apparently complete architecture concealing unknown ones. The gaps can be worked. The unknown ones cannot. Sleep in this period is a negotiation. The reasonable hour arrives, the laboratory lights are shut down, and the walk upstairs is made with the full intention of getting a full night of it. Then the dark ceiling of the bedroom becomes a working surface, and the boundary mathematics continue without permission, running in the background the way they always have during the hardest parts of the hardest problems, assembling and reassembling in the quiet in ways the conscious working mind cannot quite manage during the day. The Vermont night outside the window contributes its sounds, wind in the tree line, an owl at some distance, the occasional creak of the building settling in the cold, and somewhere in the middle of it, sleep arrives. 4 hours later, consciousness returns with an idea attached to it. Not a fragment, not a direction. A specific, fully formed mathematical construction, a transform architecture that bridges the largest of the 3 remaining gaps in the interpretation framework, connecting boundary phase variance data to topological depth information in a way that had not previously been visible. The kind of idea that does not wait for morning and cannot be trusted to survive until morning, because these ideas arrive with a vividness that feels permanent and is not. Downstairs in socks, notebook open on the workstation before the light is fully on. The construction is written out in full, 12 lines of mathematics, 2 pages of notation, the core insight annotated so that tomorrow's version of the same mind can reconstruct the reasoning from first principles if the shorthand proves insufficient. Then it is read back. Then read again. It is a good idea. It is in all probability the idea, the one the interpretation framework has been missing for 4 months, the bridge between the raw boundary signal and the spatial information it encodes, the mathematical key to reading what the boundary has been trying, in its own indifferent way, to say. Coffee is made. The workstation chair is pulled out. Work begins again in the small hours of a Vermont morning, the sole light for a considerable distance burning steady against the dark. The observation apparatus takes 4 months to build correctly. The lesson absorbed from the energy device, that the first design is never the final design, that the gap between theoretical specification and working hardware is where the real engineering actually lives, is applied from the first day of construction, the patience of someone who has stopped being surprised by that gap and started treating it as a structural feature of the process rather than an interruption of it. The impatience is still there. It simply no longer has any effect on the schedule. The apparatus is larger than the energy device, more architecturally complex, and it fails 3 times before it produces anything worth examining. The first failure is a frequency mismatch that should have been caught in the design phase, an embarrassing error, the kind that announces itself in retrospect with complete clarity, and it annoys him in the specific way that preventable errors have always annoyed him, which is considerably and for longer than is strictly useful. The annoyance is noted, logged alongside the correction in the engineering notebook, and set aside. The second failure is a signal collection problem rooted in a subtle impedance mismatch between the boundary coupling array and the first stage of the analog signal chain, a problem that takes 3 weeks to locate and another 2 to fix properly, fixed once inadequately on day 11, recognized as inadequate on day 14, and redone from scratch with the resignation of someone who has learned the cost of inadequate fixes. The third failure is more interesting than the first 2, because what it produces is not nothing. It is something. Something that sits at the edge of interpretability and refuses to resolve cleanly in either direction. A pattern in the output data occupying the uncomfortable territory between signal and noise, structured enough to hold attention and ambiguous enough to resist explanation. The call to Adler goes out on a Sunday evening. The data from the third run spread across both monitors, annotated in 4 colors. "I'm getting something back from the boundary," Charles says. "It's not clean and I can't interpret it yet, but it is not instrument noise. I have eliminated instrument noise 6 different ways across 3 separate test configurations, and the pattern persists through all of them. It is robust to changes in the signal chain. It is not an artifact." "What does the structure look like?" Adler asks. "Spectrally, broadband but non-uniform. There are 3 frequency regions with elevated coherence that don't correspond to any resonance in the apparatus and don't match any known environmental interference source I've checked against. The coherence peaks are narrow, narrower than I'd expect from a mechanical or thermal origin, and they sit at spacings with a ratio I keep coming back to. 1 to 1.73 to 3.14. To within measurement error. A silence on the line. "That's not instrument noise," Adler says. "No, it is not. It looks like the early multiverse data looked before the right framework existed to read it, something present and insistent and patient, waiting for comprehension to catch up. Something is coming back from the other side of the boundary. I simply do not yet have the language for what it is saying." How long to develop the language? "That's the part I cannot answer with any confidence," Charles says, and the honesty of it costs something. He has spent a career being the person in the room who can answer that question. The signal interpretation problem is categorically different from anything in the prior work. When I developed the multiverse framework, I was reading physics I understood through mathematics I could verify against known results. Now I am attempting to read information from a universe that has been running its own independent version of events for an indeterminate span of time, encoding that information in boundary fluctuations using whatever physical processes obtain on the other side, which may or may not map cleanly onto the physics I know. The mathematical transforms required to bridge that gap do not exist in any literature. I have checked. So you build them, Adler says. So I build them. Which is not a complaint. It is simply the situation, and it is a more interesting situation than having a literature to draw from. 8 weeks are spent building the interpretation framework. Code and mathematics advance in parallel, each informing the other in the iterative way all theoretical computational work proceeds when the problem is genuinely new, the mathematics suggesting what the code should look for, the code's failures illuminating where the mathematics is incomplete, the cycle repeating with the patience it requires. Testing is done against synthetic data generated in-house boundary signal simulations constructed from the theoretical framework and run through the apparatus's known response function to produce test cases with known answers. There is no other validation available. No prior work to check against. No colleague in any institution who has solved an adjacent version of this problem and might be called on a Sunday evening. The work proceeds in the particular silence of a field that has exactly one practitioner. That silence is the most challenging aspect of this phase, and also privately the most satisfying. A career spent at frontiers has not dulled the specific pleasure of being somewhere that has no maps because no one has come this far before. The absence of a literature is an absence of constraints. The mathematics goes where it needs to go without the interference of established convention, and the framework that emerges has a cleanness that borrowed frameworks rarely achieve. The interpretation software comes together slowly and then quickly, the way these things always do, weeks of incremental, grinding progress during which each component is built and tested in isolation, and the connections between them remain stubbornly unclear, followed by a period of rapid integration when the pieces suddenly understand their relationship to one another, and the architecture assembles itself with an efficiency that feels almost collaborative. The transition between those two phases is never predictable and always unmistakable. It happens on a Tuesday, somewhere between 2 in the afternoon and 4, and by the end of that week the framework is complete enough to run. The accumulated signal data from all three apparatus runs is loaded on a Thursday morning in November. Outside, the Vermont hardwoods are bare, the last color stripped off by the first serious cold, the sky the flat white of a winter that has decided to begin. The laboratory is warm, the equipment running quietly at operating temperature, the coffee on the left side of the workstation still hot. There is a quality of attention brought to this moment that is not anticipation exactly. Anticipation implies uncertainty about the outcome, and the theoretical confidence is high, but something more like the focused stillness of a person arriving at a place they have been traveling toward for a long time and who intends to be fully present for the arrival. The framework runs. The display resolves. Not clearly. Not completely. The signal-to-noise ratio is not yet what it needs to be, and 3 of the 7 data channels are contributing more confusion than information, and the spatial resolution of what is coming through is coarse in a way that will require further work to address. But enough resolves. What is on the display is unambiguously a return signal from beyond the boundary, information encoded in the natural fluctuation pattern of the membrane between universes, carrying the faint but unmistakable signature of a spacetime geometry that is not this one. Different. Recognizably physical, the signatures of organized matter and energy are present. The boundary is transmitting something rather than reflecting randomness, but structured differently, evolved differently, running by its own internal clock toward its own internal futures. The coffee goes cold. The display does not change. Time passes in the particular way it passes when something that has been abstract for a long time becomes concrete, slowly and then all at once. What is felt in that moment, and felt is the correct word, more precise than experienced or registered, is the thing that has come at every major threshold of the work. Not excitement, which is too shallow and too loud for what this is. Not pride, which faces the wrong direction. Something closer to recognition. The deep structural rightness of a key turning in a lock, the lock having existed longer than the key, the fit between them absolute and quiet and final in the way that true things are final. The mathematics has become real again as it has become real before, and the feeling is the same as it was the first time, that the universe, or in this case 2 universes, have consented to be understood. Adler is not called. Not yet. Signal has been achieved. A picture has not. These are different things, and the difference matters. Reporting signal before it resolves into meaning is the kind of thing that impresses people who do not understand the work, and Adler understands the work. What will be reported is what the signal shows, the structure of what lies beyond, the geography of that other spacetime, the evidence that allows a real description of what the boundary separates, and for that, more time is needed. Better tools. The next phase of construction is already half designed in the current notebook, and will require a hardware upgrade to the spatial resolution array, and at minimum 3 new transforms in the interpretation software. Charles opens a new notebook. The first page is dated. The tools will be built. The signal interpretation tools take 6 weeks to refine to the point where the data begins to yield something recognizable. Charles works through the process with the methodical patience the problem demands, improving the framework incrementally, each iteration producing a slightly sharper return. Like a photograph developing in a darkroom 1 degree of clarity at a time, except the darkroom is a Vermont laboratory at the end of a dirt road, and what is developing is not an image of something that existed in the past, but a live feed from somewhere that has never been seen. The first meaningful improvement comes from reworking the phase coherence extraction algorithm. The boundary's natural fluctuation pattern carries information the way a modulated carrier wave carries a radio signal. The information is not in the amplitude, but in the subtle deviations from periodicity, the places where the fluctuation pattern departs from its baseline in ways that are too structured to be thermal noise and too persistent to be artifact. Extracting that structure requires separating signal from baseline with a precision the first version of the framework cannot achieve. The second version can. Barely. The third version does it cleanly. The fourth version does it cleanly and fast enough to process the full accumulated dataset in under an hour rather than overnight, which matters because iteration speed is the limiting factor now, and every hour saved on processing is an hour available for the next refinement. Charles runs the fourth version against all 6 weeks of accumulated boundary data on a Tuesday morning and watches the output build itself across the display in real time, resolved feature by resolved feature, the way a landscape emerges from fog when the wind is moving in the right direction. What begins to emerge from the client data is structure. Large-scale structure first, the kind that exists at cosmological scales, the architecture of matter and energy distributed across a spacetime organized according to the same fundamental laws as Charles's own. Gravitational clustering. Filamentary voids. The characteristic power spectrum of a universe that began hot and dense and expanded and cooled and let gravity do its patient work over billions of years. The power spectrum is the first thing measured with any precision. It describes how matter is distributed across different length scales, how clumped or smooth the universe is at 10 megaparsecs, at 100, at 1,000, and it is a fingerprint as specific as any in physics. The power spectrum of Charles's own universe is known to 4 decimal places from decades of survey work. The power spectrum coming back through the boundary matches the predicted shape for a branch universe with the same fundamental constants, the same slope at large scales, the same acoustic peaks at intermediate scales where the early universe's pressure waves left their imprint in the distribution of matter. The numbers are not identical to his own universe's numbers. They are closer than any 2 randomly chosen initial conditions would produce, and the deviations are exactly where the framework predicts deviations should exist, in the regions sensitive to the specific quantum branching history of the other side. This is expected. The many worlds framework predicts it explicitly. Branch universes share the same fundamental constants and the same early conditions, diverging at the level of quantum events rather than physical law. A universe with a radically different power spectrum would have meant something was wrong with the framework, and Charles would have preferred to know that before building the apparatus rather than after. But expected and actual are different things, and seeing it in real data rather than in mathematics produces something that does not have an immediate name. He sits with that feeling for a while before reaching for the phone. The call to Adler goes out on a Friday evening, the display still running behind the desk, the interpretation framework processing its continuous signal return, building its picture with every passing minute. The interpretation framework is working, Charles says. I have structure. Large-scale cosmological. Organized the way the framework predicts and unambiguously distinct from my own universe's signature. Walk me through the distinction, Adler says immediately. How are you ruling out boundary echo? Some kind of reflection artifact from your own large-scale structure. I've been asking myself that question for 3 weeks, Charles says. The answer is no, and I can demonstrate it 6 independent ways. Give me the strongest 3. Charles pulls up the comparison panel on the secondary monitor. First, geometry. A boundary reflection would preserve the angular correlation function of the source signal. The angular correlations in the return data do not match my universe's large-scale structure at any scale I've tested, from 10 megaparsecs out to the survey limit of the apparatus. The geometry is wrong for a reflection by a margin that is not subtle. Second, signal propagation characteristics. A reflection artifact would show a specific phase relationship to the probe signal. It would be coherent with my own boundary interaction in a way I can calculate precisely. The return signal is not coherent with the probe. It has its own phase structure, its own internal timing. It is not answering me. It is simply there. And third, features with no local analog. Charles highlights a region in the upper quadrant of the display. There is a structure in the data at roughly 200 megaparsec scale that does not correspond to anything in my universe's large-scale organization. Not a shifted version of something I know. Not a distorted reflection of a known feature. Something genuinely absent from my own universe's architecture. A large-scale void cluster with a geometry that my own survey data rules out on this side of the boundary. A silence on the line. When Adler speaks again, his voice has a quality it rarely carries. It's not a mirror, he says. It's a window, Charles says. Looking at something real that is not here. Adler is quiet for a long moment. Outside the laboratory, the Vermont dark has settled fully in. No traffic on the road, no wind in the trees. The kind of quiet that feels like it is paying attention. What does it feel like? Adler asks. And I want an honest answer. Not an efficient one. Charles looks at the display. The data keeps coming. The picture keeps sharpening, fraction by fraction, the way it has been sharpening for 6 weeks, the other universe assembling itself out of boundary noise, one resolved feature at a time. He has been sitting in front of this display for 6 weeks, and the picture has been getting clearer for 6 weeks, and he has not said out loud to anyone what it feels like to watch that happen. He is not certain he knows. Like being 7 years old in the back of a car going somewhere new, Charles says finally. Except I'm the one driving and I built the road. Adler says nothing for a moment. 2 moments. That might be the most personal thing you have ever said to me, he says. In 30 years. Don't make anything of it. I won't, Adler says. Keep going. Charles sets the phone down and turns back to the display. The framework is flagging a new region of elevated coherence in the southern quadrant of the survey field, a concentration of signal return that the spatial resolution algorithm is beginning to resolve into something with internal structure, something smaller than the cosmological features and correspondingly harder to pull out of the noise. Galactic scale, possibly subgalactic. The resolution is not there yet. Another hardware upgrade to the coupling array, another 2 or 3 iterations of the interpretation software, and it will be. The calculation for what is required has already been sketched in the current notebook, begun 3 days ago in the margins of a page that was supposed to be about something else. A fresh page is turned to. The sketch is transferred, expanded, formalized. The hardware upgrade to the coupling array will take 2 weeks if the parts arrive on schedule, which they rarely do, so call it 3. The software iterations can proceed in parallel against the existing data and will be ready before the hardware is. While the framework runs its nightly processing cycle, Charles makes coffee and stands at the laboratory window. The Vermont dark is complete out there, no moon yet, no neighbor's light visible through the trees, just the black shape of the tree line against a sky with enough stars to be worth looking at. Somewhere beyond that sky, separated from it not by distance but by the topological boundary humming quietly in the equipment behind him, another version of that sky exists. The same stars, more or less, distributed slightly differently, running slightly different fusion reactions in their cores, orbited by planets that formed from slightly different initial conditions and arrived at slightly different configurations over billions of years of slightly different history. Whether any of those planets have anyone standing at a window looking up is a question the current resolution cannot answer. Whether that question will eventually be answerable is one Charles has been thinking about for 3 days, in the margins of notebooks and in the middle of the night and in the shower, and during the 20 minutes of each day he allows himself to think past the current step. The framework does not forbid it. The physics does not forbid it. The apparatus, upgraded and refined, will eventually achieve the resolution required to look at planetary scales if the signal-to-noise problem can be solved at that level of detail, which is not certain but is not obviously impossible. He finishes the coffee. The display is still running, the southern quadrant coherence feature still resolving, the picture still developing one recovered signal at a time. Back to the notebook. Back to the work. The road is still being built, and the car is still moving, and the destination is closer than it was this morning. The large-scale structure gives way to finer detail over the following weeks, as Charles continues refining the interpretation framework, and the picture sharpens degree by degree. What he begins to see, emerging from the signal data with the slow inevitability of something that was always there waiting to be resolved, is a universe that is similar to his own in its fundamental organization, but different in ways that are increasingly specific and increasingly fascinating the more clearly he can see them. The galaxy containing the parallel Earth is in the right place. The star at the center of that solar system is the right size and age and spectral class. The planet itself is there, third from the sun, the right distance, the right mass, the right everything at the large scale. But the details are wrong in ways that Charles finds more interesting than the similarities, because the differences are where the branching history lives, the accumulated divergence of a universe that made different choices at the quantum level billions of years ago and has been living with the consequences ever since. He begins a catalog. This is characteristic of him, the impulse to organize and document before anything else, to build a record that is complete and precise, and that will hold up to scrutiny long after the initial observation period is over. He creates a dedicated notebook for the catalog and begins filling it with systematic observations, each one dated and sourced and cross-referenced to the relevant signal data, building a picture of the parallel universe the way a careful naturalist builds a picture of an ecosystem, one observed fact at a time. The continental geography of the parallel Earth is different. Not dramatically, not unrecognizably, but different enough that he can see it in the signal data when the interpretation framework resolves to sufficient clarity. A landmass in the northern hemisphere that has a different coastline on its eastern edge. An island chain in the southern Pacific that does not exist in his own world. Small differences at the geological scale that represent millions of years of divergent tectonic history, the kind of changes that accumulate when the initial conditions are different by the smallest imaginable amount in time does the rest. He catalogs everything. The atmospheric composition is slightly different, a marginally higher concentration of a particular trace gas that his instruments can detect in the signal return. The magnetic field geometry is different in ways that suggest a different planetary core structure. The orbital parameters are fractionally different, a slightly longer year, a slightly different axial tilt, small enough that life could exist and apparently does exist, but large enough to have produced a climate history that diverges from his own in ways he can only begin to estimate. He calls Adler on a Tuesday evening, 3 weeks into the detailed cataloging. "I want to tell you what I'm seeing," Charles says, "because I've been sitting alone with it for long enough that I need to say it out loud to someone who will understand it." "I'm listening," Adler says. "It's inhabited," Charles says. "I can see the signature of artificial electromagnetic activity in the signal return. Radio frequency emissions, the kind that only come from a technological civilization. The pattern is different from ours, different frequencies, different modulation characteristics, but the signature is unmistakable once you know what you're looking for. There are people over there, Adler. Different people with a different history, living on a planet that branched away from ours at some point so far back that their entire geological record is distinct from ours, and they have no idea that I am sitting in a laboratory in Vermont watching them." The silence from Adler's end is long and full. "How developed are they?" Adler asks carefully. "Technologically speaking, comparable to us. The electromagnetic signature suggests a civilization at roughly our level of technological development, possibly slightly behind in some respects, possibly slightly ahead in others. It's difficult to be precise from signal data alone, but the broad picture is clear enough. They have power grids. They have communications infrastructure. They have whatever they have that produces the kind of electromagnetic noise that a technological civilization produces just by existing. And you can see all of this from the signal return," Adler says. "From your laboratory." "From my laboratory," Charles says. "Through a boundary that 3 years ago I could only describe mathematically." "Yes, Charles," Adler says, and then stops. "I know," Charles says. "No, I don't think you do," Adler says, with a quiet firmness that makes Charles pay attention. "I don't think you fully appreciate what you are doing right now. You are the first human being to observe another universe directly. Not theorize about it, not prove mathematically that it exists, but actually look at it and see what is there. That is not a scientific achievement in any category I have words for. That is something else entirely." Charles looks at his catalog notebook, 37 pages of careful observations accumulated over 3 weeks of watching. He looks at the display where the interpretation framework is still running, still processing, still building its picture of a world that is not his world but is undeniably real. "It's not enough," Charles says. Adler pauses. "What do you mean it's not enough?" I mean, watching isn't enough, Charles says, and the words surprise him slightly as he says them, the clarity with which they arrive, the certainty underneath them that he recognizes as the same certainty he felt at 15 reading Everett in Alina's upstairs room. I can see it. I can catalog it. I can build the most complete observational record of a parallel universe that has ever existed, and it will still be looking through a window. I need to go there, Adler. I have always needed to go there. The observation just makes it more true. Adler is quiet for a long time. When he speaks, his voice carries the careful, measured weight of a man choosing his words with full awareness of their importance. I was wondering, Adler says, how long it would take you to say that. Charles keeps watching. The catalog grows. By the end of the second month, it is 90 pages long and has become something more than a scientific record. It has acquired the quality of a portrait, a detailed and accumulating picture of a world that is and is not his own, familiar enough to recognize and different enough to never mistake for home. The routine around observation sessions develops the way routines develop around everything in the laboratory, gradually, then completely. 2 extended sessions per day, morning and evening, with the interpretation framework running continuously in the background and flagging anomalies for his attention. The flagging algorithm is tuned to catch signal returns that deviate from the baseline characterization by more than 2 sigma in any of 14 track parameters, sensitive enough to catch genuine anomalies, conservative enough to avoid drowning the catalog in noise artifacts. It produces several items of genuine interest per week. Each flagged item gets followed with the focused attention of a naturalist who has found an unfamiliar species and wants to understand it completely before moving on. Some resolve quickly: a gravitational lensing event, a transient electromagnetic source, a region of anomalous void structure that turns out to be an edge artifact in the survey geometry. Others require days of analysis and generate new categories in the catalog, new columns in the observation notebooks, new sub-frameworks within the interpretation software. The catalog is not just growing in length. It is growing in resolution, in depth, in the granularity of what it can see and say. It is during one of the evening sessions, 6 weeks into the detailed observation period, that the data produces something that stops Charles completely. The electromagnetic survey channel, one of 7 parallel channels running in the observation framework, added 4 weeks ago when the hardware upgrade to the coupling array finally enabled signal return at subgalactic scales, produces a frequency cluster in the 2.4 to 2.5 GHz range that the flagging algorithm catches on a Thursday and routes to the anomaly queue. He catalogs it, notes its characteristics in brief, and sets it aside for later analysis. The queue is long that week, and the cluster does not look, on first pass, like anything requiring immediate attention. 3 days later, he comes back to it. The analysis tools brought to bear on the second examination are better than what was available on the first pass. A new spectral decomposition routine finished and tested that morning, capable of resolving phase structure in the signal at a fidelity the previous version could not achieve. Charles runs the cluster through it, watches the output populate across the secondary monitor, and sits with the result for a long time before he accepts what he is looking at. The frequency cluster is a broadcast, not a natural source, not an instrumental artifact. A repeating structured signal of the kind that carries information rather than noise, the electromagnetic equivalent of someone speaking clearly and deliberately in a crowded room. The phase structure is not random. The amplitude modulation follows patterns that recur at regular intervals, nested periodicities of the kind that appear in engineered signals and almost nowhere else in nature. He cannot decode it. The modulation scheme is unlike anything in his own world's communications history, and he has no key for it, no Rosetta Stone, no mathematical framework that maps the modulation pattern onto meaning. But the structure itself is unambiguous. Someone on the other side made this signal on purpose. Sat down, designed a transmission scheme, built the hardware to generate it, aimed it at their sky, and broadcast it outward into their universe. And it crossed the boundary passively, inadvertently, with no knowledge that a boundary existed or that anyone on the other side was listening, and landed in the data of a man sitting alone in a Vermont laboratory who is, at this moment, the only person in his universe who knows it exists. He sits with that for a long time. The coffee goes cold. The framework keeps running. Outside the laboratory, Vermont autumn is doing what Vermont autumn does in the evenings, dropping the temperature 15 degrees in an hour, the wind picking up off the ridge to the north and moving through the tree line with a sound like distant water. The call to Adler goes out the next morning, after a night of poor sleep and a lot of looking at the ceiling. I'm receiving a structured broadcast from the parallel civilization, Charles says. Deliberate, repeating, information bearing. The phase analysis is unambiguous. This was engineered. Whoever made it knew exactly what they were doing. Frequency range, Adler asks. 2.4 gigahertz with a modulated bandwidth of about 12 megahertz. Familiar range, actually. Close to what we use for certain communications applications. Whether that's convergent engineering or coincidence, I can't determine. Periodicity. The outer envelope repeats at 43 minutes and 17 seconds. There are nested structures at shorter periods, 11 minutes, roughly 2 minutes, and a fast component at about 8 seconds that may be a clock signal embedded in the transmission. It has the architecture of something designed to be found and decoded. A beacon, possibly. Or a broadcast that was never intended for anyone outside the source civilization and just happens to be receivable if you know where to look. Can you determine anything about content? Adler asks. Not yet. Possibly not ever from this side without a decoding key, and I have no way to acquire one. The modulation scheme is not in any reference I can find, not early radio, not digital encoding standards, nothing in the SETI literature that was developed for exactly this kind of problem. I'm working on a mathematical approach to structural decomposition that might give me something, but it's early and I don't want to overstate the prospects. That's not the thing occupying you right now, though, Adler says. Not a question. No, Charles says. It isn't. A pause. Tell me what is. Charles looks at the secondary monitor, where the spectral decomposition of the broadcast is still displayed from last night's analysis session, its nested periodicities laid out in false color against the frequency axis. It is, by any measure he can apply, a beautiful piece of signal engineering. Elegant, efficient, structured for robustness across a wide range of receiver conditions. Whoever designed it was very good at their work. There is a person on the other side who made that signal, he says. Not a civilization in the abstract. Not a data signature or a statistical pattern. A specific person or a group of specific people who sat down and built something and aimed it at their sky. And I am sitting here receiving it, and I cannot respond to it, and I cannot tell them I exist, and I cannot ask them what it says, and I cannot do any of the things that receiving a signal from another person makes you want to do, because there is a boundary between us that I can see through and they cannot see through at all. Adler is quiet for a long moment. Yet, he says. Yet, Charles says. The observation session that evening ends earlier than usual. The laboratory settles into its nighttime quiet, the hum of the equipment at operating temperature, the occasional tick of the building in the cold, the framework running its background processing without requiring attention. Charles sits at the desk and thinks about the word, yet with the seriousness it deserves. It is a word that has appeared before in this context. In conversations with Adler, in the private shorthand of the observation notebooks, in the transit notebook sitting on the shelf above the workstation, where it has been accumulating entries sporadically since the end of the energy work. In all those previous appearances it carried the quality of a long-range intention, real, directional, but distant. A destination being moved toward without immediate urgency. Something for after the observation phase was complete and the picture was clear enough to plan against. The broadcast has changed something. Not in the theoretical framework, which is what it is. Not in the practical timeline, which will not be compressed by impatience, and he knows better than to try. But in the part of Charles that has been watching through a window for 2 months and has just been reminded, in the most direct possible way, that there is someone on the other side of that window who does not know they are being watched. who made something and sent it out and has no idea it arrived. Who is, in some sense, that the physics makes real and the mathematics supports, a counterpart, a person living in a universe one quantum branch removed from this one, running their own version of a life in a world that shares his universe's history up to some divergence point and has been accumulating its own separate history ever since. The transit notebook comes down from the shelf. It is open to the first blank page, which falls about 2/3 of the way through. The earlier entries a record of theoretical groundwork done in the margins of the observation work, framework sketches and engineering estimates and probability calculations that have been building toward this moment without being called by its name. He picks up the pencil. At the top of the page, in the careful block letters reserved for things fully committed to, 3 words are written. Transit, not observation. Then underneath, with the same deliberateness, not proof, transit. The notebook stays open on the desk. The framework keeps running. Somewhere on the other side of the boundary, 43 minutes and 17 seconds from now, the broadcast will begin its next cycle, indifferent to the fact that someone is listening. Charles begins. The transit problem has 3 distinct phases, and Charles knows from the beginning that he has to respect that sequencing absolutely. Skipping or compressing any phase because he is impatient to reach the next one is how you get people killed, and the person he is most likely to get killed is himself, which he regards not with fear exactly, but with the practical seriousness of someone who understands that a dead scientist finishes no experiments. Phase 1 is unmanned probe transit. Phase 2 is object transit, larger and more complex objects than the initial probes, building incrementally toward the mass and complexity of a human body. Phase 3 is human transit, meaning one crossing with no guarantee of return and no one waiting on either side who will notice if he does not come back. He writes these 3 phases at the top of a fresh notebook page and looks at them for a while. Then he begins the engineering work for Phase 1 with the same methodical patience he has brought to every previous problem. The probe design occupies him for 2 months. He wants something small enough to minimize the energy requirement for transit while being sophisticated enough to return useful data about the crossing itself and about conditions on the other side of the boundary. The tension between those 2 requirements, small versus fully instrumented, produces a design process that goes through 11 iterations before he arrives at something satisfying. The final probe is roughly cylindrical, 15 centimeters long and 4 in diameter, built around a core of measurement instrumentation with a power source derived from the energy device technology, and a data transmission system designed to broadcast back through the boundary on the same frequency regime used for observation. The instrumentation package is the part that takes the longest to get right. He needs accelerometers capable of detecting relativistic frame distortion during the crossing, a suite of electromagnetic sensors covering 18 decades of frequency, a gravimetric array sensitive enough to characterize local spacetime curvature at the destination, and a fast-capture data logger that can record all of it at microsecond resolution during a transit event that the theoretical model predicts will last somewhere between 8 and 40 milliseconds. Fitting all of that into a cylinder the size of a large flashlight requires 3 separate redesigns of the internal architecture and 1 complete rethink of the power management system. By the 11th iteration, the design is clean, compact, and carries every sensor he needs. He builds 6 of them. He calls Adler when the probe design is finalized. 11 iterations, Charles says. Final version is 15 centimeters, fully instrumented, powered by a scaled-down version of the energy device. Transmission system is designed to punch back through the boundary on the observation frequencies once the probe is on the other side. What are you expecting it to measure? Adler asks. Everything I can fit a sensor for. The crossing dynamics first, what actually happens to matter and energy as it transits the boundary, because the theoretical model makes specific predictions about frame distortion and energy redistribution during transit, and I want to know whether those predictions hold before I scale up to anything larger. Then conditions on the other side. Local spacetime geometry, electromagnetic environment, whether the instrumentation survives the crossing with its calibration intact. And if it doesn't survive intact, Then I learn something important about what the crossing does to complex systems, and I redesign accordingly, Charles says. That's what probes are for. The first one isn't expected to be a success. It's expected to be a lesson. How many have you built? Legs. I'm not running one probe and drawing conclusions. I'm running a sequence, each one incorporating what the previous one taught me, the same methodology used on the energy device. A single test tells you one thing happened once. A sequence tells you the shape of the problem. Adler is quiet for a moment. When does the first one go? 2 weeks. I need to finish the boundary interaction modifications to the transit apparatus first. The observation apparatus drives the boundary gently, just enough to read the fluctuation pattern without approaching resonance. The transit apparatus has to drive it hard enough to open a crossing point, which is a categorically different engineering problem, and one I've been working on in parallel for the last 3 months. Is the apparatus ready? Close. The frequency matching is solid. The power delivery system is solid. What I'm still tuning is the crossing point geometry, the shape and duration of the opening created in the boundary, because the theoretical model suggests that geometry matters significantly for what comes through intact. Matters how significantly, Adler asks. The difference between a probe that arrives on the other side with its instrumentation functional and one that arrives as a dispersed collection of its former components, Charles says. Significantly enough that I am not rushing the tuning. He spends the 2 weeks finishing the transit apparatus with the careful precision the geometry work requires. The boundary interaction simulations are run repeatedly against the theoretical model, the predicted crossing point geometry checked and rechecked against the specifications his probe design demands. A clean crossing for an object of the probe's mass and complexity requires the opening to maintain its geometry within tight tolerances for the full duration of transit. Too narrow, and the probe clips the boundary edge. Too brief, and the transit stalls partway through, producing results the model describes with a specificity he does not want to test empirically before he has to. The simulations converge on a set of apparatus parameters the model says will work. He trusts the model. He also builds 3 redundant cutoff systems into the apparatus that will terminate the transit attempt automatically if any monitored parameter deviates from specification during the crossing, because trusting a model and being cavalier about its failure modes are different things, and he has never confused them. The night before the first probe transit, he sits at his desk and reads back through the transit notebook from the beginning. The full record of the theoretical and engineering work that has brought him to this point, checked one final time with the specific attention of someone looking for the thing he missed, the assumption accepted too easily, the step taken too quickly, the place where confidence outran evidence. He goes through it slowly, making notes in the margin where the reasoning needs tightening, flagging 2 places where the derivation should be written out more explicitly before the work is submitted anywhere, finding nothing that changes his assessment of readiness. The work is sound. The apparatus is ready. The probe is ready. He closes the notebook and goes to bed at a reasonable hour. Lying in the Vermont dark, he listens to the night outside, wind in the tree line, the building settling in the cold, the faint hum of the equipment running downstairs at standby temperature, and thinks about what it means to send something across the boundary between universes for the first time in the history of his world. He wonders whether the people on the other side will feel it happen in any sense at all. Some infinitesimal perturbation in the fabric of their spacetime, passing unnoticed through every instrument they have because they are not looking for it and would not know what they were seeing if they found it. The boundary interaction is too precise and too localized and too brief to produce any effect detectable at macroscopic scales on the other side. He is nearly certain of this. The model is clear on it. But he likes the idea anyway. The idea that something of his is about to enter their universe for the first time, crossing a distance that has nothing to do with space and everything to do with the deep structure of reality, and that the crossing will happen in complete silence and complete secrecy and will be known, in this universe and in that one, only to him. He falls asleep still thinking about it and wakes 4 hours later, as usual, with his mind already running. Downstairs, the apparatus waits. The probe sits in its cradle at the center of the transit field, 15 centimeters of instrumented cylinder, patient and ready. Outside, the Vermont morning is dark and very cold, and completely indifferent to what is about to happen in the building at the end of the dirt road. Charles makes coffee. He puts on his lab coat. He sits down at the workstation and begins the startup sequence. The first probe transit attempt happens on a Tuesday morning in early spring. Charles has been in the laboratory since 4, not because there is anything left to prepare, but because sleeping past 4 has become impossible and he has stopped pretending otherwise. He runs a final systems check at 6, working through the checklist he has written and memorized, and is now following anyway because the discipline of the checklist is the point of the checklist, not the memorization. Everything is nominal. He initiates the transit sequence at 6:47. What happens in the next 4 seconds is this. The transit apparatus drives the boundary into resonance at the specified frequency. The crossing point geometry opens exactly as the simulations predicted. The probe enters the boundary and the transmission system goes silent, which is expected. Nothing can transmit through an active crossing point. The mathematics of it are unambiguous on that point. Then the crossing point closes, the apparatus returns to standby, and the laboratory is exactly as it was before except that the probe cradle is empty. He sits in front of his instruments and waits for the transmission to resume from the other side. Nothing comes back. He waits 4 hours, running the observation apparatus at maximum sensitivity across every frequency the probe's transmission system is capable of using. At the end of the 4 hours, he makes coffee, sits down, and works through the possible explanations with the systematic patience the situation requires. The probe may not have survived the crossing. It may have survived intact, but the transmission system failed on transit. The crossing dynamics subject the electronics to a space-time geometry transition that has no analog in normal physics, and hardening against known stress regimes is not the same as hardening against unknown ones. The crossing point geometry may have been wrong in a way the simulations didn't catch, dispersing the probe's components across the boundary rather than delivering them cleanly to the other side. Or there is an explanation he has not yet thought of, which is always the category that deserves the most respect. The call to Adler goes out at noon. The first probe went through, Charles says. Clean transit. The apparatus performed exactly to specification, and the crossing point geometry matched the simulations precisely. No return signal after 4 hours of observation at full sensitivity. Walk me through the failure modes, Adler says. In order of likelihood. Transmission system failure on crossing is the most probable. The electronics are hardened, but hardened against stress regimes I can characterize from this side. The crossing itself is a different category of stress entirely, a brief transit through a topological discontinuity in spacetime that I can model mathematically, but have never been able to replicate in the lab. I may have underestimated what it does to solid-state systems. What's the second most likely? Probe intact, transmission system intact, but the signal is attenuating across the boundary faster than the observation apparatus can resolve at current sensitivity. Possible but less likely, I designed the transmission frequencies specifically to match the boundary's observed transparency window. And the third, complete fragmentation on crossing, he says. Least likely given how cleanly the apparatus parameters matched the simulations, but I'm holding it alongside the others with appropriate weight. So the optimistic reading, Adler says, is that the probe is sitting on the other side right now, intact and simply unable to tell you so. That's the optimistic reading. The second probe is designed around exactly that possibility. Different transmission architecture entirely, a passive system that doesn't require functioning electronics to return signal. Instead of broadcasting actively, it modifies the boundary interaction in a way I can detect through the observation apparatus from this side. If it crosses intact, the modification will be detectable regardless of what the crossing does to the electronics. Elegant, Adler says. How long to ready it? 2 days. I need a full recalibration of the observation apparatus first. The passive return signal the second probe generates sits about 30% above the natural boundary fluctuation baseline at the relevant frequencies, and I want the instruments at optimal sensitivity before I run the attempt. And the crossing point geometry, Adler asks. Same as the first. 95% the same. I've extended the opening duration by 4 milliseconds based on a refinement to the transit dynamics model I finished last night. Even a null result is data. The first probe's silence gave me a constraint I didn't have before. The recalibration takes a day and a half. Charles runs it with full thoroughness, finds 2 instrument settings that have drifted slightly from their optimal values, corrects them, and runs the entire sequence again from the beginning. Klein. He initiates the second probe transit on a Thursday afternoon, the laboratory cold and bright, the equipment humming steadily at operating temperature. The passive return signal appears 11 minutes after the crossing point closes. It is faint, and it takes the observation framework 40 minutes to confirm it unambiguously, running the pattern matching algorithm against the probe's design specifications 3 times before flagging it as a positive identification. But it is there, a specific modification of the boundary fluctuation pattern that matches the second probe's passive system signature precisely, and cannot be explained by any natural boundary behavior in the accumulated dataset. The probe is on the other side. Something built in this laboratory has crossed the boundary between universes and is sitting in a parallel spacetime, transmitting its patient signal back through the membrane. He sits with that for a while, not reaching for the phone, not opening a notebook. Just sitting in the quiet laboratory while the framework runs and the signal keeps coming through, steady and real. The feeling it produces is not triumph and not excitement, but something quieter and more complete than either, the feeling of a distance finally closed that has been open his entire working life. Then he starts designing the third probe. The third and fourth probes go over the following 3 weeks, each one carrying more sophisticated passive instrumentation than the last, each one returning signal that adds to the picture of what the crossing does to transiting systems and what conditions obtain on the other side. The picture that emerges is encouraging. Solid-state systems survive the crossing if properly hardened. The key variable turns out to be shielding geometry rather than shielding mass, a result the theoretical model predicted, and that is considerably more satisfying to see confirmed in empirical data than it was to read in a derivation. The spacetime geometry on the other side is stable and consistent with predictions. Local electromagnetic conditions are benign. The boundary interaction observed from the other side through the probe's sensors looks measurably different from how it looks from this side, an asymmetry that is scientifically interesting and practically important because it means the return transit will have different optimal parameters than the outbound one. He catalogs everything with the same systematic care brought to the observation work, and the picture builds steadily, one confirmed data point at a time, into something he can plan against. It is during the analysis of the fourth probe's return signal, late on a Wednesday evening with the laboratory quiet around him and the Vermont night pressing dark against the high windows, that Charles notices something that does not have an immediate category. There is a pattern in the boundary fluctuation data that does not belong to any of his probes and does not match the natural fluctuation baseline he has been recording for months. It is subtle, sitting well within the range of what might be dismissed as instrument variation, and for a moment he almost does dismiss it. He flags it instead. Opens a new section in the anomalies log, records the date and the relevant data, and writes a single line of annotation. Origin unknown. Does not match any known source. Monitor. He closes the anomalies log and goes back to the probe data and does not think about it again that evening. It is a small thing. Everything about it says small thing. But he has learned over a long career that small things are sometimes nothing and sometimes everything, and the only way to know which is to keep watching. So he files it in the part of his mind where the unresolved things wait, patient and quiet, making no demands for the attention that will eventually come. The fifth and sixth probes carry object payloads. Small ones initially, simple inorganic material, a steel cylinder the size of a coin, a small block of aluminum, chosen because they are structurally simple and easy to analyze for transit damage when the passive return signal confirms their arrival. Both cross cleanly. Both passive systems report intact on the other side within the expected window. Charles catalogs the results, notes the crossing parameters that produced clean transits, and moves to the next phase without ceremony. The object transit phase is where the engineering becomes genuinely demanding. He needs to send things of increasing complexity across the boundary, building a systematic profile of what the crossing does to different kinds of matter and different kinds of organized systems, because the human body is the most complex object he will eventually need to transit, and he is not going to attempt that without a complete empirical picture of what complexity costs at the boundary. The steel cylinder told him something. The aluminum block confirmed it. What he needs now is the full curve, from simple inorganic solids through electronic assemblies, through biological material, through living tissue, because the human crossing is not a leap of faith, and he is not interested in treating it like one. He designs a sequence of 12 object transits spread over 2 months. Mass increases with each transit. Structural complexity increases. The internal architecture of the objects moves from homogeneous solids through laminated composites through integrated electronic systems, each step chosen to isolate a specific variable in the crossing dynamics and add one more data point to the profile. The biological transits come last in the sequence, and he approaches them with the most care, because living tissue has tolerances that steel and aluminum do not, and because what the crossing does to living cells will tell him more about what it will eventually do to him than any other data in the sequence. The first biological transit is a sample of plant tissue, a 2-centimeter section of root material from the potted plant on the laboratory windowsill, chosen partly for convenience and partly because he has been looking at it for 2 years and it seems appropriate. It crosses cleanly. The passive return signal confirms arrival within the expected window, and the observation data shows no boundary anomaly associated with the transit. He catalogs it and moves to the next without pausing to make anything of it, because one data point is not a result. The second biological transit is a nematode. Chinorhabditis elegans, chosen because it is the most thoroughly characterized multicellular organism in the biological literature, every one of its 959 somatic cells mapped, its connectome fully described, its stress responses documented across a century of experimental work. If something goes wrong with a nematode transit, there is a literature extensive enough to help him understand what went wrong and why. It crosses. The passive system confirms arrival. The electrical activity signature that the passive system is keyed to continues reporting for 11 minutes after transit, which is within the normal activity range for the organism under mild stress conditions. Charles sits with that result for a long time. A living thing has crossed the boundary between universes. It is alive or was alive 11 minutes into its transit, in a parallel version of the world he has spent his entire career studying from this side. Nobody knows that has happened. Nobody in his universe, nobody in that one. The nematode does not know. Only the man sitting in the Vermont laboratory knows, and he sits with it quietly for a while before reaching for the phone. The call to Adler goes out that evening. Living tissue transits cleanly, Charles says. Plant material first, then a nematode. Both confirmed intact on the other side based on passive system return. A living organism, Adler says. There is a pause that is not quite silence. What did the crossing do to it? That's the limitation of the passive system data. I can confirm arrival and I can confirm gross physiological integrity based on the electrical activity signature, but I cannot examine the tissue directly from this side. No microscopy, no biochemical analysis, no cellular level assessment. What I can say is that the nematode's passive system continued reporting for 11 minutes post-transit, which means it was alive and generating detectable electrical activity for at least that duration after crossing. At least that duration, Adler says carefully. That's a significant qualification. I know it is. The electrical activity signature attenuated over those 11 minutes in a pattern consistent with either normal metabolic winding down under stress conditions, or with something the crossing did to it that I can't distinguish from stress response at this level of resolution. I cannot tell you the nematode is fine. I can tell you it crossed and it was alive when it got there. What would it take to get better resolution on the biological outcome? A more sophisticated passive system that can return biochemical markers rather than just electrical activity, Charles says. I've been designing one for the later transits in the sequence. It uses a molecular beacon architecture, engineered fluorescent markers keyed to specific stress proteins that will report through the boundary if the cellular stress response crosses certain thresholds. If the cells are intact and functioning normally, the markers stay dark. If the crossing damages them in ways that trigger the stress cascade, the markers activate and I'll see it in the boundary fluctuation data. How far along is that design? 3 weeks from ready. It goes on the 10th object transit. And in the meantime, Adler says, you have 10 more transits to run before you consider the human crossing seriously. Correct. Good, and a pause. Charles, I want to ask you something directly. Go ahead. Is there any version of this where you don't make the crossing yourself? Where you bring someone else in, share the work, let another person make the first human transit while you observe from this side? Charles considers the question with the seriousness it deserves. It is not the first time he has considered it. It has appeared in the transit notebook twice, framed as a planning question, and both times the answer has been the same. No, he says. There isn't. Tell me why. Not the version you tell yourself at 2 in the morning. The real version. Because there is no one else who understands the apparatus well enough to operate it safely from the other side if something goes wrong during the crossing, Charles says. Because bringing another person into this before the crossing is proven safe would mean exposing them to a risk I haven't yet fully characterized, which I'm not willing to do. And because this has been my work for 20 years and the crossing is the end of it, and I am not going to hand the end of it to someone else. That last reason is the real one, Adler says. The last reason is one of the real ones, Charles says. The first 2 are also real. I know they are. Another pause, longer this time. Then make absolutely certain you know what you're sending across before you send it. Every transit in that sequence matters. Don't rush the biological profile because you're impatient to get to the end. I haven't rushed anything in 20 years, Charles says. I know you haven't. I'm saying it anyway. He runs the remaining object transits over 6 weeks. The molecular beacon system performs exactly as designed on the 10th transit. The stress markers stay dark, meaning the cellular environment on the other side of the crossing is consistent with intact cell function. A result that is both scientifically significant and personally important in a way he does not spend much time examining directly. The transit effects on complex electronics require 2 design modifications to the hardening architecture, both manageable. Certain laminated material structures show stress patterns at the crossing boundary that tell him something specific about how to configure the physical arrangement of the human transit. The orientation of the subject relative to the crossing point geometry matters, and the data gives him a clear indication of the optimal configuration. By the end of the 6th week, the profile is complete enough to work from. Not complete in the absolute sense, it never will be, but complete in the sense that the remaining unknowns are quantified and bounded rather than open-ended, and he knows the difference between those 2 categories well enough to plan against one and not the other. It is during the analysis of the 8th object transit data, late on a Thursday evening, that the anomaly reappears. The same pattern flagged 6 weeks earlier, the boundary fluctuation signature that matches nothing in the probe data and nothing in the natural baseline. It is slightly stronger this time. Not dramatically, not enough to demand immediate rescheduling of anything, but measurably stronger, the amplitude sitting 8% above where it was on the first observation. He records it carefully in the anomaly's log, the new data entered alongside the old entry, the 2 points now forming something that was not there before, a trend. He looks at the 2 entries for a long time. Same signature. Recurring. Amplitude increasing. No identified source. A second line is added to the note, recurring. Amplitude up 8% from first observation. No identified source. Accelerate monitoring frequency. He closes the log. The object transit data is still open on the primary monitor, and it is what matters right now. The human crossing timeline depends on what that data shows, and the anomaly is still a small thing, still sitting well within the range of the explicable, still patient and quiet in the way that small things are patient and quiet. But it has now happened twice, and it is getting stronger. And he has learned over a long career that small things which happen twice and get stronger are worth watching more carefully than small things which happen once. Charles files it, then goes back to work and keeps watching. The final 4 object transits complete over 3 weeks. Charles runs each one with the same systematic patience brought to the entire sequence, recording everything, missing nothing, building the most complete profile of boundary crossing effects that the data will support. By the end of the sequence, the conclusions are clear enough to write down. Complex electronics survive the crossing if hardened to the specific stress profile the boundary transition produces, a profile now understood well enough to engineer against. Biological material survives intact at the cellular level. The later transits include tissue samples sophisticated enough to confirm that, with transit effects that are measurable but within ranges a healthy human physiology should tolerate. The crossing duration is brief enough that the physiological stress is acute rather than sustained, which is the better of the 2 possibilities. The geometry of the crossing point matters for biological material in ways it does not for inorganic objects, and the accumulated data now supports specifying the optimal geometry for human transit with real precision rather than theoretical extrapolation. The conclusions go into the transit notebook in plain language, no shorthand, no abbreviations, the way things get written when they need to be readable under pressure. Then a new section is opened, and the human transit preparation work begins. The preparation has 2 components. The first is the apparatus modifications required to produce a crossing point geometry optimized for human transit, larger than anything previously opened, configured specifically for the stress tolerances of biological complexity at the scale of a human body. The engineering specifications take 2 weeks to work through, translating the object transit data into design parameters with the precision the problem demands. 3 places in the design require extrapolation beyond what the object transit data can directly support, and each of those 3 places gets marked clearly in the notebook and worked over until the uncertainty is bounded rather than open-ended. Bounded uncertainty can be planned against. Open-ended uncertainty cannot. The second component of the preparation is Charles himself. His own physiological preparation gets the same methodical seriousness applied to the apparatus work. A complete picture of his current physical condition is assembled through a series of tests run in the laboratory, augmented by a medical examination arranged through a clinic 2 towns over, attended as a private patient under a different name, paid in cash, with nothing said about why a comprehensive physical assessment is needed at 54 with no prior history at this facility. The doctor is thorough and unhurried and asks nothing that requires careful answering. The results are what he expected. Reasonable health for his age, not exceptional, not problematic. Cardiovascular system adequate. No significant pathologies. The transit stress profile from the object sequence suggests the crossing will produce a physiological response comparable to a brief but intense acceleration event, the kind a healthy adult tolerates without lasting damage. The medical data goes into the transit notebook with the same dispassion applied to instrument readings, and 2 areas requiring work are noted: cardiovascular conditioning and sleep. Both are addressed with characteristic efficiency and no particular enthusiasm. Running starts the next morning. Every day before dawn, the dirt road in both directions, the Vermont spring raw and the footing uncertain in the muddy stretches, the whole enterprise deeply unpleasant in a way that changes not at all over 6 weeks of doing it. The cold is consistent. The mud is consistent. The particular indignity of being a 54-year-old theoretical physicist breathing hard on a dirt road in the dark is consistent. By the end of those 6 weeks, the wind comes back a little slower than it did at the start, resting heart rate is down 4 beats per minute, and the cardiovascular picture has moved from concerning to acceptable. The notebook records this as adequate progress, because that is what it is, and adequate is what the crossing requires, and adequate is therefore enough. Sleep is the harder problem and the less tractable one. The work has always compressed it at the margins. This is not new, it has been true since graduate school, but the transit preparation phase, with its competing demands on attention and its tendency to generate new problems faster than old ones resolve, makes the compression worse. A hard stop at 11 is instituted. Laboratory dark, notebook closed, upstairs regardless of where the current problem stands, regardless of how close the solution feels, regardless of the specific gravitational pull that an almost finished derivation exerts on a mind that would rather stay up and finish it than leave it for morning. It works imperfectly. Most nights sleep comes by midnight. A few nights the derivation wins. The average creeps up from 5 hours toward 6 and stays there, which the medical data says is sufficient for the crossing and insufficient for everything else, and the trade-off is accepted because the crossing is what matters right now, and everything else can wait. It is during the 3rd week of the preparation period, on a Thursday afternoon, that the anomaly appears again. The observation apparatus flags it during a routine monitoring session, while the previous day's calibration logs are being reviewed. The full data comes up immediately, and Charles sits with it for a long time. Same signature as the previous 2 instances, same frequency structure, same relationship to the natural boundary baseline, the same quality of being present and structured, and completely without an obvious source. The amplitude is higher this time. Meaningfully higher, not marginally, and the word marginal has been carrying too much weight in the anomaly log notes for too long. All 3 entries are read back in sequence. Same signature each time. Amplitude increasing at a rate that is consistent rather than erratic, a steady growth with a shape to it, the shape of something developing along a curve rather than varying randomly around a mean. Random variation has no memory. This has memory. Each instance sits precisely where a continuation of the growth curve predicts it should sit. That observation stays with him for a long time before the pencil is picked up. The 3rd log entry reads, 3rd instance. Amplitude 41% above first observation baseline. Pattern consistent across all 3 occurrences. Signature matches no known source, not boundary natural baseline, not probe artifacts, not object transit artifacts, not any documented instrument behavior. Not random. Not stable. Source unidentified. Daily monitoring begins immediately. The afternoon light comes in flat across the desk. Outside, the dirt road is quiet, the tree line still, the sky the pale gray of a Vermont spring that hasn't committed to anything yet. Whatever the anomaly is, it has now happened 3 times, grown each time, and offered nothing in the way of explanation. 3 data points with a consistent signature and a consistent growth rate is not enough to form a hypothesis worth writing down. It is enough to take seriously, and taking it seriously means thinking about what category of phenomenon produces a boundary fluctuation signature that grows on a consistent curve and matches nothing in 2 years of accumulated baseline data. The categories are not numerous. Natural boundary behavior is ruled out by the baseline comparison. Instrument artifact is ruled out by the consistency across 3 separate monitoring sessions using different calibration states. That leaves 2 possibilities worth considering: something his own apparatus is doing that he has not yet identified, or something on the other side of the boundary that is producing a signal he is receiving without understanding it. The second possibility is the one that sits with him as he closes the log. It is the less comfortable of the 2, and therefore the one that deserves the most honest attention. A daily monitoring session goes onto the schedule, first thing every morning, before the run. The transit preparation work continues because it has to, because the timeline has its own logic, and an anomaly that has not yet produced any identifiable consequence does not override that logic. But it doesn't get set aside in any complete sense either. It sits in the back of his mind the way the important unresolved things always sit, quiet, patient, waiting for the morning it decides to make itself understood. Charles has never forgotten an unresolved data point in his life. He is not going to start now. The daily anomaly monitoring sessions produce 3 clean readings in the first week, nothing beyond the baseline established across the previous instances, and Charles files each one in the log and moves on to the transit preparation work with the efficiency of a man who has learned to hold parallel threads without letting them tangle. The anomaly is there. It is being watched. It is not yet demanding more than that. The transit apparatus modifications occupy his mornings. The human crossing geometry requires a significantly larger boundary interaction than anything previously attempted, and scaling up is not simply a matter of increasing power delivery. Maintaining the frequency precision the resonance requires across a larger crossing point aperture is a genuinely different engineering problem. The resonance cavity behavior changes nonlinearly with aperture size, and the feedback systems that keep the frequency locked during a transit event have to be redesigned from scratch rather than simply recalibrated. He works through the components one at a time with the methodical patience the work demands. 2 weeks away from a test configuration, maybe 3. The timeline does not get rushed. On a Thursday morning in the 5th week of the preparation period, the anomaly monitoring session produces something different. The signature is the same as the previous instances, but the amplitude is not marginally higher. It is substantially higher, enough that Charles sits up straighter in his chair and runs the measurement sequence twice more before accepting the number. 67% above the first observation baseline. The growth curve has not held its previous rate. Something has accelerated. The full observation apparatus output comes up on the primary monitor, and he goes through it systematically, sector by sector, looking at the broader data picture with the anomaly signature fresh in his mind. 20 minutes in, he finds something that has not appeared in any previous monitoring session, a secondary pattern riding alongside the primary anomaly signature, fainter but structured, occupying a frequency band adjacent to the main anomaly and showing the same internal periodicity at a reduced amplitude. The kind of structure that does not come from noise and does not come from the apparatus. The kind that has a source. The morning goes into analyzing it. By noon, he has established that the secondary pattern is not originating at the boundary. It is not a boundary phenomenon at all. It is coming from further out, from the observation data at larger spatial scales, and when the analysis framework is reoriented to examine those larger scales with the anomaly signature as a filter rather than a subject, the data that comes back stops him completely. He looks at it for a long time without writing anything. Then the solar monitoring dataset gets pulled up, the continuous passive observation of his own sun that has been running as a background process since the early days of the observation apparatus, initially as a calibration reference and subsequently out of habit. Looked at perhaps a dozen times in 2 years. Always filed as nominal. Always moved past without a second thought. With the anomaly signature as a lens, it does not look nominal. The deviations are subtle enough that 3 weeks of casual daily review miss them entirely, which is not a comfortable thing to sit with. They live inside the range of normal solar variation at a surface reading, the kind of variation that a monitoring system flags as within tolerance and moves on from. But they are not random variation. They have internal structure. The structure has a direction. The direction describes a progressive change in the solar output profile that does not belong in the behavioral baseline of a stable middle-aged main sequence star conducting its ordinary business of hydrogen fusion in a quiet arm of the galaxy. The call to Adler goes out at 2 in the afternoon, which is not their normal calling time. Adler answers on the second ring. "I need to talk through something," Charles says. "I need you to tell me if I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing, or if I've been alone up here long enough to start finding patterns in noise." "Tell me what you have," Adler says, and his voice has the particular quality of attention that means he has put down whatever he was doing and is giving this everything. The boundary anomaly has increased substantially, 67% above the first observation baseline, well outside the marginal growth pattern of the previous instances. When I used the anomaly signature as an analytical filter on the broader observation dataset, it produced a secondary pattern I hadn't seen before. Following that secondary pattern back to its source led me to my solar monitoring baseline, which I have been filing as nominal for at least 3 weeks without examining it carefully. And when you examined it carefully, Adler says, the sun is doing something it shouldn't be doing. The output deviations are subtle enough that I miss them on routine review, but they are not subtle when you look for them with the right filter, and they are not random, and they have been developing on a consistent trajectory for at least 3 weeks. The pattern is consistent with a progressive instability in the radiative zone boundary dynamics, the region where energy transport transitions from radiative to convective. That boundary is not supposed to be dynamic on any timescale shorter than millions of years. These deviations suggest it is shifting on a timescale of weeks. The silence from Adler's end is the careful kind, thinking hard, not having nothing to say. How confident are you in the solar data? Adler asks. Your monitoring apparatus was designed for boundary observation, not heliosismology. Is there any possibility you're looking at an instrumentation artifact? That was my first question to myself, and I spent 2 hours on it before calling you. The solar data runs through 3 independent sensor channels, calibrated against known solar behavior at installation. No measurable drift in any of the 3 since calibration. The pattern appears consistently across all 3 channels with the same structure and the same amplitude relationship. It is not an artifact. Then let me ask you the harder question, Adler says. Is there any physical mechanism that connects a boundary anomaly of the kind you've been monitoring to anomalous behavior in solar output? Because those are 2 very different phenomena, and the fact that you found one by filtering through the other could be coincidence. It could be, Charles says. I don't have a mechanism yet that connects them. What I have is 2 anomalies that appeared in the same observation window, one of which I found by using the other as an analytical tool, and a strong prior that things appearing together in scientific data deserve a serious attempt at a common explanation before coincidence gets accepted as the answer. That prior has served you well, Adler says. It has also occasionally sent you down expensive dead ends. I know which this is going to be, Charles says. I don't know that yet. Which is why I'm calling you. Send me everything, Adler says. The full anomaly dataset, the solar monitoring baseline going back to installation, your analysis framework, the filter you used to find the secondary pattern, all of it. Send it now and give me until tomorrow morning. I will go through it carefully and I will tell you honestly what I see and where I think your reasoning has gaps if it has gaps. It'll be in your inbox within the hour, Charles says. The data package goes out at 3:15. Then Charles sits at his desk and looks across the laboratory at the transit apparatus, nearly complete, its modified crossing point architecture sitting open on the secondary bench where the final calibration work is still in progress. 2 weeks from a test configuration. Patient and indifferent in the way that hardware is always patient and indifferent, waiting for the human decisions that will determine what happens next. The question now sitting alongside the transit timeline is one he has not previously had to consider, whether the solar anomaly, if it is real and if it is progressive, has any bearing on the crossing. The boundary draws its behavior from the vacuum structure of local spacetime. Local spacetime is shaped, at the scales relevant to the apparatus, primarily by the sun. If the sun's output profile is shifting in ways that affect the local spacetime geometry at the boundary interaction scale, the transit parameters he has been developing against a stable solar baseline may not be valid against a changing one. That is a hypothesis. It may be wrong. Adler will tell him tomorrow where the reasoning holds and where it doesn't. In the meantime, the solar dataset is still open on the primary monitor, 3 weeks of quietly anomalous data waiting to give up its mechanism to someone looking at it hard enough and long enough with the right questions in mind. He pulls his chair in and starts looking for it. Adler calls at 7 the next morning, earlier than promised, which tells Charles everything he needs to know before a word is spoken. I've been through everything you sent me, Adler says. All of it: the anomaly dataset, the solar baseline, the filter architecture, the calibration records going back to installation. I want to be careful about how I say what I'm going to say because I am working from your data and your instrumentation, and I have not independently verified any of it. Hold that qualification clearly in mind while I tell you what I see. Tell me, Charles says. The solar pattern is real. I looked hard for an instrumentation explanation because I wanted to find one. I went through your sensor channel architecture, the calibration drift history, the environmental interference profile for your site, all of it, and I can't find one. The deviations you've identified are consistent across all 3 sensor channels in a way that rules out individual sensor drift, and the internal coherence of the pattern is not something noise produces. Something is happening to your son. A pause. I don't know what it is yet, and I don't think you know what it is yet, and I want us to be very precise about the boundary between what the data actually shows and what we might be tempted to conclude from it. Where is that boundary right now? Charles asks. The data shows a progressive instability developing in solar output over a minimum 3-week period, possibly longer if the earlier baseline contains the same pattern at lower amplitude and you simply weren't filtering for it correctly. Go back and look at weeks 4 through 6 of the baseline with the anomaly signature as your filter and tell me what you find, because I think the pattern may start earlier than you've identified. The instability has a clear directional quality. It is not oscillating around a stable mean, but moving consistently in one direction, which is the characteristic that concerns me most. Beyond that, I am not prepared to go on the basis of what you've sent me. I've been working on the mechanism since 2 this morning, Charles says. I have 2 candidate hypotheses, and I don't like either of them. Tell me both, Adler says. The first is a natural solar process, some variety of instability within the known behavioral range of stars of this type in mass and age, sitting at the rare end of that range. It happens, not often and not typically at this stage of a star's main sequence evolution, but the literature has examples. The monitoring apparatus may have caught it early enough that the pattern is still subtle, and the full development is still ahead. That's the hypothesis I want to be true. And the second, Adler says, with the quiet firmness of a man who has never allowed Charles to leave the difficult thing unspoken. The second hypothesis is that the energy device is involved. Saying it out loud to another person for the first time makes it more concrete than it has been in his head since 2 in the morning, which is not an improvement. That extracting work from the quantum vacuum structure at the boundary at the scales and durations I've been operating produces a coherent perturbation in the local zero-point field rather than drawing from it uniformly. And that perturbation propagates outward through local spacetime at a rate I did not model, reaches the sun on a timescale consistent with the instability data, and interacts with the solar internal dynamics in a way that has no precedent in the literature because nobody has ever run an energy extraction device of this kind for 14 months before. The silence from Adler's end runs long enough that Charles checks the call is still connected. Walk me through the propagation mechanism in detail, Adler says finally. Don't summarize it, walk me through it step by step the way you would for a seminar. I want to understand whether the physics holds at each step or whether you're papering over a gap somewhere. The vacuum extraction process works by driving the boundary into a specific resonant state that allows coherent energy transfer from the zero-point field into the device, Charles says. My original framework models this as a uniform draw. The energy comes out of the local vacuum, evenly distributed across the interaction volume, leaving no net perturbation in the field structure after the extraction event. That assumption is what I want to examine. If the resonance process instead creates a coherent phase structure in the zero-point field, essentially a wavefront propagating outward from the interaction site at the boundary, then you have a perturbation in the local spacetime metric that my original framework never modeled because the framework assumed it didn't exist. What would drive the propagation? Adler asks. The vacuum isn't empty, that's the whole basis of the energy device. The zero-point field has real energy density. A coherent perturbation in that field propagates the way any wave propagates through a medium, with an energy density. The velocity depends on the local metric and the characteristic scale of the perturbation. If the perturbation scale is set by the device geometry, which is on the order of centimeters, and the propagation velocity is a significant fraction of c, then the wavefront reaches the sun in roughly 8 to 11 months from first device operation. Another silence. And the solar instability, working backward through your baseline, when does it appear to originate? Approximately 11 months ago, Charles says. Give or take the uncertainty in the early baseline calibration. Neither of them says anything for a moment. Outside the laboratory, the Vermont morning is doing its ordinary things, birds in the tree line, a vehicle somewhere on the road, the building warming slowly as the sun clears the ridge. Ordinary things proceeding in complete indifference to the conversation happening inside. That is not proof, Adler says carefully. The timeline correlation is concerning, but correlation is not mechanism. You know that better than anyone. I know that, Charles says. I also know that I have two hypotheses. One of them has a timeline that correlates with my own experimental history. One of them doesn't. And I know what I would tell a student who was trying to decide which hypothesis to take more seriously. What would you tell them? That the hypothesis you don't want to be true deserves more scrutiny than the one you do, Charles says. Not less. Never less. What do you need to test it? Adler asks. The full energy device operational history, all 14 months, fed into a propagation model I have to build from scratch because I never built it the first time. The model needs to predict the perturbation wavefront characteristics, timing, spatial distribution, interaction profile at the solar radius, and I compare those predictions against the solar instability pattern in both timing and character. If they match, I have a mechanism. If they don't match, I have stronger evidence for the natural process hypothesis, and I can sleep again. Either outcome is better than what I have now, which is a correlation without a mechanism and a mechanism without a confirmation. How long? Adler asks. A week. 10 days if the propagation modeling is harder than I think it's going to be, and it's going to be hard. And the transit preparation work. Charles looks across the laboratory at the apparatus. The modified crossing point architecture is visible on the secondary bench, open for the final calibration work, 2 weeks from a test configuration. It has been there every morning for 6 weeks, and he has looked at it every morning, and every morning it has meant the same thing, nearly there. This morning it means something more complicated. It waits, he says. Does it? Adler asks, and the question carries more weight than its 3 words suggest, the weight of 30 years of knowing Charles well enough to know exactly what waiting costs him when the thing he has spent his career building is 2 weeks away from completion. It waits, Charles says again, and means it this time in a way he needs to say out loud to make fully real. I need to know what I'm looking at before I make any decisions about anything else. If the second hypothesis is right, then the transit parameters I've developed against a stable solar baseline may already be invalid. Running a human crossing against invalid parameters is not something I'm going to do because I'm impatient. No, Adler says quietly. It isn't. I'll call you when I have the propagation model running, Charles says. 3 days, probably. Maybe 4. I'll be here, Adler says. Charles, go back and look at the early baseline data with the filter. Weeks 4 through 6. Do that before you start the propagation model. The call ends. The energy device operational log gets opened on the secondary monitor, 14 months of run records going back to the first prototype test, and alongside it the solar baseline data from installation to present. Between them, somewhere in the relationship between those two data sets, is either a coincidence or the most consequential error of a career built on not making consequential errors. The work to find out which begins immediately. The propagation modeling takes 9 days. Charles works through it with the concentrated intensity he brings to problems that have consequences he does not want to think about yet, keeping his focus on the mathematics and off the implications, because the implications are a door he is not ready to open until the mathematics tells him he has to. The propagation pathway he failed to model is not simple. It involves a chain of interactions between the vacuum perturbation the energy device produces and the zero-point field structure at progressively larger scales, each scale coupling to the next through a mechanism his original framework touched on and then set aside as second order. In the context of the extraction process itself, it was second order. In the context of propagation across astronomical distances over 14 months, it is not second order at all. It is the whole problem, and the fact that he set it aside with so little scrutiny is something he does not spend time thinking about because there is no useful version of that thought available to him right now. The model gets built from scratch, new code and new mathematics advancing together the way they always do when the problem requires both, each component tested against known physical behavior before being incorporated into the larger framework. He is not going to build a model that tells him what he is afraid to hear and accept it without being certain the model is right. Every component gets checked twice. The critical ones get checked 3 times. The coupling mechanism between vacuum perturbation scales, the part he originally set aside, gets checked 4 times and then checked again from a different mathematical direction to make sure both approaches converge on the same result. They do. On the 8th day, the model is complete enough to run against the data. 11 at night, the laboratory cold, the Vermont dark pressing against the high windows, the equipment running quietly at standby temperature. Charles initiates the comparison run, the model's predicted perturbation wavefront set against the solar instability pattern in the monitoring data, and watches the results populate across the primary display. He does not move for a long time after the results come up. The call to Adler goes out the next morning, earlier than their usual time. The propagation model is done, Charles says. I ran it against the solar data last night. Tell me what it showed you, Adler says, with the careful steadiness of a man who has spent the last 9 days preparing himself for an answer he suspects he already knows. The predicted perturbation wavefront from the energy device's vacuum interaction matches the solar instability pattern with a correlation coefficient of 0.91, Charles says. The timing matches to within the uncertainty bounds of the early baseline data, and when I applied your suggestion and went back to weeks 4 through 6 with the anomaly filter, the pattern starts earlier than I originally identified, which tightens the timing match further rather than loosening it. The character of the instability, the specific signature of how the solar output is deviating from its normal profile, matches the model's predicted interaction signature at the solar boundary layer. Adler says nothing. 0.91, Charles says again, because saying it once did not make it feel real. Across timing, amplitude, and character simultaneously. That is not a coincidence. That is a mechanism. It is a strong correlation, Adler says carefully. Strong enough to take very seriously. But the model has assumptions in it that haven't been independently verified, and the solar baseline uncertainty bounds are wide enough at the early end that the timing match has more room in it than 0.91 suggests at first reading. I want to be careful that we are not. Adler, Charles says quietly. A pause. Yes, Adler says. If one of your doctoral students brought you this model and this correlation and this data, what would you tell them? Not the careful version. The honest one. The silence that follows is the honest kind, the kind that means the answer is fully formed and the speaker is deciding whether to say it plainly or wrap it in the qualifications that are technically available but not actually warranted. Adler has never been a man who reaches for qualifications when plainness will do. I would tell them, Adler says slowly, that the evidence strongly suggests their experimental apparatus is responsible for the observed solar anomaly. I would tell them to continue testing the model rigorously and to look hard for the flaw that makes the correlation a coincidence. And I would tell them to take the conclusions seriously while they do that looking, because the cost of being wrong in one direction is very different from the cost of being wrong in the other. Yes, Charles says. That is exactly what I would tell them. A long silence sits between them. Outside the laboratory windows, the Vermont morning is gray and still, the spring not yet warm enough to feel like spring, the trees barely showing the first suggestion of green, the dirt road visible through the glass still soft from the last rain. What does the solar instability produce if it continues on its current trajectory? Adler asks finally. What is the endpoint? That's the part of the model I trust least, Charles says, because the natural stellar evolution frameworks don't apply cleanly to a perturbation of this kind, and the further out the projection runs, the wider the uncertainty bounds become. What I can say with confidence is that the perturbation is affecting the solar fusion dynamics at the level of the hydrogen consumption rate in the core. The zero-point field interaction is not depositing energy into the sun in any simple sense. It's disrupting the field structure that the fusion process depends on at a fundamental level, the quantum vacuum conditions that set the probability distributions for the fusion reactions themselves. A star whose fusion probability distributions are being systematically shifted does not age the way a star that is simply burning its fuel normally ages. How much time? Adler asks, and his voice has gone very quiet. I don't know, Charles says. I genuinely don't know, and I'm not going to give you a number I can't stand behind. What I can say is that the trajectory is not a long one on any astronomical scale. Not billions of years. Not millions. The perturbation is efficient in a way I did not intend and did not predict, and the efficiency has a compounding quality. Each perturbation cycle affects the field conditions for the next one, which means the rate of change is not constant but accelerating. The timeline the model projects is much shorter than any natural process would produce. Shorter than I want to say out loud right now, because saying it out loud means accepting it, and I am not done looking for the flaw. Charles, Adler says, and then stops. The single word carries in it everything that cannot be said plainly. The weight of 8 billion people going about their lives on a planet orbiting a star that may be burning differently than it was a year ago, and none of them knowing, and only one person in the world with the data to understand what is happening and the specific and terrible quality of responsibility that attaches to that understanding. I know, Charles says. What are you going to do? Adler asks. I'm going to keep testing the model, Charles says. I'm going to keep looking for the flaw that makes the correlation a coincidence and the mechanism wrong. I need to be absolutely certain before I accept what the data is telling me, because the consequences of accepting it incorrectly are significant, and the consequences of accepting it correctly are. He stops. Starts again. I need to be certain. That's the first thing. And the energy device? Adler asks. While you're looking for the flaw. The pause. It's been powered down since I identified the solar anomaly, Charles says. I powered it down the morning after I called you the first time. I should have said that earlier. Yes, Adler says. You should have. I know. And if you become certain, Adler asks. If you look for 4 more days and you don't find the flaw and the model holds, what then? Charles looks at the transit apparatus across the laboratory. The modified crossing point architecture on the secondary bench, 2 weeks from a test configuration, patient and waiting. He looks at it for a long time, and when he speaks his voice is level in the way it is level when he is carrying something very heavy and has decided not to put it down until he understands exactly what he is carrying. Then I'll know what I'm dealing with, he says. And I'll figure out what comes after that when I get there. He says goodnight to Adler and ends the call. The propagation model is still open on the primary monitor. The solar baseline data is open on the secondary. Between them, the correlation that will not go away sits waiting with the patience of a fact that has decided it has been ignored long enough. Charles pulls his chair in and starts looking for the flaw. He looks for 4 more days. He does not find it. The search for the flaw stops on a Tuesday morning, not because of a decision exactly, but because the model has nothing left to give that it hasn't already given, and continuing to look is no longer science. It is wish fulfillment, and that is a line that has never been crossed in 40 years of work, and it will not be crossed now. Charles sits at his desk and writes a single line in the transit notebook. Energy device correlation confirmed at 0.91. Natural process hypothesis not supported. Then he puts the pencil down and does something he almost never does in the middle of a working day. Nothing. He sits in the silence of the laboratory and lets the weight of what he has written settle onto him without trying to think his way through it or around it, because thinking his way through it is what the last 4 days have been, and the thinking is done, and what remains is the wait. He picks up the phone. "I've stopped looking for the flaw," Charles says when Adler answers. "I know," Adler says. "I've been expecting this call for 2 days. Tell me where you are." "The correlation is 0.91, Charles says. "The mechanism is coherent and internally consistent, and has survived every test I've put it through over 9 days of looking for the place where it breaks. The natural process hypothesis has no comparable evidential support. The best natural instability candidate in the literature produces a predicted signature that matches my solar data at 0.47, which is less than half the fit of the device hypothesis. By any scientific standard I would apply to anyone else's work, I have to accept that my energy device has destabilized the sun." A pause. "I am finding it very difficult to accept that." "Because of what it means," Adler says quietly. "Because of what it means for the planet," Charles says. "Yes. Tell me where the model uncertainty lives," Adler says. "Not the parts you've tested. The parts that are genuinely still open. The primary uncertainty is in the propagation efficiency coefficient," Charles says. "It's a dimensionless parameter that describes how efficiently the vacuum perturbation transfers its energy into large-scale field disruption as it propagates outward from the interaction site. I've derived it from first principles using the zero-point field coupling equations, but it hasn't been independently verified experimentally, and it's doing significant work in the model. It appears in the exponent of the amplitude growth function, which means errors in it compound over propagation distance rather than accumulating linearly." "What does that mean in practical terms?" Adler asks. "It means if the coefficient is wrong by more than about 15% in either direction, the predicted wavefront amplitude at the solar radius shifts enough that the correlation with the instability data drops below the threshold where I'd call it confirmed. The timing match holds regardless. The timing is set by the propagation velocity, which I'm confident in, but the amplitude match is sensitive to the coefficient." "How confident are you in the derivation?" Adler asks. 85%, Charles says. "Which means there is a 15% probability that the number I'm using is wrong enough to matter. I don't love those odds when the conclusion is what it is." "And the solar instability trajectory," Adler says. "Near term. Not the endpoint, just what the monitoring shows is developing." "Progressive and consistent," Charles says. "The deviations from normal solar behavior have been increasing on the same trajectory since the pattern first appears in the baseline data. The rate is not constant. It has a slight positive second derivative, meaning the rate of change is itself increasing, which is consistent with the compounding character of the perturbation mechanism. Nothing in the monitoring suggests any natural corrective process engaging. The sun is not pushing back. Can you determine a timeline from that trajectory?" "Not with any confidence I would defend publicly," Charles says. "The projection uncertainty grows rapidly beyond about 18 months, and I'm not going to attach a number to something I can't bound properly. What I can say with confidence is that the applicable timescale is not geological. It is not even historical in the usual sense. The word billions doesn't apply. The word millions doesn't apply. Beyond that I am not willing to commit." Adler is quiet. The rain that has been threatening all morning begins against the laboratory windows, a steady Vermont spring rain that turns the dirt road outside to the particular shade of dark brown that means it will be impassable by evening. "Charles," Adler says eventually, "I want to ask you something and I want you to sit with it rather than answer it immediately." "Ask it," Charles says. "Is there any arrangement of the uncertainty, any value of that propagation coefficient within its plausible range, any reading of the solar baseline data that the measurement error permits, that would allow you to conclude with scientific honesty that your energy device is definitely not responsible for what is happening to the sun?" Charles sits with it the way Adler asked him to. He goes through the full model architecture in his mind, the assumptions, the derivations, the tested components, the untested ones, the places where the mathematics is tight and the places where it relies on things that are well-founded but not proven. He holds Adler's question against all of it with the honesty it deserves. No, he says. There isn't. Then you have your answer, Adler says. Not the one you wanted, but your answer. Having the answer doesn't tell me what to do with it, Charles says. No, Adler says. It doesn't. That's a different problem entirely. A silence. Then Charles says, I want to explain to you what I think is actually happening to the sun at the physical level. Not the correlation data, the mechanism. I need to say it out loud to someone and work out whether I can explain it clearly, because if I can't explain it clearly, it means I don't understand it well enough yet. Go ahead, Adler says. And Charles, say it so I can follow it. You know my field. The sun fuses hydrogen into helium at a rate set by the conditions in the core, temperature, pressure, and the quantum tunneling probability that allows protons to overcome their electromagnetic repulsion and get close enough for the strong force to bind them. That tunneling probability is not purely a function of temperature and pressure. It also depends on the local quantum vacuum state, the zero-point field conditions in the core that set the baseline from which the tunneling calculation proceeds. Under normal circumstances, those conditions are stable and the fusion rate is stable, and the sun behaves the way it has behaved for 4.5 billion years. With you so far, Adler says. The vacuum perturbation my device produces propagates outward as a coherent disturbance in the zero-point field. When it reaches the solar core, it doesn't deposit energy in any simple thermal sense. It doesn't heat the sun up. What it does is shift the vacuum state that the tunneling probability depends on. It changes the baseline. And a change in the baseline of the tunneling probability changes the fusion rate, and a change in the fusion rate changes the energy output, and that change is what I'm seeing in the solar monitoring data. All right, Adler says. Now say that again without the quantum tunneling part. Pretend I'm a reasonably intelligent person who hasn't thought about quantum mechanics since 1987. Charles pauses. The sun is an engine, he says. It runs on a very specific set of conditions that have been stable for billions of years. My device has sent a disturbance through the fabric of space that has reached that engine and has begun altering the conditions it runs on. Not dramatically, not all at once, but consistently in one direction, in a way that the engine has no mechanism to compensate for because nothing in its 4.5 billion year history has ever disturbed it in this particular way before. A long silence from Adler's end. And the engine, if the conditions continue shifting, runs differently, Charles says, and then runs badly, and then eventually does not run the way it needs to run to support what depends on it. Which is everything, Adler says. Which is everything, Charles says. Yes, the rain comes harder against the windows. The dirt road outside is dark with water, the tree line barely visible through the gray. On the primary monitor, the solar monitoring data keeps updating with its steady, patient, terrible pattern. I need to constrain the propagation coefficient, Charles says finally. There are 3 experimental approaches I've identified that might tighten the uncertainty bounds. I need to do that work before I accept the full conclusion, and I need to do it not because I think it's going to change the answer, but because accepting a conclusion of this magnitude without exhausting every available test would be a different kind of failure than the one I'm already sitting with. I know, Adler says. Do the work. Be thorough. Call me when you have something. The call ends. The propagation model goes back up on the primary monitor alongside the coefficient derivation, and the rain keeps coming, and the solar data keeps updating in the background with its steady one-directional pattern, and the laboratory is very quiet around the one man in the world who knows what that pattern means and has run out of reasons to believe he didn't put it there. The coefficient testing takes 4 days to design and another 3 to run, and on the morning of the 8th day the results are in, and they are not the results being worked toward. The propagation efficiency coefficient lands within 4% of the original derivation. Not 15. 4. The uncertainty that has been serving as the last legitimate scientific reason to hold the full conclusion at arm's length has just become very small. Not gone. very small. The distinction between those two things is real, and he intends to keep honoring it, but it is getting harder to explain why 4% of uncertainty constitutes meaningful shelter from a correlation of 0.91. Charles sits with the numbers for a long time without writing anything. The coefficient result doesn't just confirm the derivation, it constrains the entire propagation model in a way that closes off the remaining escape routes one by one. The amplitude match tightens. The timing match tightens. The character of the solar instability signature, the specific shape of the deviations across all three sensor channels, matches the model's updated prediction at a level that the natural process hypothesis cannot approach regardless of what assumptions are made in its favor. The correlation is not 0.91 anymore. With the coefficient constrained, it is 0.93. The notebook gets opened. The entry is written carefully, in the plain language reserved for things that need to be readable under pressure, coefficient constrained to within 4% of original derivation. Correlation updated to 0.93. Causal mechanism consistent with all available data. Causation not proven. Causation cannot be proven from this data alone. This is the honest statement of the position. He reads it back. It is honest. It is as honest as the data allows, and he's going to hold to that standard regardless of what the honest statement costs him to sit with. He puts the pencil down and leaves the entry without adding to it. The solar monitoring data gets opened to run the morning update. It is a routine action, the same action performed every morning for months, the same 3 seconds of waiting for the display to populate, the same quick scan of the deviation metrics against the previous day's values to check whether the trajectory has held its slope. The display populates. His hand goes still on the desk. The solar output deviation has increased overnight by a factor that does not fit the trajectory. Not a continuation of the pattern he has been watching for weeks, not a point on the slope he has been tracking and projecting and dreading at its projected endpoint. Something different. A jump. The kind of discontinuous change in a monitored physical system that means the system has moved from one behavioral regime to another, that some internal threshold has been crossed, that what was a progressive instability has found a new gear. The verification sequence runs immediately. Every sensor channel checked. Every calibration reference verified. Every component of the measurement chain examined for the instrument error that would explain a reading of this magnitude. The check takes 40 minutes and produces nothing useful, every sensor nominal, every calibration reference clean, the measurement chain intact from the boundary coupling array to the display. The jump is real. The full solar monitoring history gets pulled up, the complete record from the first anomaly identification to this morning, and the picture it shows has changed character in a way that is not subtle. For weeks the deviation plot was a line with a consistent slope, concerning but gradual and in some sense tractable, the kind of pattern that extended forward in time with enough predictability to plan against. What is on the display now is a line that bent sharply upward sometime in the last 24 hours and is no longer well described by the word slope. The mathematics of it has moved from linear to something that has a different name and worse implications. The projection model gets run against the new data. Updated slope, updated second derivative, updated amplitude at the solar boundary. The output takes 90 seconds to populate. Charles watches it build across the display, and when it finishes, he looks at the projected timeline and feels something arrive in him that he has not felt since he was 7 years old, sitting in a principal's office with 2 police officers in the room looking at each other before they spoke. The floor of things as they are shifting under him in a way that cannot be unshifted. He runs the projection 3 more times with different initial conditions, spanning the full uncertainty range of the new data. The results come back within 8% of each other. The model is not producing the variance that would indicate the jump is a transient. The new regime appears stable. The timeline it projects is stable. The projected timeline is not billions of years. It is not millions. It is not thousands. He writes the number in the notebook. Looks at it. It is a number that should not be there in this notebook, in this laboratory, written in this handwriting by this hand. It is a number that changes every other number in every other plan and every other notebook and every other calculation he has made about what happens next and when and in what order. He picks up the phone and calls Adler. Adler answers on the first ring, which means he has been waiting. "Tell me," Adler says. "The coefficient test came back within 4%, Charles says. The correlation is 0.93 with the updated constraint. I was sitting with that when I ran the morning solar update." "And the update," Adler says. "Not a question. The deviation has jumped overnight. Not a continuation of the progressive trajectory, a discontinuous increase consistent with the instability crossing an internal threshold and entering a new dynamic regime. I've verified the measurement chain. It is not an instrument artifact." "How large a jump?" Adler asks. "The overnight increase is larger than the total accumulated deviation of the previous 6 weeks combined," Charles says. "The slope of the deviation plot has changed by a factor of approximately 9 from yesterday's value to today's. A silence that is different in character from the previous silences on these calls. Heavier, longer. I've run the projection model against the new data 4 times, Charles says. Different initial conditions across the full uncertainty range each time. The results cluster within 8% of each other, which means the model considers the new regime stable rather than transient. The projected timeline is consistent across all 4 runs." "What is the timeline?" Adler asks very quietly. Charles looks at the number in the notebook. The handwriting is his, the same careful block letters he has used for 40 years, the same hand that has written equations and results and conclusions in 100 notebooks, and the number sits there in that familiar handwriting looking completely out of place, the way a geological feature looks out of place when it appears where it has no business being. 140 years, Charles says. Plus or minus 20, given the model uncertainty. That is the projected time to solar output deviation sufficient to end agricultural viability in the temperate zones. Full civilizational impact on a shorter timeline than that. Adler says nothing for a long time. The rain from yesterday has stopped and the Vermont morning outside is clear and cold, and the sun is coming through the laboratory windows at the low angle it takes in early spring, falling across the desk, warming the notebook where the number is written. The sun doing what it has done every morning for 4.5 billion years, indifferent to the conversation happening in the building it is illuminating, indifferent to the number on the page. "Charles," Adler says finally, "are you all right?" It is not the question he expected. He sits with it for a moment. "No," he says. "I don't think I am. Not right now." "That is the correct answer," Adler says. "Stay on the line. I'm not going anywhere." Adler answers on the first ring. "The coefficient testing is done," Charles says. "The propagation efficiency coefficient came back within 4% of my original derivation. The correlation between the energy device and the solar instability is 0.91, and the tighter coefficient constraint moves the evidential picture further in the same direction. I cannot say with scientific certainty that my device caused this. I can say that every time I go looking for the exit from that conclusion, the exit is not there." A pause. "Those are different things, and I'm holding on to the difference. It is getting harder to hold." "I understand the distinction you're making," Adler says. "And you're right to maintain it. 0.91 with a tightly constrained coefficient is a compelling result. It would be compelling in any context for any phenomenon. But it is not proof of causation, and you know better than anyone what the difference between compelling correlation and proven causation means scientifically. Correlation at 0.91 has been wrong before. Not often, but before. I know what it means scientifically," Charles says. "I'm less certain what it means in this context." "Tell me what you mean by that," Adler says. "In a normal scientific context, the distinction matters enormously because you have time," Charles says. "Time to keep testing. Time to find the mechanism that closes the gap between correlation and causation. Time to run the next experiment. Time to be wrong twice and right on the third try. The distinction between compelling correlation and proven causation is professionally and philosophically important in a normal scientific context because the normal scientific context has a future in which the distinction can be resolved. He stops. That is not the context I am in this morning. Why not? Adler asks carefully, though his voice carries the quality of a man who has already begun to understand why not. Because the solar monitoring data updated this morning with an overnight reading that doesn't fit the trajectory, Charles says. The output deviation has jumped discontinuously. Not a continuation of the progressive pattern I've been tracking for weeks, a regime change. Something crossed a threshold overnight, and the projection model is giving me the same number 4 times running regardless of what initial conditions I use, and the number is not the kind of number that gives you time to keep testing in the ordinary sense. He tells Adler the number. The silence that follows is the longest in 20 years of conversations between them. Charles waits inside it without trying to fill it, listening to the quality of Adler's silence the way he has learned to listen to it over 2 decades, reading it for what it contains rather than what it says, the way he reads any data source. What it contains right now is a man sitting very still somewhere in a house in Zurich, holding a phone, looking at nothing, doing the same arithmetic that Charles did an hour ago and arriving at the same place. Run me through the verification sequence, Adler says finally, his voice steady in the way it is steady when he is working to keep it that way. Every check you ran on that overnight reading. What you checked and what it showed you. Charles takes him through it completely, every sensor channel, the calibration reference suite, the cross-checks between channels, the environmental interference profile for the site, the comparison against the previous 90 days of baseline readings to characterize the magnitude of the jump in historical context. Adler listens without interrupting. The methodical quality of the recitation is deliberate, not because Adler needs the level of detail, but because saying it out loud in sequence is a way of checking it again, a way of giving the verification one more opportunity to produce the instrument error that would make the number wrong. It doesn't produce one. You've eliminated instrument error, Adler says when Charles finishes. Yes, Charles says. And the projection model is working from a single overnight data point, Adler says. One discontinuous reading is driving the timeline output. I want to make sure we're both clear about that. I know what you're doing and you're right to do it, Charles says. A single discontinuous reading is not a confirmed regime change on its own. The model uncertainty for a projection based on a single new slope value is considerably wider than a projection based on an established trend. I've applied the full uncertainty range in both directions. Even at the optimistic boundary, even if the overnight reading is at the high end of its measurement uncertainty and the true value is as low as the error bars allow, the projected timeline doesn't change enough to matter practically. Practically, Adler says. Practically, Charles says. I've run the word through my head 100 times this morning, trying to find the angle from which it stops being true. I can't find it. A silence settles between them, different in quality from the first, shorter, more focused, the silence of a man arriving somewhere rather than sitting inside something. Outside, the Vermont morning has gone from gray to the particular flat brightness of early spring overcast, the light diffuse and directionless, the shadows absent from the dirt road and the tree line and the face of the building. A morning that looks like a normal morning from the outside. What does the sun look like right now on your display? Adler asks. Charles looks at it. The deviation plot is open on the secondary monitor alongside the projection output, the overnight jump visible as the sharp upward angle at the right end of the trend line, the data points sitting there with the particular quality of data points that change what everything before them means. It looks like something that has been running stably for 4.5 billion years and has recently been asked to do something it was not designed to do, Charles says. Whether I am the one who asked it is still not something I can prove. It is something I can no longer confidently exclude. That's an honest place to stand, Adler says. It's a terrible place to stand, Charles says. I built a device that produces clean energy from the quantum vacuum, and I spent 14 months testing it, and I thought the framework was complete, and I missed an interaction pathway that was sitting in my own derivations, and now I am looking at a number on a display that should not exist, and I am the reason it exists, and I don't know yet what to do with that. The directness of saying it out loud to another person, not in a notebook, not in the careful language of scientific qualification, but plainly in a phone call to Adler, produces something in him that the 9 days of model testing and the 4 days of coefficient work did not. Not relief. Something closer to the particular exhaustion that comes after a long time of holding something tightly and finally setting it down. Charles, Adler says after a moment, I want to ask you about the transit apparatus. Where your thinking is right now. Not where you think it should be, where it actually is. I know what you're going to ask, Charles says. Then answer it, Adler says. Charles looks at the solar monitoring display. He looks at the number the projection model produced 4 times running. Then he looks across the laboratory at the transit apparatus on the secondary bench, the modified crossing point architecture, the completed calibration work, 2 weeks of preparation that arrived at a configuration he had been working toward for years, sitting there with the patience and indifference of hardware that has no opinion about what comes next and will wait as long as it takes. He has been not looking at it directly all morning, the way you don't look directly at something that complicates the calculation you are trying to finish. The transit apparatus is relevant to this in a way I haven't worked out yet, Charles says. The other universe, the parallel civilization I've been observing for 2 years, they don't have this problem. Their sun is stable. Their planet is intact. They branched from a common history at some point before any of this happened, and they have been running their own version of events independently ever since, and none of what I have done here has touched them. Adler is quiet for a moment. You're thinking about the crossing, he says. Not as the end of the work. As part of a response to this. I'm thinking about a lot of things, Charles says. I don't have a plan yet. I have a number on a display and a transit apparatus that works, and 2 years of observation data about a parallel civilization that doesn't know I exist. Those are the facts I'm working from. That's not nothing, Adler says. No, Charles says. It isn't. Then figure out what it is, Adler says, with the gentleness of a man who knows that is the only useful thing left to say. Work it through carefully. And call me when you do. The call ends. The laboratory is quiet around the hum of the equipment. On the primary monitor, the propagation model sits alongside the coefficient data. On the secondary monitor, the solar deviation plot shows its new angle, the overnight jump sitting at the right edge of the trend line, patient and permanent and indifferent to the conversations happening in its light. Charles pulls the transit notebook from the shelf. He opens it to a fresh page. He picks up the pencil and holds it over the paper for a moment, and then he begins to write. Charles sits at his desk for a long time after the call ends. The solar monitoring data is still on the display, the new slope sitting there with its terrible patience, and he looks at it with the specific quality of attention he brings to things that require him to think past his own preferences and into the territory of what is actually true. The territory is not comfortable. What is actually true is that he built something extraordinary and tested it exhaustively and missed one thing, and the one thing he missed has a 0.91 correlation with a change in the behavior of the nearest star. What is also actually true is that the transit apparatus is 30 feet away and has been ready for 6 days, and the parallel civilization he has been observing for 2 years is living on a planet orbiting a stable sun that has not been touched by anything he has done. Those 2 true things are sitting in the same room with each other, and they have been sitting there all morning, and he has not yet decided what to do about the fact that they are sitting there together. The transit notebook gets opened. Not to write, just to look at it. The full record of 3 years of work, the theoretical groundwork done in the margins of the observation phase, the probe sequence and what each probe taught, the object transit data and what it revealed about crossing dynamics, the physiological preparation, the apparatus modifications, the calibration work that finished 6 days ago and left the crossing point geometry set and verified and waiting. He reads back through it the way he read back through Aliner's letter on the night she gave it to him, not looking for anything specific, just letting the full weight of it settle into him, the weight of a thing that took a long time to build and is now complete, and is now also the only instrument available for a problem he did not have when he started building it. Eleanor would have had something to say about that. Something precise, delivered without ceremony, aimed at the thing he was actually thinking rather than the thing he was saying. She had a gift for it that occasionally made conversations with her the most useful and the most uncomfortable experiences of his adult life. He misses it now in a way that has a specific shape to it, not the general grief that has been present for 6 years and has its own settled weight, but the specific absence of the one person who could have looked at the situation on the desk and the situation across the room, and said in 8 words what it has taken him all morning to think his way toward. He closes the transit notebook and opens the solar monitoring program and runs a full diagnostic on every sensor in the array. Not because he expects to find something he missed in the first verification, but because the discipline of checking is the only form of control available to him right now, and control, the specific feeling of hands on something real, of a procedure producing a result, of a question getting an answer, is what the morning requires. The diagnostic comes back clean. Every sensor nominal. Every calibration reference holding. The data is what the data is. Coffee gets made. Standing at the laboratory window with the mug, he looks at the Vermont morning going about its business with complete indifference to what is happening at the desk behind him. The dirt road is drying from yesterday's rain. The trees are fully lived and moving in a light wind from the northwest. A bird somewhere in the tree line is making a persistent sound that has nothing to do with propagation coefficients or projected timelines, or the weight of being the only person in the world who knows what the deviation plot on the secondary monitor actually means. He thinks about Eleanor again. He thinks about the night she gave him the letter 2 years before she died, which meant she knew something then that she did not say, or suspected something, or simply wanted to say certain things in a form that would survive the conversation. The letter is in the house, in the drawer of the table by the front door where he put it after the funeral, because he needed it somewhere he would see it and couldn't decide where that was, and where it has remained because he never decided. He has read it perhaps 30 times. He knows it well enough to know it does not tell him anything useful about the specific situation he is in this morning. What it tells him is the same thing it has always told him, which is that she saw the shape of his life clearly and chose it anyway, the solitude in the Vermont dirt road and the work that consumed everything around it, and that she did not consider that a failure on either of their parts. He finishes the coffee and goes back to the desk. The unmanned test is what the morning needs to focus on. The question of what comes after it, the larger question that the solar data has made urgent, is real and will require everything he has to think through carefully, but it cannot be thought through usefully in the absence of the test result and the updated solar data that will come in alongside it. Good decisions require good information. The test produces information. The path forward is the test. He pulls up the projection model and runs it one more time, looking specifically at the uncertainty bounds rather than the central projection. The overnight jump is a single data point driving a new slope estimate, and a single data point carries wide uncertainty. The confidence interval on the new slope spans a range that produces meaningfully different timelines at its 2 ends. The optimistic bound adds perhaps 40 years to the central projection. The pessimistic bound subtracts a similar amount. Both ends of the range produce numbers that are in the same practical category as the central projection, the category of not enough time to proceed as if nothing has changed, but the difference between the optimistic and pessimistic ends is not trivial for planning purposes. What would close those bounds is more data. More solar monitoring readings on the new slope, enough to establish whether the overnight jump was the beginning of an accelerating pattern or a single discontinuous event, stabilizing into a new but consistent gradient. The monitoring system updates every 4 hours. By the time the unmanned transit test is complete, 2 more updates will have come in and the slope estimate will be considerably better constrained. 2 pieces of information arriving at the same time, the test result and the tightened solar projection. Together they will tell him more than either one alone about the shape of his available decisions, and the shape of his available decisions is what he needs to understand before he can think clearly about what comes next. He opens the transit notebook to the unmanned test procedure and reads through it from beginning to end, every step in order, the way he has always read a procedure before executing it, regardless of how thoroughly he knows it. The reading is not about the content. It is about the quality of attention it produces, the particular focus of a mind moving through a sequence deliberately, one step at a time, each step confirmed before the next begins. The procedure is sound. The apparatus is ready. The crossing point geometry is configured for an unmanned payload at human transit scale, same mass envelope, same complexity profile, a conservative choice that will confirm the apparatus behavior without committing to the human crossing itself. And somewhere on the other side of the boundary, a parallel civilization is going about its day. The broadcast signal from 6 months ago has been joined by 3 additional transmissions in the intervening time, each one slightly different in its modulation characteristics, suggesting either technological development or multiple independent sources. People built those transmissions. People aimed them at their sky and sent them outward into a universe that they believe, as far as he can determine, contains no one on this side of the boundary to receive them. He closes the transit notebook. The pre-initiation sequence gets opened on the primary workstation. The apparatus hums at standby temperature across the room, patient and ready, waiting with the indifference of hardware for the human decision that will determine what happens next. The first step of the sequence is entered. The clock starts. The unmanned test runs clean. Charles watches the data in real time as the transit apparatus drives the boundary into resonance, the power delivery curve climbing through its prescribed ramp, the frequency lock engaging at the boundary interaction point, the crossing point geometry opening to specification, with a precision that the calibration work of the previous 2 weeks has made possible, and that he confirms on the aperture monitoring display before the payload enters. The test payload crosses. The transmission goes silent. The crossing point closes and the apparatus returns to standby, and the laboratory is exactly as it was before except that the payload is gone and the clock is running. 9 minutes later, the passive return signal comes through the boundary. Clean and unambiguous, the payload's signature resolving through the observation framework with the same clarity as the best results from the object transit sequence. The crossing point geometry held at human transit scale. The boundary interaction was clean throughout the event. The passive system confirmed arrival within the expected window. He sits with that for a moment, not the scientific result, which is clear, but what the scientific result means. The apparatus is ready. The crossing point geometry holds at the larger aperture. Everything the unmanned test was designed to tell him, it has told him, and what it has told him is that the final variable in the sequence is the one that has always been the final variable. The apparatus will do what it is designed to do. What it is designed to do will work. The test results go into the transit notebook with the same precise detail brought to every result in the sequence: aperture dimensions, power delivery curve, frequency lock stability, passive return timing, signal clarity rating, and then the solar monitoring program gets opened to check the afternoon update. The afternoon reading is higher than the morning reading. The margin is smaller than the overnight jump, but it is not small, and it is not consistent with the new slope stabilizing. It fits a trajectory that is steeper than the revised model projected this morning. He looks at it for a long time without moving, doing the mental arithmetic that the data requires and arriving at the same place the formal projection model will arrive at when he runs it, which he runs anyway because the discipline of the formal calculation is not optional. The central projection moves. Not in the optimistic direction. The optimistic bound of the uncertainty range, the number he has been holding in the back of his mind as the version of the future in which there is more time than the central estimate allows, has itself moved. Still better than the central projection. No longer better by enough to change the practical calculation. He does not call Adler immediately. He sits at his desk in the late afternoon light with the transit notebook open and the solar data on the display and the apparatus across the room, and thinks with the complete focused clarity that has always been available to him when everything else falls away and only the essential problem remains. It is the same quality of attention that produced the multiverse framework and the energy device and the observation apparatus and the transit apparatus, and it is the most reliable thing he has, and he gives it to the problem fully. The essential structure of the problem is this. The solar data is accelerating beyond the model's projections in a way that is consistent and directional. The timeline the model produces is compressing. The uncertainty bounds, which he has been treating as meaningful shelter from the central projection's implications, are themselves narrowing as each new data point tightens the slope estimate, and the direction they are narrowing is not the direction he would choose. The transit apparatus is ready and has just demonstrated itself at human transit scale. The parallel civilization on the other side of the boundary has been transmitting into their universe for at least 6 months, which means their technological infrastructure is intact and their civilization is functioning and their sun is stable. The question of whether his energy device caused the solar instability is still not answered with the certainty he has been demanding of himself. It may never be answered with that certainty. The correlation is 0.93. The mechanism is coherent and survives every test he has applied to it. The natural process hypothesis fits the data at 0.47. At some point, and he is sitting at that point now, in this chair, in this laboratory, in this light, the demand for certainty before action becomes its own kind of decision. The decision not to decide. And he has never in his life made that decision, and he is not going to make it now. He thinks about a liner. The letter in the drawer by the front door. The specific line near the end of it that he has returned to more times than any other. You have always known what the work required. You have never flinched from it. I don't expect you to start. She wrote that 2 years before she died. He does not know whether she could have known how specifically it would apply to a moment she could not have imagined. He has thought about that question before and never resolved it, and does not resolve it now. It is enough that she wrote it. He picks up the phone, puts it down, picks it up again. The unmanned test ran clean, Charles says when Adler answers. Full human transit scale. The apparatus performed to specification across every monitored parameter. Passive return confirmed the payload arrived intact on the other side. I see, Adler says, and waits in the way he has always waited, without filling the space, without prompting, just holding the line open. The afternoon solar update came in while the test was running, Charles says. The overnight jump was not a single discontinuous event. The afternoon reading fits a trajectory that is steeper than the revised projection from this morning. I've run the updated model. The central estimate has moved, and the optimistic bound has moved with it. How much? Adler asks. Charles tells him the new numbers. The silence from Adler's end is different in quality from any that has preceded it in their 20 years of difficult conversations. It is not the silence of a man thinking. It is the silence of a man who has heard something that has moved the situation from one category into another and is sitting with the weight of the new category. Charles, Adler says finally. His voice is very steady and very quiet in the specific way it gets when he is putting everything he has into keeping it that way. I think you know what you need to do. I think you have known for several hours. The reason you called me is not because you need me to tell you. You have never needed me to tell you anything. You called because I am the only person in your life, and you needed to hear another voice before you do it. Charles looks out the laboratory window. The Vermont evening is coming on, the light going gold and long through the tree line, the dirt road quiet, the shadows beginning to lengthen from the east. The bird in the tree line is still making its persistent, uncomplicated sound, the same sound it has been making all day, indifferent to everything happening inside the building it is singing beside. You've been my only witness, Charles says. For all of it, every step of it. I needed you to know that I didn't arrive at this carelessly. I know you didn't, Adler says. I have watched you work for 20 years. Careless is not a word that has ever applied to you in any context, a pause long enough to have weight. The parallel civilization, you've been watching them for 2 years. You know something about how they live. Enough to know they're there, Charles says. Enough to know the infrastructure is functioning and the broadcasts are continuing, and the planet is inhabited by people who built something and aimed it at their sky. Not enough to know what I'm walking into. No, Adler says. That part you won't know until you're there. No, Charles says. I won't. Will you be able to call me from the other side? Adler asks. Is there any version of the communication physics that allows it? The observation apparatus can receive through a passive boundary interaction, Charles says. Active transmission back through a closed boundary is a different problem, and I haven't solved it. The physics doesn't forbid it, but I haven't built the equipment, and I don't have time to build it now. A pause. This is probably the last conversation. Then I want to say something, Adler says. Not the scientific version and not the practical version. The other version. Say it, Charles says. You have spent 40 years asking the universe questions that nobody else thought to ask, and you have gotten answers that nobody else could have gotten, and you have done it alone on a dirt road in Vermont with more patience and more honesty than I have seen in anyone in a long career of watching people try to do difficult things, Adler says. Whatever happens next, whatever you find on the other side of that boundary, it will have been worth the asking. It has already been worth the asking. Neither of them says anything for a long moment. The silence between them is not uncomfortable. It is full in the way silences are full between people who have said enough true things to each other over enough years that silence itself carries meaning. Go to your work, Charles, Adler says finally. That is all it has ever been. Go do your work. The call ends. Charles sits for a moment at the desk, his hand still on the phone, looking at nothing in particular. Then he gets up. The walk across the laboratory to the transit apparatus takes perhaps 10 seconds. The initiation checklist is on the workstation beside it, printed and annotated, every step numbered in the careful block letters of a man who has learned not to trust memory under pressure. He works through it with the same disciplined attention brought to every checklist in his career, not rushing, not hesitating, each step confirmed before the next begins. The apparatus responds to each input with the quiet compliance of hardware that has been prepared correctly and knows what it is being asked to do. The initiation sequence takes 40 minutes. When it is complete, he stands in front of the apparatus in the Vermont evening light, the crossing point geometry holding its specification, the frequency lock steady, the power delivery curve sitting at the prescribed pre-transit level, and he thinks about Alina and about Adler, and about the bird in the tree line that was still singing when he came in from the window and may still be singing now. He thinks about 40 years of work that asked one question in progressively more precise language and received progressively more precise answers, until the answers became the apparatus standing in front of him, and the apparatus became the thing that is about to happen. The work has always known what it required. He has never flinched from it. The final step of the initiation sequence is entered. The crossing point opens. Charles steps forward into it, and the Vermont evening closes behind him, and the laboratory is empty, and the apparatus is running, and the bird in the tree line is still singing into the dark. The solar monitoring interval changes from daily to 6-hourly on the morning after the unmanned test. The daily interval is no longer giving sufficient resolution on a trajectory that is moving faster than anything the model projected even at the pessimistic bound, each update producing a number larger than the one before it, the story the numbers are telling having stopped requiring interpretation and started requiring only the discipline of continuing to read it clearly. The transit apparatus is ready. Charles is not. Not because of the apparatus which has proven itself, and not because of the physics which he understands, but because there are things that need to be established on this side before the crossing: data collection protocols, monitoring configurations, observation apparatus settings optimized for receiving through a passive boundary interaction rather than an active one. The goal is to maintain the maximum possible observational contact with his own universe from the other side, which requires the apparatus on this side to be configured for passive reception rather than active probing, a different operating mode that needs to be tested and verified before there is nobody left on this side to notice if it fails. The setup work proceeds with the focused efficiency the situation requires. 2 days of preparation, not the 2 weeks the work might deserve in a normal timeline, but the 2 days the timeline actually allows. Each configuration decision gets made once, documented carefully, and not revisited, because revisiting decisions is a luxury that belongs to timelines with room in them. It is during the second day of this work, in the middle of a routine calibration sequence on the observation apparatus, that the parallel universe pushes back for the first time. The calibration sequence is one he has run dozens of times, a systematic sweep of the boundary interaction frequencies designed to verify that the instrument response is stable and that the noise floor has not drifted from its characterized baseline. It takes 40 minutes and produces a dataset that is normally unremarkable, the scientific equivalent of confirming that the equipment is behaving the way equipment that has been properly maintained and calibrated should behave. The sweep completes. The output populates across the display, and sitting in the boundary fluctuation data at a frequency that falls between two of the standard calibration markers is a signal that is not in the catalog of known signatures. Not the anomaly pattern tracked through weeks of careful logging. That signature has its own well-documented profile. This is something different, something new. The structure of it has a quality that natural boundary fluctuations do not produce. A nested periodicity, 3 distinct timescales interlocked in a ratio that has the mathematical character of something organized rather than something random. Natural processes at the boundary produce structure, but not this kind of structure. Not structure with internal relationships of this precision. The calibration sequence is run again from the beginning. The signal is still there, sitting in exactly the same frequency position with exactly the same internal structure, reproducible in the way that real signals are reproducible and artifacts are not. The full boundary monitoring history gets searched for any prior occurrence of this signature. The search covers 14 months of accumulated data, every monitoring session, every calibration run, every observation period logged since the apparatus first came online. The result is unambiguous. This signature has not appeared before. It is new. It is appearing now consistently on every pass of the calibration sequence, and it has the patient clarity of something that has decided to stop waiting to be noticed. The isolation and analysis process takes 3 hours. The signal gets separated from the background, run through the interpretation framework built during the observation work, characterized across every parameter the framework can measure. The nested periodicity resolves into a specific mathematical structure, a 3-layer encoding scheme where the outermost periodicity modulates the intermediate one, which modulates the innermost one, producing a signal that carries far more information per unit time than a simple repeating pattern would. It is not a simple signal. It is a sophisticated one. The interpretation framework produces its assessment with a confidence interval of 0.87. The signal is not originating on this side of the boundary. It is not an artifact of the apparatus. It is coming from the other side, and its structure is correlated. The framework uses the word correlated with the specific technical meaning it has in signal analysis, not the casual meaning, with the vacuum perturbation signature of the energy device. The parallel universe is responding to what has been done here. The mechanism worked out over the following hour at the desk with the derivation notebook open and 3 different approaches tried before one holds. The 0-point field is not bounded by the membrane that separates parallel universes at the macroscopic level. It permeates all branches of the multiverse at the foundational level. It is, in the framework, the substrate from which the branches themselves emerge. A coherent perturbation in the 0-point field on one side of the boundary does not stay on one side of the boundary the way a macroscopic disturbance would. It propagates through the substrate. It reaches the other side. And on the other side, if there is anyone sophisticated enough to be monitoring the 0-point field at the relevant scales, anyone who has, for their own reasons, developed instruments sensitive to vacuum structure fluctuations, the perturbation is detectable. The perturbation has been detectable for 14 months. That thought sits in the room with everything else and changes the quality of what is already in the room. The solar data on the display. The transit apparatus across the room. the 14 months of energy device operation that produced the perturbation. All of it now connected to a signal coming through the boundary from the other side that the interpretation framework assesses with a confidence interval of 0.87 as a response. Not a natural echo. A response. A new section in the anomaly log gets opened. The signal documentation begins, every measurable parameter recorded, the nested periodicity structure mapped in full, the frequency position and amplitude and internal timing relationships all captured with the systematic precision that documentation of something unprecedented requires. The baseline that does not exist yet needs to exist, and building it is the work of the next several hours, and the work gets done with the thoroughness it requires, because the alternative is arriving on the other side with less information than was available, which is not acceptable. While the documentation proceeds, a second question develops alongside the first. The signal has a structure that the interpretation framework characterizes as a response to the energy device's perturbation. But a response implies a sender. A sender implies detection. Detection implies instrumentation. An instrumentation sensitive to zero-point field fluctuations at the scales and frequencies the energy device produces is not general-purpose scientific equipment. It is specific. It is the kind of equipment that gets built by someone who is looking for exactly the thing that the energy device produces, or something close enough to it that the perturbation falls within the detection window. Which means the parallel civilization may not merely have detected the perturbation. They may have been monitoring for it. They may have had a reason to monitor for it that predates the perturbation itself. That possibility opens a question that the observation data from 2 years of watching cannot answer. What do they know about the boundary that has not been visible from this side of it? The broadcast signals, the 4 transmissions over 6 months with their slightly varying modulation characteristics, were aimed at the sky. Were they aimed at the boundary specifically? Is there instrumentation on the other side that has been watching for exactly what has just started appearing in the data here? The anomaly log documentation continues. The questions accumulate alongside it, unanswerable from this position, answerable only from the other side. The parallel universe has noticed something. Whether it has noticed Charles specifically, or merely detected a physical anomaly with no identified source, is a distinction that the data on this side of the boundary cannot resolve. It is a distinction that matters considerably for what happens when he crosses. The unease this produces is different in kind from the unease the solar data produces. The solar data produces the unease of a man facing the consequences of his own error, specific, owned, with a clear relationship between cause and effect. This produces the unease of a man who has been planning a visit and has just learned that the people he is planning to visit may already know he is coming, and has no way to know what they intend to do about it. The documentation of the new signal is completed at 11 that night. The anomaly log entry runs to 12 pages. The questions it raises are logged separately, in plain language, at the back of the transit notebook where the open questions have always lived. Outside, the Vermont night is clear and cold and full of stars, the same stars visible from the other side of the boundary, arranged slightly differently, belonging to a sky that has its own history and its own watchers and its own reasons for the signals it has been sending outward into the dark. The monitoring interval is set to 30 minutes. The observation apparatus is left running. Sleep when it comes is not restful, and the dreams do not stay in memory, and the 6-hour solar update is waiting on the display when the laboratory lights come back on before dawn. The numbers are still moving in the same direction. The signal strengthens over the next 48 hours. Not dramatically, not in the sudden discontinuous way the solar data jumped, but steadily, and with the same consistent directionality that has characterized everything in this situation that has turned out to matter. Charles monitors it on the 6-hour cycle alongside the solar data, 2 parallel streams of information developing at their own rates, and documents every update in the anomaly log with the date and time, and the full parameter set, and a running note on how each new reading relates to the previous ones. The anomaly log is now 31 pages long. It did not exist 3 weeks ago. On the 3rd day the signal bifurcates. The single signature he has been tracking splits into two distinct components that the interpretation framework treats as separate phenomena. The first continues to behave as the original signal behaved, a response pattern propagating through the zero-point field from the other side of the boundary, consistent in its frequency position and internal structure, strengthening gradually on the same trajectory it has held since it first appeared. The second component is different in character, shorter in periodicity, more irregular, with a structural complexity the framework cannot categorize cleanly against anything in the existing signal library. It does not match the first component. It does not match the broadcast transmissions from the parallel civilization. It does not match any natural boundary phenomenon in 14 months of accumulated data. A full day goes into the second component alone. Every analytical tool available is run against it. New transforms get built when the existing ones prove insufficient. The mathematics developed specifically for this signal, the way the mathematics for the observation framework was developed specifically for that one, from first principles, with no existing literature to draw on, working forward from what the signal is rather than backward from what it resembles. The work is slow and the results are incomplete, and what they show at the end of the day is not reassuring. The second component is an interference pattern. Not interference in the colloquial sense of noise or disruption, but in the precise physical sense. Two wave phenomena interacting to produce a third, the third carrying information about both sources encoded in its structure. Working backward from the interference pattern to identify the two source waves takes the better part of the evening. One of them is the observation apparatus, the boundary interaction signal that has been running continuously for months, characterized down to its noise floor, as familiar as any signal in the laboratory. The other is something from the parallel universe side, whose origin and nature the analysis cannot yet determine. Something that has been there long enough to be interacting coherently with the observation apparatus signal. Something that, when the timeline is reconstructed carefully, appears to have been present for at least 6 weeks before it became detectable as a distinct component. 6 weeks ago, the response signal first appeared. The call to Adler goes out at 2 in the morning. "I know what time it is," Charles says when Adler answers. "I stopped being surprised by your timing approximately 15 years ago," Adler says, sounding not entirely asleep but willing to set that aside. "Tell me what you have." "The boundary is producing an interference pattern between my observation apparatus signal and something coming from the parallel universe side," Charles says. "I've spent the last 14 hours characterizing it. I need to tell you what I think it means, and I need you to tell me where my reasoning is wrong if it's wrong." "One moment," Adler says. Charles hears the sounds of a man sitting up in bed, a lamp being switched on, the particular rearrangement of a person settling in for a conversation that requires full attention. "Go ahead." "I've been treating the parallel universe as a passive environment," Charles says. "Not consciously, I wasn't aware I was making that assumption, but the assumption was there in the way I designed the crossing plan and thought about what I would find on the other side. A stage I could observe from a distance and eventually step onto. The signal data is telling me that assumption is wrong." "Wrong in what specific way?" Adler asks. "The zero-point field permeates all branches of the multiverse at the foundational level. What I have been doing on my side of the boundary for 14 months, the energy device operation, the observation apparatus, the transit probe sequence, has been producing effects on the other side that I did not model. The interference pattern gives me information about the parallel universe's zero-point field state, and what it's telling me is that the field on the other side is not in its natural ground state. It has been perturbed." "Perturbed how?" Adler asks. "The same way your side has been perturbed." "Different signature," Charles says. "Different enough that I cannot say with confidence it has the same cause. The perturbation on the parallel side has a frequency distribution that is shifted relative to what the energy device produces on this side, lower frequency components more prominent, the high frequency structure that characterizes my device's interaction signature largely absent. If the energy device is the source on the parallel side as well, the device operating there would have different specifications than mine. Different geometry, different operating parameters, a different design arriving at a similar function by a different engineering path. Or a different source entirely, Adler says. Or a different source entirely, Charles agrees. An independent physical process arising from their own history that has nothing to do with my work. The universes are parallel, not identical. They diverged at some quantum branching point and have been accumulating independent history ever since. A perturbation arising from their own physics is not impossible. But the timing, Adler says. The timing is difficult to dismiss, Charles says. The parallel side perturbation appears to have intensified over the same period the response signal has been strengthening, which is the same period my solar data has been accelerating. Everything in the picture is moving together. That could be coincidence. I am finding it increasingly difficult to treat it as coincidence. What does it mean practically? Adler asks. For the crossing. That's the question I've been sitting with for 3 hours, Charles says. If the parallel universe's zero-point field has been perturbed, regardless of the cause, then I am taking an energy device designed and tested in a field at its natural ground state into an environment where the field is not at its natural ground state. My device operates by interacting with the zero-point field at the boundary scales. I have extensive data on how it behaves in a ground state field. I have no data on how it behaves in a perturbed one, and no time to generate that data before the solar trajectory on this side makes the question of whether to cross into a question of when. The silence from Adler's end is long enough and careful enough that Charles can almost hear him thinking. Walk me through the failure modes, Adler says finally. If the device behaves unpredictably in the perturbed field, what is the range of outcomes? At the benign end, the device simply performs less efficiently. The vacuum interaction is disrupted by the field perturbation in ways that reduce output without producing any dangerous feedback. I arrive on the other side with a less reliable energy source than planned. Manageable. And at the other end, Adler asks. At the other end, the perturbed field creates a resonance condition with the device's operating frequency that I have not characterized and cannot predict from this side. A resonance condition that amplifies rather than disrupts. The device was designed to drive the zero-point field toward a specific interaction state. In a field that is already displaced from equilibrium, the same driving process could produce a larger displacement than intended. He stops. The energy device is essentially a very precise perturbation machine. Introducing a perturbation machine into a field that is already perturbed is not something my framework was designed to analyze. Could it make the parallel side situation worse? Adler asks. The question is asked carefully in the tone of a man who is not sure he wants the answer but needs it anyway. Yes, Charles says. That is in the range of possible outcomes. I would be taking the instrument that appears to have destabilized my own sun into an environment where the zero-point field is already in a non-equilibrium state and operating it there without knowing what the interaction produces. Another silence. Longer. And the solar data on your side, Adler says. The latest update. Higher, Charles says. Every 6 hours higher. The 6-hour interval is beginning to feel generous. Then you have a choice, Adler says slowly, working it through out loud the way he has always worked difficult things, between crossing into an environment where your equipment may behave in ways you cannot predict and where your arrival may have consequences you cannot fully model, and remaining in a universe whose trajectory is compressing toward an end that is not ambiguous. That is the choice, Charles says. Stated plainly, yes. Is there a version of the crossing where you leave the energy device behind? Adler asks. Cross without it. Reduce the uncertainty. Charles has been turning that question over since he identified the interference pattern. The device is not part of the transit apparatus, he says. The transit apparatus runs on its own power system. Leaving the energy device behind is physically straightforward. The question is whether it makes strategic sense, whether arriving on the other side without it is better or worse than arriving with an uncertain instrument. Strategically, Adler says, You are going to a civilization that may be experiencing their own version of a zero-point field problem. You are a man who built a device that interacts with the zero-point field and who has 14 months of operational data on how that interaction works. That knowledge arrives with you regardless of whether the device does. Yes, Charles says. It does. Then the device is not the only thing of value you're bringing, Adler says. It may not be the most valuable thing. The interference pattern is still on the display, the second component sitting in the boundary data with its irregular periodicity and its unresolved origin. Charles looks at it for a moment. I don't know what the range of outcomes is if I bring it, he says. That is the first time in this entire sequence that I have said those words and meant them in a way that genuinely concerns me. I know, Adler says quietly. Get some sleep. Not because the problem will be different in the morning, it won't, but because you cannot think clearly on 2 hours of sleep, and this problem requires clear thinking. I know what it requires, Charles says. I know you know, Adler says. Sleep anyway. The call ends. The display is still showing the interference pattern, patient and unresolved, and the solar monitoring update is 40 minutes away. Charles closes the anomaly log and opens the transit notebook to the page where the open questions live and writes one more line at the bottom of the list. The call ends. The display is still showing the interference pattern, patient and unresolved, and the solar monitoring update is 40 minutes away. Charles closes the anomaly log, opens the transit notebook to the page where the open questions live, and writes one more line at the bottom of the list. Then he shuts the notebook and turns off the laboratory lights and walks upstairs to the farmhouse bedroom he has slept in for 11 years, and lies down in the dark, and listens to the Vermont night doing its ordinary things outside the window, and somewhere in the middle of it, between one thought and the next, sleep arrives. It is not restful. But it comes and it stays, and when the alarm pulls him back at 5:30, the solar monitoring update is waiting on the display downstairs, and the problem is exactly where he left it, unchanged and unresolved and patient, waiting with the particular patience of problems that have decided they are done waiting for the person trying to solve them to be ready. 3 days go into building a field interaction model for the energy device in a perturbed zero-point environment. It is the hardest modeling work of the entire project, harder than the propagation model, harder than the transit geometry work, because it requires characterizing a physical situation for which there is no empirical data and only the most indirect theoretical constraints. The mathematics is being asked to describe what the device will do in conditions that have never existed in this universe, conditions that can only be inferred incompletely from interference pattern data on a boundary signal. It is, in the precise scientific sense, a model built on the edge of what the available information actually supports. The uncertainty bounds are wide. Wider than is comfortable. 3 days of work brings them in somewhat, but not enough to feel confident about the result in any direction, and at some point continuing to work the bounds becomes a way of not looking at what the bounds contain, which is something Charles has never permitted himself and will not permit himself now. What the model tells him within its wide bounds is this. In a mildly perturbed zero-point field, the energy device will likely perform within an acceptable deviation from its normal operating parameters, reduced efficiency, some frequency drift, nothing that constitutes a dangerous interaction. In a severely perturbed field, the range of possible outcomes widens considerably, and the upper end of that range is described by a term that he reads carefully and then reads again. Cascade amplification. The mechanism is this. The device was designed to extract energy from the zero-point field in a controlled and localized way, driving the field toward a specific interaction state and recovering the energy difference. In a field already displaced from equilibrium, the same driving process does not find the same ground state to drive toward. Instead, it finds a displaced state and drives it further. The field energy does not transfer into the device. It transfers back into the perturbation. The device, under the wrong field conditions, becomes a resonant amplifier of whatever process is already disturbing the field, feeding energy into it, strengthening it, accelerating it. He sits with the term cascade amplification for a long time. Then 2 more days go into the interference pattern data, trying to determine whether the parallel universe's zero-point field perturbation is in the mild or severe category. The data is not clean enough to answer the question definitively. What it shows is that the perturbation is real, that it has been developing for somewhere between 8 and 18 months, and that its current amplitude sits at the boundary between the mild and severe categories, with an uncertainty interval wide enough to include both. The boundary between the two categories is exactly where the data places it. On the fourth day, the solar monitoring data produces its worst update yet. The verification sequence does not get run. It has come back clean enough times now that running it again would be a way of not accepting the number rather than a way of checking it. The projection model gets updated. The revised central estimate is what it is. Charles closes the solar monitoring program and sits at the desk with his hands flat on the surface and looks at the wall and thinks about where he is. He calls Adler. "I need to walk you through what the field interaction model is showing me," Charles says. "I've been sitting with the implications alone for 4 days, and I need another mind on it." "How bad is it?" Adler asks. "It has a range," Charles says. "The bottom of the range is manageable. The top of the range is something I need to say out loud to someone before I can think about it clearly." "Then talk," Adler says. "I'm here." Charles walks him through it, the model architecture, the uncertainty bounds and why they are as wide as they are, the mild perturbation scenario and what it means for device performance, and then the severe perturbation scenario and the cascade amplification mechanism at its upper end. He explains it carefully at the level of detail Adler's background can follow, without shortcutting the parts that are uncomfortable. Adler listens all the way through without interrupting. He does that when the material is serious enough, lets the full picture come in before responding to any part of it. When Charles finishes, the silence has the quality of careful thought. "Let me make sure I understand the cascade mechanism," Adler says. "The device is designed to extract energy from the field in its natural state. In a perturbed field, it can't find the natural state to extract from, so instead it amplifies the perturbation that's already there." "That's the mechanism, yes." "How confident are you in that part of the model specifically?" Adler asks. "Not the overall bounds, that mechanism." "More confident than I am in the rest of it," Charles says. "The cascade mechanism follows from first principles in a way that the quantitative bounds don't. The direction of the effect is robust. The magnitude is what's uncertain." "All right," Adler says. "So if the cascade mechanism engages, if the parallel universe's field is in the severe category, and you operate the device there, what does it do to their universe?" "It accelerates and amplifies the existing perturbation," Charles says. "The quantitative range is what I find difficult to say." "Say it," Adler says. "At the upper bound, operating the energy device in a severely perturbed field for an extended period could produce a perturbation amplification sufficient to destabilize the parallel universe's sun," Charles says, "by a mechanism that is functionally identical to the one I may have already applied to my own." The silence from Adler's end is absolute and total, the kind that means he has heard the thing clearly and needs a moment before responding to it. "You're describing the possibility of doing to a second world what you may have already done to the first," Adler says. "Yes," Charles says. "That is what the upper bound describes." "And the lower bound," Adler says. "Mild field interaction. Acceptable performance deviation. No significant amplification of the existing perturbation. The device works at reduced efficiency. The parallel side's field perturbation continues developing through whatever process was already driving it, and my arrival adds nothing to it." Charles pauses. "The lower bound is actually fine. The lower bound is a problem I can work with." "But you can't tell from this side which one you're walking into," Adler says. "No. The interference pattern data places the parallel side's field state right at the boundary between the two scenarios. I can't resolve it further with what I have." Adler is quiet for a moment. When he speaks again, his voice has the particular careful quality of a man constructing the options out loud to make sure he has them right. So your choices are cross with the device and accept that you might be walking into a cascade scenario that you cannot fully predict or control. Or cross without the device, remove that risk entirely, and operate on the other side with whatever the transit apparatus's secondary power system gives you before it runs out. 72 hours, Charles says. That's what the secondary system sustains. After that, I lose boundary observation capability, and I lose contact with my own universe. 72 hours to do what exactly? Adler asks. What is the plan on the other side if you arrive without the device? Make contact. Establish communication. Explain what I know about the zero-point field perturbation on both sides and what I think is causing it. The parallel civilization has been transmitting signals that suggest active scientific infrastructure. They have been monitoring something, possibly the same field anomalies I've been tracking from my side. If they have that capability, then they have people who can understand what I'm describing. And if 72 hours isn't enough time to accomplish that, Adler asks. Then it isn't, Charles says. I can't manufacture more time on either side of the boundary. The solar data on my side is what it is, and the interference pattern amplitude on the other side is what it is. Which brings you to the thing you haven't said yet, Adler says. Charles looks out the laboratory window. Vermont's summer at its fullest, the trees heavy and dark green, the evening light going long and golden, the dirt road quiet, the world going about its ordinary business with complete indifference to the conversation happening inside the building at its end. The interference pattern amplitude has been increasing consistently since I first identified it 4 days ago, Charles says. The growth rate is small, but it's real and it's consistent. If the parallel sides perturbation is developing on a trajectory anything like what I've documented here, the window in which the field sits in the mild rather than severe category may itself be closing. Every day I spend on this side of the boundary refining the model is a day the parallel sides field state may be moving toward the threshold where the distinction between mild and severe stops being uncertain and becomes settled. In the wrong direction, Adler says. In the wrong direction, Charles says. Waiting doesn't make the uncertainty smaller. It may make it larger. And the solar update from 3 hours ago was the highest reading yet. A long silence. Every option gets worse with time, Adler says quietly. Not a question. Just the thing that is true, said out loud by someone other than Charles for the first time. Every option gets worse with time, Charles says. Yes. Then there's really only one question left, Adler says. And I think you already know what it is. I do, Charles says. Tell me anyway, Adler says. Say it out loud. Whether the risk of arriving with the device and encountering a cascade scenario is greater than the risk of arriving without it and running out of time before the parallel side can understand what I'm telling them, Charles says. That's the question. And Adler says. Charles looks at the interference pattern on the display. He looks at the transit apparatus. He looks at the solar monitoring data still open on the secondary monitor, the number from 3 hours ago sitting there in the same patient way all the numbers have sat. I don't know yet, Charles says. But I'm close. Then sleep on it, Adler says. Not because the answer will come in your sleep. Because you can't find an answer you'll trust on the amount of sleep you've been getting. You say that every time, Charles says. And every time I'm right, Adler says. Call me in the morning. The decision about the energy device comes on the second morning after the call with Adler, not because the data has resolved the uncertainty, but because the data is not going to resolve it, and waiting for resolution that is not coming is itself a choice with consequences that cannot be accepted. The device will go. It will go in a powered-down state, not operating, not interacting with the parallel universe's zero-point field, until there is direct observational data on the field state from the other side that is better than anything obtainable through the boundary from this side. If the direct observation shows a field state in the mild perturbation range, the device will come online carefully, the interaction monitored in real time with every instrument available. If it shows a field state in the severe range, the device stays powered down, and the 72-hour secondary system carries the operation while the decisions the situation requires get made. It is the most conservative approach available that does not require leaving the device behind entirely, and 2 days have gone into satisfying himself that it is also the most scientifically honest approach, the one that gathers the best possible data before committing to an irreversible action. The decision goes into the transit notebook in plain language, gets read back, holds up, and he moves on. What remains on this side is the final monitoring configuration. The observation apparatus needs to be set up to run autonomously after the crossing, recording the solar data and the boundary fluctuation data on the 6-hour cycle without requiring his presence, storing everything to a local archive accessible if boundary contact can be reestablished from the other side. A day goes into writing the autonomous monitoring code and testing it against the live data streams. It runs correctly on the 3rd test pass and gets logged as ready. A document also gets written. The impulse arrives unexpectedly, and he sits with it for a while to determine whether it is something genuinely necessary or something that is simply the anxiety of a man standing at the edge of an irreversible action, looking for reasons to delay. The conclusion is that it is both, and the writing happens anyway. The document is not long. Addressed to no one specific, there is no one specific to address it to, Adler being the only candidate and Adler already knowing everything in it. A complete record of the work, the energy device, the transit apparatus, the observation data, the solar monitoring findings, the correlation between the vacuum extraction process and the solar instability, stated plainly and without qualification at the level of what the evidence supports and what it does not. Written in the same plain language as the Nobel paper, precise and unambiguous and stripped of everything that is not necessary, and when it is finished it is 11 pages long and contains everything a sufficiently informed physicist would need to understand what was done here and what it may have caused. It gets saved to the local archive alongside the monitoring data, and a copy goes to Adler with a single line of accompanying text, in case someone needs to understand what happened here. Adler responds within the hour. "I've received it," Adler writes. "I understand what it is and what it means that you've sent it. I want to tell you one more time, because this may be the last opportunity I have to tell you anything, that the work you have done in your life is extraordinary, and that the question of what the energy device has or has not caused is still genuinely open in a way that the document you just sent me honestly reflects. Point 9.1 is not certainty. You know that. Whatever you find on the other side, whatever the data shows you from that vantage point, I want you to hold that the way you have always held uncertainty, which is honestly and without flinching in either direction." The message gets read twice. Then Charles writes back, "You were the only person in my life who ever told me the truth without softening it first. I don't know how to say what that has meant except to say that it has meant everything. Take care of yourself, old man." The laptop gets closed and does not get opened again. The final preparation takes the rest of the day. The transit apparatus gets checked one complete time from power supply to crossing point geometry, every component in sequence, every parameter against specification. The secondary power system gets checked. The observation apparatus autonomous monitoring configuration gets checked. His own physical preparation gets checked with the same systematic thoroughness, the physiological checklist, the recovery protocol, the transit stress management procedures rehearsed until they are reflexive. A real meal gets eaten, not soup, which Adler would consider a minor victory. 4 hours of sleep follow, which is what the body will allow and what experience has taught is sufficient. Waking comes in the early hours of a Vermont morning that is warm and still and full of the sounds of a summer night that has no awareness of what is about to happen in the laboratory at the end of the dirt road. Lying in the dark, he thinks about Alina. About the letter she wrote that has been carried for 30 years and is now in the breast pocket of the jacket hanging on the chair by the bed, the same jacket worn when the work requires being most completely himself, and so the jacket that will go across the boundary. He thinks about what she said in it, that his loneliness was real but not his destiny unless he chose it, and he thinks about whether what is about to happen is choosing it or finally, in the most extreme possible way, refusing it. No conclusion arrives on that question. He gets up, puts on the jacket, and goes downstairs to the laboratory. The solar monitoring data has updated overnight. The number gets looked at and not written down. Everything it is going to say is already known, the decision is already made, and the number does not change it. The monitoring program gets closed. Standing in the middle of the laboratory in the early morning dark, surrounded by the notebooks on the shelves, the prototypes, Aliner's photograph, the accumulated physical evidence of a life spent on a single question, the full weight of what that life has produced is visible and present in a way it has not been before. The 9% is considered. The 91% is considered. 8 billion people going about their lives on a planet orbiting a star that may or may not have been disturbed by work done at the end of this dirt road, all of them unaware, all of them continuing, all of them depending on something that is no longer as stable as it was. The parallel universe's perturbed zero-point field, the cascade amplification scenario, the 72-hour window, all the uncertainties that are not going to resolve themselves before action is required on them. Then all of it gets set aside, the way a tool gets set aside when the time for using it is finished, and the initiation sequence begins. The solar monitoring data updates at 6, and Charles is already at his desk when it does, has been at his desk since 3. The number comes up on the display and he looks at it and does not write it down. Numbers have been written down his entire working life, 40 years of them, hundreds of notebooks, the complete empirical record of a career spent asking the universe to be specific about itself. This is the last one, and it does not belong in the record. What the number says is that the trajectory has steepened again overnight. The projection model, run once and then closed without being run again, produces a timeline that has moved from something measured in days to something measured in hours. Not many hours. The kind of hours that make the word hours feel like it is doing work it was not designed for. But the 8-minute delay sits inside that calculation like a splinter that cannot be removed. The 8-minute problem has been sitting in his thinking since the solar data first showed the regime change, and it has not become less precise with repetition. Every reading taken from this desk is a reading of the sun as it was 8 minutes ago. The real situation, the actual state of the fusion dynamics in the solar core at this moment, is already 8 minutes further along the trajectory than whatever is showing on the display. Has been 8 minutes ahead of the display for the entire duration of the crisis. Will be 8 minutes ahead of whatever he looks at for as long as he is sitting here looking. The gap cannot be closed. It is not produced by his instruments or his methodology or any failure of the apparatus. It is produced by the speed of light, which is not a variable and has no interest in his timeline and cannot be reasoned with. What that means for the people who will eventually notice is a thought that follows immediately and does not let go. The 8 billion people on the planet below this sky who do not know what he knows and cannot know what he knows are themselves 8 minutes behind the truth of their own situation at every moment of every day. When they eventually look up and see something wrong, when the change in solar output crosses whatever threshold makes it visible to ordinary observation, or begins to manifest in ways that instruments not calibrated for this specific phenomenon will start to catch, what they will be seeing will have already happened 8 minutes before it reaches their eyes. The last thing any of them sees will already have been and gone before it arrives. The words come out quiet in the empty laboratory. 8 billion people. Not dramatically. The words come out quiet and flat, the way facts come out when they are too large to fit into any tone that would do them justice. The laboratory absorbs them the way it absorbs everything, the hum of the equipment, the occasional sound from outside, the complete indifference of a room to the things said inside it. The photograph of Aliner is on the shelf in its usual place, between the coffee mug and the empty probe cradle. He looks at it for a long time. She's looking back at the camera with the particular expression she had in photographs where she knew she was being photographed, not performing, not avoiding, just present in the full and considered way she was present in everything. He thinks about what she would say if she were in this room this morning. He thinks she would not tell him whether the 9% uncertainty was scientific honesty or the particular cowardice of a man who needs the escape hatch of doubt to function. He thinks that is precisely why she would not tell him, because she understood as clearly as anyone who had watched him work that it was his to carry, and that carrying it was not the same as being crushed by it, and that he knew the difference. That difference has always been known. The letter comes out of the jacket pocket on the chair and goes into the breast pocket, which is where it has lived on the days when the work required being most completely himself, which this day does. The transit apparatus startup checklist is on the workstation beside the apparatus, printed and annotated in the careful block letters of a man who does not trust memory under pressure. He works through it with the same disciplined attention brought to every checklist in his career, not rushing, not hesitating, each step confirmed before the next begins. The apparatus diagnostics return parameter deviations at several points, readings showing the effects of the parallel universe's field interactions on the boundary dynamics, values shifted from the clean baseline of the unmanned test by margins that are within tolerance but only just. He notes each one in the log, assesses each one against the tolerance specification, accepts each one in turn, and moves forward. The crossing point geometry comes up last in the sequence. The aperture dimensions verify against specification. The frequency lock engages cleanly. The power delivery curve sits at the prescribed pre-transit level and holds there without drift. Standing in front of the apparatus in the early morning light of a Vermont summer, the understanding arrives with a clarity that has nothing academic about it. The next thing done here will be the last thing done in this universe. The laboratory around him is exactly as it has always been, the notebooks on their shelves, the prototypes on the secondary bench, Aliner's photograph, the coffee mug, the equipment running at its steady hum, and it will remain exactly as it is after he crosses, running its autonomous monitoring cycle on the 6-hour interval, recording numbers that will go unread unless someone comes looking, which no one will because no one knows to come looking. The 9%. It has been present for weeks without resolving, and it will not resolve in the next 30 seconds. What remains instead is the honest statement of where the evidence sits, and the honest acknowledgement that the evidence is not certainty, and the honest understanding that acting on less than certainty is sometimes the only available form of responsibility. Decisions have been made on that basis before. Not decisions of this magnitude. But the basis is not new. The 91%. The 8 minutes, what it means that every observation ever made of this sun has been 8 minutes behind the truth of it, and that the truth of it right now, this second, is already 8 minutes further along than the worst number on the display that just got closed. Quietly to the empty room, I'm sorry I didn't find the interaction pathway earlier. The apology is meant in both directions, toward this universe and toward the parallel one, which may be carrying its own version of the same problem. It does not resolve anything. It is not meant to. Some things deserve to be said even when saying them accomplishes nothing except the saying. Then he initiates the crossing. The first unmanned transit was clean, the boundary opening smoothly under a precisely tuned apparatus operating at full specification, the payload crossing in a well-characterized field, the physics proceeding along the lines the model predicted. This transit is none of those things. The boundary opens and the crossing begins, and within the first fraction of a second, it is apparent that the model built for the physiological experience was constructed for conditions that no longer exist. The sensation is of being taken apart at a level below the molecular, below the atomic, at some level of physical organization that has no name because no instrument has ever measured at that scale, and no prior human experience exists to give it language. It is not painful in any way that the word pain normally describes. It is total, a complete dissolution of the sense of being a continuous and bounded thing, the self losing its edges in a way that is neither frightening nor comfortable, but simply absolute. For a duration he cannot measure because measurement requires a continuous measurer. There is no Charles DeWitt. There is the boundary, and there is the process, and there is whatever he is in the moment when the two of them are the same thing. Then the reassembly begins. The reassembly is worse than the dissolution, because it is incomplete in ways that can be felt but not yet assessed. A lurching, uneven reconstitution of systems that were taken apart cleanly and are being put back together under field conditions that are not what the apparatus was calibrated for, the parallel universe's perturbed zero-point field pressing against the boundary interaction in ways the transit model did not account for, the crossing point geometry holding but not holding cleanly. The energy of the transit event distributing itself through a field that does not have the same topology as the one it was designed to cross. The ground arrives before the reconstitution is complete. Flat on his back, looking up at a sky that is the wrong shade of blue. Not dramatically wrong, not a different color in any way that would register as alien at a casual glance. But he has looked at the sky from a Vermont laboratory for 11 years, and he knows the specific quality of blue that belongs to a sky above that particular latitude in summer, and this is not quite it. Slightly deeper, slightly more saturated. The kind of difference that would not be noticed by someone who had not spent a long time learning to notice exactly this. The air smells different. Not wrong, present in a way that the air in his laboratory was not present, carrying something green and warm and particular to this specific patch of ground that he is lying on, and that he cannot yet see clearly because his vision is still resolving from whatever the crossing did to it. Breathing is possible. That is the first inventory item, and it clears. Lying in the grass of a parallel universe, waiting for the rest of the inventory to become possible, the sky above is the wrong shade of blue, and somewhere behind him the transit apparatus on the other side is running its autonomous monitoring cycle, and the solar data is updating every 6 hours into an archive that no one on that side will read, and 8 billion people are going about their lives 8 minutes behind the truth of their own situation, and the letter from Alina is in his breast pocket. And he is here. The inventory takes longer than it should. The physiological checklist starts from the outside and works inward, the way it was rehearsed. Fingers move. Toes move. The head turns slowly and the wrong blue sky is replaced by a landscape that is close enough to Vermont to be disorienting in a way that the completely alien would not have been. The completely alien would have been a clear signal, a clean category, something to respond to directly. This is different. This is the specific disorientation of a world that is using the same vocabulary as the one left behind and arriving at different sentences. The trees are wrong. Not dramatically, not in a way that would register at a casual glance or stop a person who had not spent 11 years learning the particular profile of a Vermont mixed forest canopy. But the species distribution is off. The proportion of conifers to deciduous is higher than it should be for this latitude and this elevation, or what appears to be this latitude and elevation. The canopy gaps fall in different places. The light comes through at angles that suggest a slightly different arrangement of the crown layer than 40 acres of northeastern hardwood produces in full summer. Small differences. The kind of differences that accumulate into the persistent low-level wrongness of a world that branched from a common history at some point and has been making its own decisions about forest composition ever since. Sitting up takes more effort than it should and produces a wave of something that is not quite nausea and not quite vertigo, but occupies the same general territory as both, a profound physical wrongness that sits at the threshold of manageable and does not immediately resolve. The transit stress models predicted a recovery curve that reaches functional baseline within approximately 15 minutes of crossing under nominal field conditions. These are not nominal field conditions. The parallel universe's perturbed zero-point field left its mark on the crossing in ways that are now presenting as a persistent background frequency in every physical system that was taken apart and reassembled through the boundary. Waiting is the correct response, and he knows it and does it, sitting in the grass of a parallel Vermont while the wrongness works through its diminishment, watching it move from acute to chronic, from something that demands attention to something that can be filed and monitored and functioned through. It takes longer than the model predicted. It stabilizes at a level higher than the model predicted. The difference between those two facts and the model's predictions gets noted and does not get resolved right now, because right now there are more immediate things requiring attention. Getting to his feet takes concentration. The legs cooperate. The inner ear, which the transit stress always affects and which always recovers, is still negotiating its position. The ground is real and solid and the gravity is correct, that much confirms immediately. The same pull in the same direction at what the vestibular system reports as the same magnitude, which was expected but is nonetheless a relief to feel confirmed beneath actual feet rather than read off a theoretical prediction. The carry pack opens with hands that are steadier than expected. The post-transit equipment check begins with the systematic attention the procedure requires, each item examined in sequence against the stress profiles documented in the object transit work, the known vulnerability points checked first, the nominal components confirmed in order. Secondary power system, nominal. The reserve reads full, which means the crossing did not draw on it, which means the transit apparatus performed its function correctly, and the secondary system is intact, and the 72-hour window is intact. Observation apparatus components, intact. The housing shows minor surface stress consistent with the transit dynamics, nothing that affects function, the kind of cosmetic marking that a harder crossing produces, and that was anticipated. Energy device, intact and powered down, sitting in its hardened case exactly as packed. The case seal is unbroken. The device itself, when the diagnostic port is checked without powering it up, returns a status consistent with an unpowered system that has not been disturbed. Whatever the crossing did to the other equipment, the hardened case did its job. The device is available and it is not yet a problem. Both of those things get noted. The transit apparatus relay components are damaged. This appears on the fourth item of the check, the relay system designed to re-establish boundary contact with his own universe from this side, the component whose function is the difference between maintaining observational contact with what is happening at home and being blind to it for however long the 72-hour window runs. The damage is in the frequency matching subsystem, the array of precisely tuned resonators that lock the relay onto the boundary's transmission window and hold it there with the stability that clean signal transfer requires. The resonators are not destroyed. They are detuned, shifted from their calibrated frequencies by the stressed field conditions of the crossing, the way a stringed instrument goes out of tune when the temperature changes too fast and too far. The diagnostic result is 63% of nominal frequency precision. 63% is not zero. A relay at 63% can potentially establish boundary contact. But a degraded relay has to compensate for its own imprecision by running harder, using more power to achieve what a nominal relay achieves efficiently, which means every hour of boundary contact on a 63% relay costs more from the 72-hour secondary reserve than the same hour would have cost on a nominal one. The effective window is shorter than 72 hours. How much shorter depends on how often contact is attempted and maintained, and what the parallel side's field conditions due to the relay's performance over time. The numbers are run in his head while the observation array is being set up in the open ground around the landing point. The hands know the setup procedure and carry it out without requiring the full attention of the mind, which is occupied with the power budget calculation, and with the wrongness still sitting in his physical background, and with the trees and their wrong canopy, and with the question of what he does if the relay can establish contact but cannot maintain it long enough to read the solar data clearly. When the array is ready, the contact attempt runs. The first try produces a partial lock that drops before the display can stabilize. The second try produces nothing. The third try catches the relay finding the boundary's transmission window and holding it, the display building its picture from the signal coming through, slow and degraded, and with a noise floor higher than anything from 14 months of clean observation work on the other side, but readable. What the display shows stops him the way the worst solar updates have been stopping him for weeks, the physical stopping, the hand going still, the eyes going to the display and staying there. The sun in the observation data does not look like his sun anymore. The output deviation profile has crossed a threshold that is visible in the data without the projection model's help, without the interpretation framework, without any analytical tool more sophisticated than the pattern recognition of a man who has been staring at this data for months and knows what it is supposed to look like. The spectral distribution has shifted. The luminosity curve has changed shape in the specific way the cascade amplification model predicted it would change shape when the perturbation reached the hydrogen consumption dynamics in the core. The sun in this data is not a sun in trouble. It is a sun that has been in trouble for some time and is now showing it. And what he is looking at is 8 minutes old. The real situation, the actual state of the solar core at this moment, right now, as the display sits in his hands in a parallel universe, is 8 minutes further along than what the data shows. has already happened, is already in the past by the time it reaches the speed of light-bound instruments that reported it. The worst thing visible on the display is not the worst thing. It is the thing that was worst 8 minutes ago, and the universe has been moving in one direction for 8 minutes since. He looks at the display for a long time. Then at the wrong blue sky. Then at the trees with their off-ratio canopy. Then back at the display. Moving between the two realities, the one on the screen and the one surrounding him in the summer air of a world that is not his, with the particular quality of a man discovering that the human mind was not built to hold two existential facts simultaneously, and that discovering this does not make either fact less true. The numbers get run. Not because a different result is expected. Because stopping feels like surrender, and surrender is not available, has never been available, is not going to become available now on the other side of the boundary with 63% relay precision and a 72-hour window and a parallel civilization somewhere beyond this tree line that does not yet know he exists. The numbers produce the same result they always produce. He closes the display and sits in the grass of a parallel universe and listens to the birds in the wrong trees, and they sound at least the same. The numbers are what the numbers are. The projection model gets closed. Sitting on the ground next to the instrument array in the warm afternoon of a parallel universe, on grass that is almost but not quite the right shade of green, the observation display balanced on one knee, Charles watches his son die 6 minutes at a time. Each relay update comes through the degraded connection a little worse than the one before it, and each one gets watched with the full attention brought to data across an entire career, because looking away feels like a betrayal of the 8 billion people who do not know they need witnessing and will never know anyone was here to provide it. 8 billion people, he thinks, and then says it quietly out loud the way he said it in the laboratory this morning, because the saying of it is the only form of acknowledgement available, and acknowledgement is owed. The wrongness in his body has not resolved. An hour after the crossing, it has settled from acute into something chronic, a persistent low-frequency signal in every system, the biological equivalent of an instrument reading that sits just outside its normal range without crossing the alarm threshold. The physiological checklist runs again and produces the same results as before. Nothing catastrophically wrong, nothing that demands immediate intervention, just everything sitting slightly outside of nominal in a way that the transit stress models did not predict for this stage of recovery. The question of why is one he has been holding at arm's length and can no longer hold at arm's length. The parallel universe's physical laws are identical to his own at the fundamental scale, same quantum mechanics, same thermodynamics, same electromagnetic interactions, same nuclear physics. Months of observation work verified all of that at a level of precision the data can support. But the same fundamental laws operating from slightly different initial conditions produce slightly different outcomes at every scale above the fundamental. Slightly different outcomes at the molecular scale across billions of years of evolution produce different proteins. Different proteins produce different cellular chemistry. Different cellular chemistry produces a different atmosphere, a different radiation environment, a different mixture of everything that shaped every living system on this version of Earth across its entire history. A biological system that evolved in one version of this environment is now operating in another version that is close but not identical. And close but not identical at the biological scale is a category whose practical consequences were not adequately modeled, because modeling it would have required biological data that did not exist, and because the focus was on getting here, and because close seemed like it would be close enough. Close is not the same as identical, he says to the trees quietly, as a fact rather than a complaint. The trees do not respond. The afternoon light comes through the wrong canopy at its wrong angles, and the birds in the wrong branches continue their uncomplicated singing, and the observation data updates again. The new reading moves the thought about cellular chemistry to a different priority level immediately. What the display shows this update is not the continuation of a trend. It is a change of category. The process that has been called destabilizing for weeks, a word that implies ongoing change, a process with future states, a trajectory that has not yet arrived at its endpoint, has crossed into something the word destabilizing does not adequately describe. The spectral output profile has shifted past the threshold where stellar physics uses different language. The sun on the display is not a sun in the process of becoming unstable. It is a sun in the process of failing, and failing has a different relationship to time than destabilizing does. Failing is a word for processes approaching their conclusion. The distinction came out of two in the morning derivations 6 weeks ago. Sitting on the ground in a parallel universe is the first time the distinction has arrived as a physical fact rather than a theoretical one. Standing up is the response the body produces. No decision is made about it. The legs simply do what standing legs do when something requires standing for, and he is upright in the wrong afternoon light looking at the display and feeling something that has no clean name. Grief is the closest word, which is a word he has spent 40 years avoiding the use of. Grief requires loss, and loss requires attachment, and attachment has been the most carefully managed variable in his adult life, the thing most rigorously controlled. The cost he learned at 7 years old in a principal's office with fluorescent light buzzing above the door and 2 officers looking at each other before they spoke. Learned it in the specific way that 7-year-olds learn fundamental things, which is completely and permanently, and in a place below the reach of any subsequent reasoning. Those walls have been under construction for an entire adult life, built with the dedicated craftsmanship of a man who knows exactly what he is building them against. But something is happening in him right now that has the shape of grief, even if he is not willing to give it the name. Something that sits in his chest and does not resolve and is not improved by any analytical operation he attempts on it. Adler would say something useful right now, he says, to no one in a parallel universe on a warm afternoon. Something that would not make it better and would not pretend to make it better and would be true. What Adler would actually say, working it through carefully, the way Adler's voice has always worked through things in his mind when the real Adler is not available, would probably be this: you did not build those walls to keep grief out. You built them so that grief, when it arrived, would find you still standing. That is probably right. Adler has been right about most things for 20 years, and this would not be an exception. The letter is in his breast pocket. Alina's handwriting, her specific turns of phrase, the things she said in it that she never said any other way. He does not take it out. He does not need to read it. He knows what it says, and what it says is in him the same way all the things she ever said are in him, not stored exactly but absorbed, part of the ongoing operation of the mind that she spent 20 years talking to and that still uses her voice for certain categories of thought. You have always known what the work required, she would say if she were here. This is still the work. The observation data updates again. The new reading establishes without ambiguity, without requiring the projection model or the interpretation framework or any analytical tool more sophisticated than looking at the numbers and understanding what they say, that the hours projected this morning have become something smaller than hours. The 8-minute light travel delay, which has been present in every solar observation ever made, a constant correction factor, a known and manageable gap between observation and reality, is now a significant fraction of the remaining timeline rather than a negligible adjustment to it. The thing on the display is 8 minutes old. The real situation is 8 minutes further along than what can be seen. And what can be seen is already past the point where any of the vocabulary developed over weeks of careful monitoring is fully adequate to describe it. 8 minutes, he says out loud, with the flat precision of a man stating a measurement. Everything I have ever seen of that star was 8 minutes in its past. The sky above is the wrong shade of blue. Somewhere in a direction that has no spatial meaning, not above, not below, not north or south or in any compass heading that applies across a topological boundary, 8 billion people are going about what remains of their ordinary lives, 8 minutes behind the truth of their own situation, as they have always been and always will be and cannot be anything other than. The display gets looked at one more time. Then up at the sky. Then back at the display. Then the wrongness in the body escalates without warning, not gradually, not as the next step in a deteriorating trend, but as a sudden step change, a simultaneous presentation across every system at once. The chronic background frequency jumping to acute in a single moment, the way a physical system crosses a threshold rather than approaching one. The ground arrives again. Not a fall exactly, the legs fold rather than give out, a controlled descent that lands him sitting next to the instrument array, hands flat on the parallel Vermont grass, waiting with the patient stillness of a scientist who has always treated his own body as data to be read rather than a crisis to be managed. Inventory, he thinks. Start from the outside. Work in. The display is still showing the update from 30 seconds ago. The sun on the screen has not changed in 30 seconds. He has changed. The question of what that means is the question that the next few minutes will answer, one way or another, and he waits for the answer with the same quality of attention he has brought to every important result in his career. The afternoon is warm. The birds are still singing. The grass under his hands is real and solid and the right temperature for summer, and those things are true in both universes, and that is something. The acute escalation passes after 20 minutes and leaves behind something that is worse than what preceded it, not in intensity but in clarity, the clarity of a man who has just received data he did not want and cannot misinterpret. The body is telling him something in the only language bodies have, which is symptom and duration and the specific quality of a system working harder than it should to maintain functions that should not require effort. What it is saying is that the close but not identical of this universe is not close enough at the biological scale, and that the gap between close enough and not close enough is going to widen in one direction only. Progressive incompatibility. The term does not need to be modeled. There is enough physiological self-awareness and enough understanding of the underlying biology to read what is happening without a framework. Cellular machinery running on inputs that are slightly wrong, producing slightly wrong outputs, the slight wrongness accumulating the way all accumulations do, in a direction and toward an endpoint. The direction is not recovery. Sitting on the ground next to the instrument array in the wrong afternoon light, Charles does what he has always done with data he does not want, which is accept it and determine what it means for what comes next. What it means is this. There is time. Not the time the situation deserves and not the time that would have been chosen, but time, weeks possibly, months if the progression is slow and resources are managed carefully and nothing gets wasted on things that do not matter. The secondary power system is intact. The degraded relay is functional. The observation apparatus is running. The energy device is in its hardened case. The transit notebook is here. So are 4 blank notebooks, packed because 40 years of fieldwork have made blank notebooks as automatic as breathing, and that is not going to stop being true now. The first blank notebook gets opened. No name goes at the top of the first page because the name is not the point. A date goes there and a location description, and a single line stating plainly what the notebook is and who will need to read it. This is a complete record of events in another universe, left by the person responsible for those events, for whoever in this universe is eventually capable of understanding it. Then the writing begins. 3 hours without stopping, the history of the work from the beginning, the multiverse proof, the energy device and its prototype sequence, the observation apparatus and the 2 years of data it produced, the transit development and the probe sequence and the object transits and the crossing itself, and then the solar anomaly and the correlation and the coefficient and the 9%, which is still real and is going to be held honestly to the last page because the 9% is part of the record the same as everything else. All of it written in the same plain, precise language used for everything that has mattered, stripped of everything that is not necessary, because whoever finds this may not find it for a very long time, and plain, precise language survives time better than anything else. The observation data updates while the writing is in progress. A check, a look at what it shows, a moment with it, and then back to writing, because there is nothing to be done with what it shows except document it, and the documentation is already happening, and that is what there is. By evening the sun is gone. Not gone in the sense of disappeared, the light from it will keep traveling outward for years, will keep arriving at destinations, will keep being the light of a star that no longer exists in the state it was in when the light left it. Gone in the sense that what the relay is showing on the display is no longer a sun in any functional meaning of the word. It is something that was a sun and is now a process, running its course in the 8-minute past of the display while the real situation, the actual state of the thing right now, as the display sits on the grass, is 8 minutes further along than what can be seen, as it has been for the entire duration of the watching. The watching continues anyway. Looking away feels like the one betrayal that cannot be added to whatever account is being kept. 8 billion people. Allowed this time to be not a number but what they actually were. 8 billion versions of a leaner leaving letters for people who did not know how to receive them. 8 billion versions of Adler staying on the line at 2 in the morning because the work mattered and the person doing it mattered. 8 billion versions of a 7-year-old boy in a principal's office with the floor shifting under him, learning too early that the people you depend on can be gone between one breath and the next. All of them going about the last of their ordinary lives 8 minutes ahead of what could be seen, and that is allowed to be what it is, the worst thing ever held, and it does not get put down. The wrongness in the body is slightly worse by evening than it was in the afternoon. It goes into the notebook with the same precision as everything else: date, time, symptom, severity. A record of deterioration built with the methodical patience that is the only way anything has ever been done. It is not frightening exactly. It is just the next problem, and the approach to problems has always been the same: document them completely, think about them honestly, do not flinch from what the data shows. A meal is eaten from the supplies that cross the boundary. Water is drunk. Lying on the ground under the wrong stars of a universe that is not his, Charles looks up at them. Close enough to his own stars to be recognizable. Different enough that the differences are visible once the eye knows to look for them, small shifts in the positions of familiar constellations, produced by billions of years of slightly different stellar drift, the same stars living slightly different lives in slightly different places, the way everything in this universe is the same as his and not. The 9% gets thought about for what will not be the last time, but is the most honest time, lying on his back under the wrong stars with 8 billion dead on his conscience, and the body doing what it is doing and nobody anywhere who knows he exists. It gets turned over with the same rigorous honesty brought to every problem in a long career, and it arrives at the same place it has always arrived. The evidence is what it is, and the 9% is real, and both of those things are true simultaneously, and both of them will have to be carried for whatever time is left, because the data does not care what would be easier to carry. The notebook comes back up and the writing continues until the page cannot be seen clearly anymore. Then it stops. The notebook gets closed and placed next to the instrument array where it will be found with everything else if someone comes looking, which they may or may not, which cannot be controlled, which has never been controllable, which has been the thing most frightening to admit across an entire lifetime of pretending otherwise. Aliner's letter is in the breast pocket. It comes out and gets held without being opened, because opening it is not necessary. Every word of it has been known for 30 years, and the words are the same as they have always been, and they are still true, and they are still not enough, and they are still everything available. And that is where Charles DeWitt is, holding a letter in the dark under the wrong stars of a universe that is not his. When the notebook finally closes on the last page that will ever be written about a world that no longer exists, the evidence of what he did or did not do sitting unresolved in the data the way it will sit forever. Neither accusation nor absolution, just the numbers, just the work, just the 9% that nobody will ever be able to move. Thanks so much for listening. If you enjoyed today's episode, please consider subscribing so you never miss a story. And if you want to support the show, leaving a review on your favorite podcast app really helps us grow. Hope to see you next time.